Chapter 376 Mission Privileges. So fast, even if I saw it, I couldn't react. Shisui quickly got up and thought in his heart. He was not surprised by this. After all, this was Miyu. Such a speed had been restrained a lot. If Miyu gave her all, Shisui felt that he should not be able to see clearly. In this case, we must keep moving quickly for a long time. Shisui did not give up, but thought about how to deal with it. To really beat Miyu, it was naturally impossible to do it, but he only needed to complete the training, which was still possible. Because Miyu would definitely give them a chance to a certain extent, otherwise Miyu's rock breathing would be fully concentrated and the transparent world would be how could they get close to them. If they could seize the opportunity given by Miyu, they would be able to complete the training. Miyu, who had knocked Shisui away, did not pursue him, but smiled at Shizun and said, "Why don't you give it a try? Even if it's not for the reward, you can gain some practical experience." Shizun glanced at Shisui and Hongdu, hesitated for a while, and finally walked towards Miyu using basic breathing and then took a physical stance. Both teammates had been beaten once, and she seemed a bit out of place if she didn't go up. Shizun looked at Miyu seriously, and with a clear sigh, she threw a left hook at Miyu. She knew in her heart that it was impossible to snatch the bell. Shisui, who was much stronger than her, was quickly defeated, let alone her. But Shizun would not take a break just because she was doomed to fail. Just like she always advised Tsunade not to drink and get hungover, she knew Tsunade would not listen, but she still had to do what she had to do. Miyu grabbed Shizun's fist with her palm, but Shizun's left hook was just a feint. The chakra condensed in her legs immediately burst out and kicked out a beautiful whirlwind kick. But in Miyu's eyes, Shizun's speed was too slow. Miyu blocked the whirlwind kick with her right hand and threw Shizun out with her backhand. Fire style, Phoenix Claw Red. Shisui, who had been waiting for the opportunity since he stood up, immediately condensed chakra and spit out a large amount of flames, and then threw out a large number of shurikens. Swish, swish, swish. Each shuriken flew towards Miyu with a ball of flame. The speed of the red balsam claw is much faster than the fireball. Miyu respected it and dodged it without taking it head-on. Boom! A large number of fire shurikens landed and caused an explosion, scorching the ground. What a powerful fire escape ninjutsu! Hongdu looked at the power and damage caused by Shisui's red balsam claw, and then thought about her own small fireball, and felt that the gap between people was really big. The gap between her, the second in the grade, and Shisui, the first in the grade, may be bigger than the gap between her and the last in the grade. Hongdu was really curious about how Shisui practiced. Everyone has 2 eyes, 2 ears, and 1 nose, so why is he so much more exaggerated than others? Oh, no, Shisui's eyes can turn red. Hongdu suddenly remembered that Shisui seemed to be really different from them. Ordinary people's eyes would not turn red like this even if they stayed up late. Illusion instant body technique. Shisui quickly formed a seal, and more than 20 figures of Shisui appeared on the field, and they were constantly running around Miyu at high speed. Miyu did not use the Byakugan or the transparent world. He quietly waited for Shisui to attack. Suddenly, a Shisui rushed from the front of Miyu. Miyu slashed the air with his left hand, and a stream of chi was launched at high speed, instantly hitting Shisui who was rushing from the front, and then dissipated directly like an illusion. Miyu was not surprised by this. Who would run around so many times and finally attack from the front? It must be a clone to attract attention. The fact was as Miyu expected. At the moment when Miyu waved his hand, Shisui on the left side of Konoha suddenly flashed and rushed out to grab Miyu's waist. Tsitsai. Miyu's right hand burst out with dazzling purple electric light, and then split into several electric currents and rushed towards Shisui who was attacking from the side. Crackling! Shisui who rushed from the side dissipated instantly when he came into contact with the electric current. Because the electric current covered a wide area, several nearby phantoms dissipated together. Seeing that Muyu used the unsealed lightning release, a Shisui on the right side also rushed over. Bang! Muyu, who noticed the movement, immediately swiped his right hand to the right, and Shisui, who was hit, immediately turned into smoke and dissipated. This time it was the shadow clone. The opportunity has come. Shisui's eyes flickered, and he immediately asked the remaining shadow clone and the phantom to make the final containment, while the real body concentrated chakra and prepared to grab the bell as quickly as possible when Muyu was not prepared. Awesome! Hongdu, who was watching, couldn't help but want to buy a dumpling to eat while watching the dazzling battle. It was too exciting. Just when Hongdu thought Shisui was going to succeed, when Shisui's finger was less than 3 centimeters away from the bell, Muyu flashed and appeared on Shisui's side and threw Shisui away. If the speed was a little faster, maybe it would succeed. Muyu encouraged with a warm smile. The gap is too big, which is not conducive to struggle. It's like buying a house. If you earn more than 10,000 yuan a month, you may have a little hope. What can you buy with 4,000 or 5,000 yuan a month? Since I can't trick him, then show me my true strength. Hongdu straightened her chest and walked towards Muyu. Shizuan looked at Hongdu with a puzzled look on her face. Seeing that such a strong man like Shisui lost, where did Hongdu get this confidence from? Could it be that she hid her strength at the beginning? The power of this ninjutsu is very terrifying. Even a strong person like you, Teacher Muyu, may not be able to withstand it. Teacher Muyu, if you don't believe it, you can feel it at a close distance. Hongdu walked towards Muyu with a confident step. Then I want to see how terrifying the power is. Muyu smiled and answered and let Hongdu come over. If it was Obito, he might be intimidated by Hongdu, but Muyu was Hongdu's class teacher. How could he not know what Hongdu could do? Humph, then Teacher Muyu, you have to keep your eyes open and watch. Hongdu said while quickly forming seals in his hands. Confusing enemy technique. Bang bang. A few puffs of smoke flashed by, and several adult Hongdu wearing black fishnet stockings appeared. If this succeeds, I'll treat you to dumplings. Looking at the bell within reach, Hongdu thought excitedly. Although it had no effect on female ninjas, Hongdu remembered that this ninjutsu that his good brothers had worked on was very effective against male ninjas. So Hongdu came up with this idea, first using an excuse to get close to Muyu and then using the confusing technique to attract the attention and finally successfully seize the bell. Snap! What was faster than Hongdu's palm getting close to the bell was that Muyu's fingers hit Hongdu's head. Muyu's index and middle fingers together hit Hongdu's forehead said, "This is not scary. He is not Mr. Chen or Sarutobi Hiruzen, such ninjutsu is useless to him." Under Muyu's knock, Hongdu took 2 steps back and distanced herself from the bell she longed for. Damn, it's not useful at all. I'll give them 2 punches when we meet. The depressed Hongdu decided not to treat her good brothers to dumplings, but to treat them to fists. Shizuan. She didn't expect that Hongdu, a junior who looked quite cute, would be so difficult to comment on. Whether it was the confident walkover or the ninjutsu used later, there were too many complaints. Even a very quiet person like Shizuan couldn't help but want to complain. Shisui was not too surprised. Although his original body was training in the South Forest every day, he would send a shadow clone to school every time, and the memory would flow back after the shadow clone was removed, so he was considered a classmate who had been with Hongdu for nearly 2 years and knew Hongdu very well. Hongdu has always been bold and doesn't care about other people's comments. Shisui will not be too surprised by what Hongdu does. After a short break, Shisui started a new round of grabbing bells. Shizuan Anko was not strong enough to fight head-on, so she tried her best to grab Muyu's bell. But no matter they fought alone or the 3 of them joined forces to create opportunities for Shisui, they failed to grab the bell on Muyu's waist in the end. The sun gradually moved towards the west, and the sky changed from bright to dark. No one finished the training until the evening. Everyone has worked hard. That's it for today. I will take you to do the mission tomorrow. Yu announced the end of the first day of the internship. Yu was not too surprised by this result. What is the purpose of Shisui's internship? It is to graduate early and to improve his strength. In order to make Shisui feel the pressure and grow better, Yu is ready to increase the intensity of Shisui from the beginning. As long as Shisui does not break through, it will be impossible to complete this training. The next day, the four of them gathered at the training ground first, and then went to the Hokage building together. Teacher Yu, what mission are we going to do? It won't be a fight with the enemy village ninja, right? I think it's a bit early. Are there any ordinary robbers to practice with first? Hongdu couldn't help asking on the way. Don't worry, I won't let you fight with ninjas now. Yu replied with a faint smile. After walking to the mission place in the Hokage building, Hongdu was dumbfounded. It was indeed safer than she thought, but too safe. Why are there only some commissioned tasks of moving things and picking up garbage? Ninjas do this. Hongdu complained as he looked at the D-level missions. This is for the safety of trainee ninjas and newly graduated ninjas. The registered ninja explained briefly. Hongdu scratched his head and was glad that the money was not small, with 5,000 taels for one mission. Then Yu took Hongdu and the others on a quick brushing journey and completed 20 D-level missions in one day. Ordinary internships definitely cannot meet the growth needs of his team, so Yu needs to obtain the same privileges as last time. But if you want privileges, you must first show your strength, otherwise it will break the rules of Konoha. In the next week, Yu practiced alternately, doing Tuesday's task, Wednesday's task, and Thursday's task. Except for the first day when Yu snatched the bell, the rest was normal practice, and Yu taught ninjutsu and taijutsu. Yu planned to snatch the bell once every 3 weeks. After all, it was impossible to break through every day. During this period, Yu taught Asuma the developed breath of wind. At this time, Asuma had practiced basic breathing for several months, so he learned breath of wind relatively quickly, just like when Nohara Lin learned breath of water. After seeing the magic of Yu's breath of wind, Asuma was very excited. I knew that you, Teacher Yu, were the most talented ninja. The old man was also called the ninjutsu professor. How could the ninjutsu he developed be compared with breath of wind? Asuma said proudly. Asuma originally thought that the basic breathing could enhance the body, which was already very strong. After all, his chakra growth rate became faster since he practiced basic breathing. After practicing breath of wind, he found that basic breathing was really just basic. Breathing of wind almost broke Asuma's view of ninja. He didn't expect that there could be such a ninjutsu. It can strengthen the wind attribute and increase the power of wind escape. After reaching a certain level, you can enter the breathing of wind chakra mode and release all wind escape without seal. The third generation is good at different things from me. He is better at combining ninjutsu. Yu shook her head and said. The breathing method has a strong bonus, but the power of the 5 escape ninjutsu under Sarutobi Hiruzen's full firepower is not weak. Before Asuma learned it, Yu also told Asuma very straightforwardly that breathing of wind was a secret ninjutsu he had developed after a long time of hard work. Asuma must tell him first if he wants to teach anyone. Asuma didn't feel anything special about this, after all, it was such a powerful and unfathomable ninjutsu. Asuma was also reminded when he was learning the Sarutobi clan's fire escape secret technique before, but Asuma felt that the fire escape secret technique was not as good as breathing of wind. Another thing worth mentioning is that the progress of Obito's life mission suddenly increased again. Combining the chakra reward tips for completing tasks before Obito and Kakashi and the coordinates of Flying Thunder God that could not be sensed for a long time, Yu should be Minato leading Obito and others to complete tasks on the battlefield, and then Obito performed well, so the progress of the task was accelerated again. To become a Hokage, you only need 3 things, the first is strength, the second is merit, and the third is reputation. The second and third can be slow. Life accumulation is completed during the mission, and the battlefield is the best environment for accumulation. Yu made a simple estimate. If the upward trend is maintained, Obito's life mission can reach 20% in about 4 months. In the second week, when Yu's team was clearing D-level missions at a high speed, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally gave Yu's team the authority to accept C-level missions in advance. Excellent teams like you can take on greater responsibilities, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile. Although the words sounded good, in fact, it was because if Yu's team continued to do this, other internship teams would have no tasks to do. Great! Finally, I don't have to do miscellaneous work. Lord Hokage, you are really visionary. Hongdu smiled and gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a thumbs up. Shisui had a faint smile on his face. It was obvious that he could not get the same improvement as Might Guy and others by doing D-level missions all the time. He had to leave the village. After thanking Sarutobi Hiruzen, Yu began to choose tasks. Choosing a mission is also a technical job, because Yu has to choose a mission with a high probability of accidents, but no accidents that he cannot deal with. It should be close to the war, but not close to the middle of the battlefield, and there should not be 2 strong ninjas on that battlefield. The northern part of the river country. Yu saw a good mission to subdue bandits. Chapter 377 Akatsuki Organization. Let's take this mission of the river country. Yu picked up the scroll and said to the registered ninja. In the river country, there is a chance to encounter Kumigakuer ninjas or Sandgakuer ninjas, and there are no ninjas on this battlefield that are so strong that Yu cannot deal with them. Even if the luck is extremely bad and he encounters the strongest person on the battlefield of the river country, Yu can still take Shisui and others away. High safety and the opportunity to train disciples, this is the standard for Yu to choose a mission. Of course, it is only a chance. After all, it is only a C-level mission, and you will not encounter ninjas unless there is an accident. After completing the registration, Yu showed the mission scroll to the disciples. The target is the river country, let's go. Hongdu, who had never left Konoha, said excitedly. The Hokage granted the privilege to perform C-level missions, and Hongdu had already thought about how to show off to his good brothers after completing the mission. The meeting is how do you know that I just came back from a C-level mission, and then wait for them to be curious about the reason before telling them about the privilege given by the third Hokage. Hongdu, although you are in a hurry, don't be in a hurry, because you still have to take the client with you. Shizun reminded. Although she is not the same as ordinary ninjas, Shizun is a normal ninja after all, and knows everything she should know. Oh, there is also the client. Hongdu's steps towards the gate of Konoha stopped instantly. Don't be so rash when doing a mission, you can even forget the client. Yu tapped Hongdu's head with her finger, and then took the 3 of them to meet the client. The client is a middle-aged man who looks ordinary but quite stable. I'll trouble you guys with the mission. The middle-aged client said. Although Hongdu and Shisui looked small, he did not underestimate them. After all, Konoha is one of the 5 major ninja villages and it is impossible for it to destroy its own reputation. Yu nodded and asked directly without any nonsense, do you have anything else to do? We can set off at any time. No problem here, let's go now. The middle-aged client nodded and replied. Then Yu took Shisui and others to the river country quickly. In order to increase the probability of encountering training disciples, Yu hurried as much as possible in the fire country, and slowed down immediately after entering the river country. Yu explained to the disciples that the fire country has good public security, so they can go faster, while the current situation in the river country is chaotic, and going slower can better protect the client. Hearing that the speed of rushing is so particular, Hongdu looked like he had learned something. Maybe Shisui and his friends were lucky, and there were no accidents along the way. Yu and his friends soon arrived at Iwaki Mountain in the northernmost part of the river country. These bandits are very cruel. According to rumors, they not only robbed us, but also went to the rain country to rob. The middle-aged client reminded Miyu and others before they set off. Trusting Konoha is trusting, but the ages of Shisui and Hongdu are indeed confusing, so he reminded them one more time. Rain country. Is this place close to the rain country? Shisui asked with a thoughtful expression. Because Shisui hadn't met his uncle for a long time, he talked with Uchiha Nobuhiro for a long time that time. Uchiha Nobuhiro mentioned the rain country a little when talking about his mission. If he remembered correctly, the rain country seemed to be a little chaotic now. First, the Uegakure ninja appeared in the rain country for unknown reasons. Sand Village was worried about the invasion of Uegakure and sent ninjas into the rain country. Cloud Village saw that the opponent sent people into the rain country and also sent ninjas. Although the number of ninjas may not be large, the rain country now has gathered ninjas from the 3 major ninja villages. In such a chaotic situation, they were still able to rob. Shisui thought there might be stray ninjas among the bandits. Ordinary bandits would not dare to run around in such a situation. It's on the other side of the mountain. The middle-aged client explained. Soon, Miyu said goodbye to the client and went to find the bandits according to the task clues, while Shisui expressed his guess on the way. Very good analysis. It seems that you have listened carefully to everything I taught you. Miyu praised generously. Although it is still lacking in Miyu's opinion, it is not a problem considering that Shisui is still 7 years old. It is not easy for a 7-year-old child to think so much. So where is Shisui lacking? Shisui did not consider the reaction of his own ninja village, Konoha. As the only country in the ninja world that borders 3 major countries at the same time, the Rain Village is a rare strategic location. How could Konoha remain indifferent to so many ninjas from major ninja villages entering such a place? Miyu estimated that Danzo had already sent members of the route to the Rain country. Shisui, teacher Miyu, what are you talking about? Are we going to fight with ninja enemies next? Hongdu scratched her hair and asked in confusion. She did not understand Shisui's analysis process, but knew the result she would face. Well, be careful. Miyu nodded slightly and said. Hearing the conversation of the 3 people, Jingyan was a little nervous. She had not really fought with ninjas yet. Under Miyu's leadership, they successfully found the hiding place of the bandits, but when Miyu and his team arrived, there were only 2 ordinary bandits inside. It was obvious that 2 ordinary bandits could not make such a big fuss. Miyu judged that the main force of the bandits should have gone out to rob. Then Miyu repeated the old trick and interrogated the 2 people separately to teach Shisui and his team a lesson on the prisoner's dilemma. After careful consideration of the truth contained in it, Shisui had to admit that this was a very effective interrogation technique. This method would only fail if both people could absolutely trust each other and would not betray each other, but 2 ordinary bandits obviously could not do this. Under Miyu's interrogation, the 2 bandits told everything they knew. The fact was as Miyu thought. The main force of the bandits went out a week ago, and the 2 ordinary bandits were left to watch the house. In addition, Shisui's guess was also verified. The leader of this group of bandits was simply a wandering ninja from the Rain country. Go faster, don't try to play any tricks. Just then, Shisui, who had been searching the bandits' den, suddenly found a noise outside. Shisui went out to check and found a few more people outside. Swoosh! The moment Shisui walked out, a shuriken stabbed at Shisui at high speed. But how could Shisui come out without any preparation? He slightly turned sideways to avoid the attacking ninja tool, and then took out a kunai from the ninja tool bag. He didn't attack immediately because he didn't look like a bandit, but since he attacked, he was an enemy. Namaki, don't attack. There is no such a young bandit. Yahiko shook his head at Namaki Noriyuki. Namaki Noriyuki looked at the bandit leader with his hands tied at the front of the team. Boy, you are underestimating me. The knife in the hands of a 10-year-old kid can still kill people. The bandit leader grinned and hinted. Although he didn't know Shisui, it didn't stop him from hoping that Shisui could cause trouble to Yahiko and the others. They were robbing the village for no reason, but were suddenly destroyed by a nosy ninja. The bandit leader hated Yahiko and his men so much. Chief Yahiko, this guy is not simple, maybe he is the successor they specially trained. The bandit leader hinted that Namaki Noriyuki felt that Shisui who appeared in the bandits' den must be not simple. At this time, Shizuan and Red Bean noticed the movement and rushed to Shisui's side. It turned out to be a Konoha ninja. Seeing the forehead protector on Shizuan's head, Yahiko showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Shisui was an intern ninja, without a Konoha ninja forehead protector. When Shizuan came, Shisui's identity was very clear, a Konoha ninja who accepted the mission. Hearing the 4 words Konoha ninja, Nagato, who had been following Yahiko, moved his fingers subconsciously, and then quickly calmed down. Who are you? Why are you here? Shisui asked in a deep voice with a kunao in his hand. Although the people who came seemed to be bigger ninjas than them, Shisui was not panicked at all, because they came out with Muyu. My name is Yahiko, and I am the leader of the Akatsuki organization in the Land of Rain. I am sorry for what happened just now. My companion thought you were a bandit, so he attacked you. Yahiko briefly introduced himself and apologized. We encountered a group of bandits who robbed the villagers in the village of the Land of Rain. After we dealt with them, we were worried that there would be residual forces who would retaliate against the villagers, so we came here. The leader of the ninja organization. Shisui felt a little strange. Shisui knew that there was such a thing as a ninja organization in the ninja world, but Yahiko looked too young, only about 13 or 14, not much older than them. You should have accepted a mission related to this group of bandits, and we have saved you some effort, so don't worry about what happened just now. Yahiko said with a smile. Shisui remained silent, waiting for Muyu's decision. Although Muyu had not yet appeared, he knew that Muyu had come. After all, how could Muyu not know the movement that Hongdu and Shisui could detect? As Shisui thought, Muyu did come, and he discovered the arrival of Yahiko and others earlier than Shisui, because he rolled his eyes when he was looking for the bandits. Name, Yahiko. Chakra, 7300. Potential, S. Skills, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 100/15,000, Water Style, Water Wave, Proficient, Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet, Proficient. At Yahiko's current age, this panel can be regarded as a genius ninja. Muyu estimated that if Yahiko had not died early, he should have been able to train himself to become a Kage level. Name, Konan. Chakra, 8000. Potential, S. Skills, Paper Secret Technique, Proficient, 2000/3000, Paper Shuriken, Proficient. Konan's potential is slightly higher than Yahiko's, but at this stage, the strength of the two is almost the same. Muyu finally looked at Nagato. He had a hunch that Nagato's potential might exceed anyone he had ever seen before. This is the Rinnegan plus the Uzumaki clan. Name, Nagato. Chakra, 605,000. Potential, SS+, 6 Paths Bloodline and Samsara I and Basic Talent. Skills, Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 1000/15,000, Wind Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, 750/15,000, Yang Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery, Water Attribute Chakra Nature Change, Mastery. Muyu can only describe Nagato's panel as exaggerated. His potential even exceeds SS and reaches SS+. Except for Yin Attribute Chakra, all other chakra nature changes are mastery level. Although the proficiency is not very high, this is 6 kinds of nature changes mastery level, which can be said to be very terrifying. At the same time, Nagato has hundreds of proficient ninjutsu, and his ninjutsu reserves are rich. Of course, what attracted Miyu's attention the most was the terrifying amount of chakra on Nagato. Miyu was really tempted. At Nagato's current age, he still had a lot of room for growth. If he returned to his master and gave him a wave of chakra, the chakra he would get would be several times more than the other disciples combined. Although Miyu wanted to, he knew it was not an easy thing and there were many difficulties. First of all, it was very difficult to become Nagato's teacher, because Nagato had experienced 3 years of teaching by Jiraiya and had a very good teacher in his heart. Moreover, Nagato was proficient in 6 types of chakra attributes and knew a lot of ninjutsu, so he did not need a teacher in terms of strength. Another problem was that Nagato might not like Konoha ninjas very much, because Nagato's parents died at the hands of Konoha ninjas. Miyu wanted to be Nagato's teacher. In addition to Nagato's own problems, there were 2 other people worth noting, namely Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. The samsara eye on Nagato was transplanted by Uchiha Madara. No matter how ruthless Uchiha Madara was, he would not just give the samsara eye to Nagato and leave it alone. There must be secret surveillance, not to mention Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu has been planning for this pair of samsara eyes for thousands of years. Black Zetsu attaches more importance to this pair of samsara eyes than Uchiha Madara. After all, the samsara eyes are a necessary condition for Kagaya's resurrection. They really don't have any bad intentions. Miyu flashed to Shisui and said, "To become Nagato's teacher, you need a perfect and meticulous plan." Miyu is not particularly anxious. In the original work, Nagato's blackening was the result of many pushes. One of the pushers, Obito, is not yet 10 years old. He still has a lot of time. So fast. Yahiko was a little surprised. He didn't even notice when Miyu came. Although he is not very old, he has the strength to become the leader of the ninja organization. Otherwise, how could he convince the public? After knowing that Miyu was quite powerful, Yahiko didn't want to conflict with this team of Konoha ninjas. It would be bad to bring trouble to the land of rain. With Miyu speaking, the 2 sides quickly reached a consensus that this was a misunderstanding. "Teacher Miyu, how strong were those people just now?" Shisui asked as he looked at the backs of Yahiko and others leaving. "Strong, there are 2 people you may not be a match for, and there is 1 person you may be killed instantly by." Miyu thought for a while and answered. "P.S. Nagato is not the same age as Minato. Nagato died at the age of 35, when Naruto was 16, and Minato died at the age of 24 when he gave birth to Naruto. Minato is much older than Nagato. In addition, Nagato's 6 chakra attributes and many ninjutsu were said by Jiraiya in the comics, not made up by me. It's the end of the month, I'm asking for a monthly ticket." Chapter 378 Ninja Killing. Miyu's words made Shisui look surprised. Although Shisui is not conceited, he is still confident in his own strength. After all, he has only lost to Kakashi once since he was a child. And Miyu actually said that there is someone in the ninja organization who can kill him in seconds. This made Shisui think that there are always people who are better than him, because Yahiko and the others don't look very old. There is no need to care too much, just practice well. Everyone has their own growth path, and the result is hard to tell until the end. Miyu looked into the distance and said, "Nagato's panel does look very luxurious, but the pair of samsara eyes are not Nagato's own after all, but Uchiha Madara's. If it is not your own samsara eye, you can't use the special pupil technique of the samsara eye, you can only use the basic ability, such as Shinra Tensei Wangxiang Tianyan. If it is the samsara eye that you awaken yourself, you can use special pupil techniques. Uchiha Madara's samsara eye ability is the grave of the wheel and the prison, while Sasuke's is the sky hand power. The effect of the samsara eye special pupil technique is definitely not comparable to the basic ability. Of course, the weak basic ability of the Samsara Eye refers to the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, as well as the battles between the 6 paths. Even if the basic ability of the Samsara Eye is below the Super Shadow, it can easily beat the weak. Shisui nodded and his expression quickly recovered. He didn't originally think that he was the first genius in the ninja world, nor did he feel that his Dao heart was damaged. He just lamented that there were too many geniuses in the ninja world. You can encounter this kind of ninja every time you go. Because the bandits had been dealt with by Yahiko and his team, Miyu and his team dealt with the remaining 2 bandits and went to report to the client. The speed at which Miyu's team completed the task surprised the middle-aged client, and he sighed that it was worthy of the famous Konohagakure village in the ninja world, and the efficiency was different. On the way back to Konoha, Hongdu couldn't help but sigh. I was so nervous for a while, but in the end there were only 2 bandits who were not very good at fighting. Hongdu complained. After all, they really had to fight a life and death battle. No matter how thick Hongdu was, he would not be so nervous about such a thing. Isn't it good? In this way, it is equivalent to getting a C-level task reward just by dealing with 2 bandits. Shizuan said with a smile. She was quite happy that she could get so much money just by going out for a walk. The money from the mission will be used to buy some liver supplements for Lady Tsunade. By the way, we need to save some money to buy things for teacher Miyu. Jingyan has already started to plan the use of the money in her heart. Hehe, that's true. The commission money for the mission can buy a lot of dumplings. Hongdu said with a smile. She felt that Jingyan's statement made sense. It was just like a friend came to your house to play, and saw that your room was too messy to help you clean it up. In the end, your parents thought you cleaned it up, and said that the child was sensible, and then rewarded a little pocket money. Even if the money is not much, I will be very happy, after all, it is free. On the way back, it was still smooth sailing, and I didn't meet any ninja. Let's disband today and practice as usual tomorrow. Miyu said after returning to Konoha. Although there was basically no fighting in this mission, the long journey would also make people physically and mentally exhausted, so Miyu still let the disciples rest for a day. Yet, Hongdu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, holding the money that Miyu had given her in advance and ran towards the dumpling shop. Shizuan said goodbye to her teammates and walked towards Tsunade's home. It was a rare break time and she must rest. Shisui went straight to the South Forest without hesitation. He had not yet defeated Kakashi and became Miyu's strongest disciple again. Now he had to seize the time to practice and improve himself. Then Miyu went to the mission hall of the Hokage building to submit the mission, and then went to Tsunade's home. Although there was an accident in this mission, there was no need to report it specially. Originally, there were 2 choices for ninjas who had accidents in C-level missions. One was to ask the client to increase the money to the amount that met the mission level, and the other was to just quit and leave. Although there was an accident in Miyu's mission this time, the ninjas among the bandits were solved in advance by Yahiko and others, so Miyu submitted it as an ordinary C-level mission. Looking at Miyu coming, Tsunade was both happy and annoyed. She was happy that she could eat well later, but she was annoyed that she would die a lot of brain cells. She was doing well in the past, but she had to stop her life and study ninjutsu again because of the bet with Miyu. Tsunade really regretted it, so much so that she started to quit gambling, but the frequency was too high, and she returned to the first day of quitting gambling after a few days. I should introduce Orochimaru to you. That guy likes to study ninjutsu. Tsunade rubbed her brows and said. But soon Tsunade shook her head and said, forget it, it's better not to know him. This guy is studying ninjutsu now. His brain is not normal. He even wants to live forever. When Orochimaru was young, he was just a little weird and calm, but Tsunade thinks that Orochimaru is really a little abnormal now. At the end of the Second Ninja World War, the 3 ninjas had a party and talked about the future. Tsunade said that she didn't want to do anything, Jiraiya said that he would continue to travel to find disciples who could change the world, and Orochimaru studied ninjutsu to achieve immortality. Miyu smiled but didn't say anything. At this stage, he really didn't have the idea of contacting Orochimaru, but Orochimaru hadn't defected yet and was one of the strong candidates for Hokage. It didn't matter if Tsunade, who was also one of the 3 ninjas, cursed a few times, but it wouldn't be good for him to curse along. Miyu reached into the ninja tool bag, and just when Tsunade thought that Miyu would take out a scroll full of various questions, Miyu took out a pack of cards. This is a tabletop game I thought of in my spare time. I would be depressed if I studied every day, so I can play this to relax. Miyu said with a warm smile. Although Tsunade would not violate the bet, Miyu still hoped that the cooperation between the two would be more pleasant, so he made a ninja version of a tabletop game in his previous life. Game. Tsunade showed curiosity and picked up a few cards on the table and looked around. Uchiha Tajima, skill illusion, let the opponent guess the suit of the hand. If the guess is wrong, deduct a little physical strength from the opponent. Skill fire escape, ordinary kill can be converted into fire kill. Tsunade read the small words on the card. It's interesting, but you made a game out of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, aren't you worried about getting in trouble? Tsunade became interested. Senjua Buddha Room, skill Senjua clan, physical strength limit +1, skill benevolence, after giving 2 cards in hand, you can restore 1 physical strength. Wow, even Senju has it. Tsunade showed a serious expression. You know, this is my. What do you want to eat tonight? Miyu interrupted and asked. I haven't eaten boiled chicken for a while, so I'll eat white chicken tonight. Eat chicken, and then stir-fried pork with peppers and more meat, and. Tsunade unceremoniously listed the dishes she wanted to eat today. Tsunade would not mind turning Senju Fukuma into a game, and even turning her grandfather Senju Hashirama into a game. Tsunade even thought that if Senju Hashirama knew about it, he might be quite happy. However, the game here refers to a normal game, and there can be no insults or belittlements, otherwise Tsunade will still hit hard. Hinata Tenon, skill Soft Fist, can treat kill as dodge, skill White Eyes. At the beginning of the round, you can choose a character to view all the cards in your hand. Tsunade looked at the cards and listened to Miyu's explanation of the rules, and became more and more interested in this game called Ninja Kill. However, Miyu did not start playing with Tsunade immediately, but talked to Tsunade again about the research of Yang Seal matching ninjutsu. The cards for this game are not finished yet, so we won't play it today. Miyu explained. Although it was easy for him to make a few cards, sometimes there were advantages to being slow. Tsunade flipped through the cards and found that there were indeed quite a few missing. Many of the cards that Miyu mentioned were not in them. Then let's play tomorrow. I'll tell you about my achievements these days. Tsunade nodded. She was not a child, she would not wait for a whole day, she was not in such a hurry. Miyu added an enlightened state to herself and listened carefully to Tsunade's explanation. Since your rock breathing can be maintained for 24 hours without interruption, we can modify the sealing technique like this. Tsunade began to explain formally. After listening, Miyu was glad that she came to Tsunade for help. Tsunade was indeed the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, and her research ability related to the body was really strong. If he had to study alone, it would take at least twice as long, and 3 or 4 times as long was not impossible. After the training on the second day, Miyu brought the missing cards as she said, and killed a few games with Shizuan Tsunade and the others. Can you bring more character cards? There are only 5 ninjas, which is too few. It will not be so interesting if you play too much. After playing for a few days, Tsunade expressed her opinion. Since there are too few ninja cards, if you are unlucky, you may play the same ninja for several games. Why don't you play a card for my grandfather and others? I have thought of the skills for you. The skill is Wood Release. Choose any character to cause 4 points of damage. Tsunade urged. I will go to read the history book these days. Miyu smiled and declined Tsunade's proposal. The reason why I played Senju Hashirama and others was because Miyu only planned to play with Tsunade in private. Senju Hashirama was too close to them, which was not good. You can play my card, I don't mind. The skill is Strange Power, the damage of killing and duel is increased by 1, and the skill is Medical Ninjutsu, which restores a point of physical strength for every point of physical strength lost. Tsunade said with a smile. Miyu said she would consider it. If Tsunade wants, Miyu can make a character card for her, but the skills must not be as Tsunade said, otherwise it would be too much. This is also the reason why Miyu does not want to use Senju Hashirama. If it is too strong, it will be too much, and if it is not strong, it will not be good. The name of Senju Hashirama sounds like the beauty of adding damage. Transition, it's time to speed up the pace. Chapter 379, Changes in the Strength of Disciples and Flying Thunder God. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Hongdu condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and then used the fire attribute chakra to change the nature of the fire attribute chakra to spit out a large amount of flames to form a fireball and hit Miyu. At the same time, Shizun in another direction threw a large number of shurikens at Miyu to block her position. It's a pity that the fireball didn't hit the shuriken and was blocked by Miyu. Then Shisui, who was hiding in the dark, took the opportunity to rush towards Miyu and attack. Miyu seemed to have predicted Shisui's attack in advance and easily dodged it with a step back. At this moment, Hongdu and Shizun they also started to fight in close combat to find opportunities. Although it was 2 hands against 6 hands, the difference in strength allowed Miyu to easily knock down Hongdu and Shizun. Only the cautious Shisui was not hit. As if he was determined to make a last-ditch effort, Shisui did not use his own instant body technique to dodge, and rushed towards Miyu who was walking towards him. Bang! Shisui in front of Miyu turned into smoke and dissipated directly. The real Shisui burst out with chakra and rushed out from behind Miyu and grabbed Miyu's waist. It's still a little slow. Miyu turned quickly and grabbed Shisui's outstretched hand and smiled. Bang! Miyu threw Shisui out and hit him next to Hongdu and the others, making the 3 of them lie neatly together. It's so difficult. I've tried to grab it 5 times, and only Shisui succeeded once. Hongdu sighed while lying on the ground with her head folded and looking up at the sky. The bell-grabbing training every 3 weeks is the one that Hongdu looks forward to the most. She has always expected to grab the bell, and then Miyu will teach her the peerless ninjutsu like the teacher in the ninja novel. As a result, she grabbed it 5 times, not to mention grabbing it, she didn't even have the chance to see the bell up close. Every time she got close, she basically had to lie on the ground. When she saw Shisui grab it during the 3rd bell grab, Hongdu was so envious, but Shisui didn't seem to use it yet. Training is for improvement. Isn't it meaningless if it's too simple? If you can beat Shisui, I can give you a bell directly. Miyu gave Hongdu a suggestion to quickly get the bell. Miyu designed the bell-grabbing training to help students break through faster, not to mention winning if Hongdu can survive 3 minutes under Shisui's full-strength attack. Miyu can directly send a bell, which is already a considerable breakthrough. Is it true that I have defeated Shisui? Hongdu sat up and scratched his head, showing a bewildered look. In actual combat, he is not his opponent, and his culture is even more crushed. Hongdu doesn't know how to defeat Shisui. Maybe he can only win once if he is lucky enough to get a good hand of cards in Ninja Kill. If you can become as strong as Kakashi, you should be able to defeat me. Shisui said calmly. Although his strength has improved a little after 3 months of hard training, Shisui is still not sure of defeating Kakashi. If the current him replaces the previous him to fight Kakashi, he is still a little sure, but Kakashi must have made progress over such a long time, instead of standing still. I'd better lie down for a while. Hongdu chose to lie down after hearing Shisui's words. Who is Kakashi? A man who has graduated for several years and still left a legend of genius in the ninja school. Red Bean remembered that a teacher had said that Shisui and Kakashi were comparable, so in Red Bean's opinion, Kakashi was simply a bigger Shisui, and she couldn't catch up even if she practiced 24 hours a day. Shisui, you think too highly of Kakashi. He is just showing off his power now. When our Sharingan becomes 3 Megatama, we will definitely beat him easily. Speaking of Kakashi, Obito, and others who had completed the task came to the south border forest and happened to hear the conversation between Shisui and Red Bean. Hearing someone praising Kakashi, Obito, who had always hated Kakashi, immediately couldn't help but speak out, asking Shisui not to belittle himself and bring down the prestige of their Uchiha. What if we don't win then? Kakashi asked lightly. No. Obito was speechless for a moment. He was just talking nonsense. He didn't reach the 3 Megatama, so how could he know whether the 3 Megatama could beat Kakashi? I haven't thought about it, because there is no way I can lose. Obito said firmly. No Hararin was still there, and there were juniors from the ninja school at the scene, so Obito had to speak in a tougher tone. So, if you lose, you can run around the main city of Konoha, shouting that Obito is not as good as Kakashi while running. How about that? Kakashi raised his mouth slightly and looked at Obito. Breath of sweat appeared on Obito's forehead and back. This bet was too vicious. If it was really done this way, Obito might have to move out of Konoha with his grandmother overnight. Anyway, Obito, you won't lose, so it doesn't matter what the result of losing is. Kakashi emphasized the point that Obito would not lose. Obito was dumbfounded. If he didn't agree, wouldn't it prove that he was just bragging? It's good that you know this. The 3 Magatama Sharingan is very, very powerful. Obito said calmly on the surface, but sweating profusely. He had already made up his mind in his heart that if he was still not sure of defeating Kakashi after upgrading to the 3 Magatama Sharingan, he would not use the Sharingan for the time being to prevent being discovered. At the same time, Obito was going to do some high-intensity training to improve his strength. Disguise was not a long-term solution after all, and he still had to win to feel at ease. What if you lose, Senior Kakashi? Red Bean asked curiously. Kakashi kept talking about what Obito would do after losing, but he didn't say what the consequences would be if he lost. Kakashi turned his head and looked at Red Bean. The focus of this girl seemed to be different from others. Yes, there can't be a punishment for me if I lose, but you don't have a punishment for losing, right? Although I will definitely not lose, since you have made such a bet, you have to add it to yourself. Obito said quickly. Since it's a battle to decide the winner, then everyone should be the same. If Obito-senpai loses, he should shout that he is not as good as Kakashi-senpai, and if Kakashi-senpai loses, he should shout that he is not as good as Obito-senpai. Red Bean was very enthusiastic in giving advice to the two. Kakashi was a little bit stuck now, because it was he who proposed it. No problem. Kakashi nodded calmly, but he felt a little heavy in his heart. It seems that I have to invest more time in training. Kakashi thought silently in his heart. Obito was not sure to defeat Kakashi, but Kakashi was not 100% sure to defeat Obito with 3 Megatama Sharingan. If he really ran around Konoha and shouted that he was not as good as Obito, Kakashi would not wear a mask when he went out in the future, but a hood. Shisui glanced at Red Bean, and he realized that Red Bean actually had a good talent in fanning the flames. Originally, both parties could have regarded this as a joke, but after Red Bean said this, it really became a battle bet. Obito and Kakashi, who didn't want to lose, soon devoted themselves to training, making the training atmosphere in the South Forest even better. Looking at the two who would train to death as long as they didn't die, Miyu thought that if no Hararin had this ability to fan the flames, the two would have already been swept to the sky. The fourth best person in Minato's team was actually an undergraduate student. However, it is a good thing that the disciples' willingness to practice is getting stronger. The ninja world is getting more and more dangerous, and stronger strength can protect themselves in this chaotic situation. After the three of them practiced for a while, Mu also gave them a strength test. Obito and his friends have basically been doing missions on the battlefield for the past few months, and they only come back once in a while. Fortunately, the enlightenment skills can be directly operated on the system disciples through the panel, and the bonus is similar to that in Konoha. Since they haven't been back for 2 months this time, in order to ensure that the training plan is fine, Mu wants to determine their latest strength. In order to be accurate enough, Mu even tests alone instead of letting them go together. With the feeling from the actual combat test and the data from the identification skills test, Mu quickly figured out the growth of Obito and the other two in the past 3 months. The battlefield is indeed a place where people can be tempered. In fact, the growth rate of the 3 people in the identification data is average, but the actual combat ability has improved a lot. Now Kakashi and Obito are both real Jonin combat power, the kind that can be directly promoted to Jonin with enough merit. Besides, because of the transparent world and the flame-breathing chakra mode, the actual output limit of the two is stronger than that of ordinary Jonin. However, it is not without shortcomings. The two have a common shortcoming, that is, they cannot fight for a long time when fighting with all their strength. Kakashi's Thunder Flash consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength, and Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode is even more so. Because of the opening of the Sharingan, Obito's chakra increased dramatically over a period of time. His chakra is much more than Kakashi's. Even with more chakra, Obito can't use 2 Fire Dragon Flame bullets at full power in the flame-breathing chakra mode. It can be said that both of them have acquired abilities that suit them. If Kakashi opens the thunder-breathing chakra mode, Kakashi's chakra may not be enough to use the purple lightning at full power. However, this shortcoming is not a problem of Obito and Kakashi's talent, but a problem of age and body. They are still too young now. If they were 18 years old, they would not be like this. Nohara Lin gave Mu a small surprise. She is the one with the largest comprehensive improvement. Medical ninjutsu has made significant progress. The training on the battlefield has also made Nohara Lin's water escape and physical skills more proficient, which is excellent among the Chunin. This excellence refers to the role that can be played, not the combat power. Let the current Nohara Lin fight against Obito and Kakashi a few months ago and he will still be beaten. Mu plans to teach Nohara Rin some water escape techniques that have auxiliary abilities. At this stage, Nohara Rin is not suitable for output by herself. She will be fine after a few more years of development. Mu estimates that Tsunade will be able to develop the 100 Healings technique in a few more years. After learning the Yin Seal and the 100 Healings technique, Nohara Rin will be able to take care of both output and assistance. Mu is happy that Obito is back, because it means that Minato is back, and his Flying Thunder God technique is now stuck at 99 points of proficiency, so he needs to ask Minato for advice. After getting started, it won't be so troublesome. Mu not only has a ninjutsu proficiency scroll, but also a ninjutsu mastery scroll, which can directly raise the Flying Thunder God proficiency to the mastery level. In the evening, Minato came to Mu's house as usual. Minato, I encountered a little problem with Flying Thunder God. Do you have time tonight? Mu asked directly while cooking. Well, I'll tell you after dinner. Minato nodded and agreed. He only has a few days to be idle, and he will try his best to help Mu if she is busy. After Mu prepared the meal, Minato first used Flying Thunder God to deliver the meal to Kushina, and then ate with Mu. He had already met Kushina once after returning to Konoha, so he was not in a hurry to chat with Kushina. Obito and the others will have to trouble you again for a while. Minato said with an embarrassed look. He is indeed not a good teacher, always leaving his disciples to Mu to take care of. The village has assigned me a task to cooperate with Lord Orochimaru to solve the Cloud Village in the Land of Hot Water as soon as possible. Minato explained. The declaration of war by Kirigakure against Konoha is not just a casual talk. Kirigakure has already launched an operation on the east coast of the Land of Fire, so Konoha is a little anxious and wants to solve a battlefield as soon as possible to draw out strength to deal with Kirigakure. As for why it is Kumigakure instead of Iwagakure, it is because compared with Iwagakure with 2 great Jinchuriki, Kumigakure with the 8 tails Jinchuriki in trouble seems to be easier to deal with. Konoha really doesn't want to face 3 big ninja villages at the same time. Even if they don't work together to deal with it, it's enough for Konoha to bear. If it's not careful, there will be a risk of serious damage to its vitality. Fighting in 3 battlefields with different big ninja villages is really too stressful. This means that Konoha ninjas have to win 1 against 3 per person. It is obviously difficult to do this. It's no trouble. I'm also their teacher. Miyu replied with a warm smile. And Minato, you are doing this to protect Konoha and them. After all, there is now another Kirigakure, and the pressure on the village is too great. Minato nodded and said, Kirigakure directly entered the Land of Fire, which is what the village least wants to see. Now Konoha's general plan is to end the battlefield in the Land of Hot Water first, then concentrate on driving Kirigakure away, and finally Iwagakure. Minato knows too well how much pressure Konoha is under. He is now a brick, and he has little time to rest. Miyu listened to Minato talking about the war on the front line without any expression. As a ninja in the rear and a teacher, it was indeed difficult for him to get the latest information in this regard. Especially the information about Kirigakure, because Kirigakure had just started to fight Konoha, and only the ninjas who accepted the mission would know some relevant information. It was not confidential, but not many people knew about it. After dinner, Miyu enlightened himself and told him all the things he didn't understand. No matter what happened on the front line, improving himself was always the most important thing. This is very simple. You just need to do this. Minato thought for a while and said Miyu's problem was solved. At first, Miyu couldn't keep up with Minato's thinking. Miyu's problem was like a problem to be solved, but Minato wrote down the answer directly without going through the process. However, with Minato's patient explanation, Miyu still successfully understood it. Skill, Flying Thunder God Technique, Entry Level, 1/500. Happy New Year everyone, please give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 380 Panel, Add Points. After Minato left, Miyu looked at the entry-level Flying Thunder God on the panel and immediately clicked on the Ninjutsu Mastery scroll in the prop. Considering that powerful ninjutsu would be difficult to practice, Miyu rarely used ninjutsu mastery scrolls. Except for a test when he first obtained it, he only used a few on medical ninjutsu later, and the only ninjutsu mastery scroll was left unused. After clicking it, Miyu saw a large list of ninjutsu. He only needed to click on any ninjutsu and click OK to upgrade the ninjutsu to the mastery level. For ninjutsu that was already at the mastery level, the proficiency would increase. Miyu ignored other ninjutsu and quickly found the Flying Thunder God technique with only 1 proficiency. The ninjutsu mastery scroll has been consumed, and the skill proficiency has been improved. Flying Thunder God technique, mastery level, 1/15,000. The moment the points were added, a large number of memories of practicing Flying Thunder God emerged in Miyu's mind. He understood the problems that he once thought were profound and difficult to understand instantly, and even felt that this was it. When Flying Thunder God reached the mastery level, Miyu's understanding of Flying Thunder God reached a new level. First of all, he can be sure that it is possible for Miyu to go home. The moving distance of Flying Thunder God has 2 major limitations, one is the perception range and the other is the amount of chakra. If Miyu's perception range can cover the entire ninja world, and the chakra amount is enough to use Flying Thunder God to go home at any place in the ninja world, then it can become Miyu who goes home to rest when tired, and then continue to attack when he is not prepared. Of course, with such a large amount of chakra, probably no one can force Miyu to go home. In addition to the two major limitations, there is actually another factor that affects the distance of Flying Thunder God and even the chakra consumed, that is, the proficiency of Flying Thunder God, or in fantasy terms, the realm. For example, if Mu is only an entry-level Flying Thunder God, he needs to spend 5,000 chakras from point A to point B, and cannot go directly from point A to point C, but if Mu is a skilled Flying Thunder God, he may only need 3,000 chakras from point A to point B, and can teleport directly from point A to point C, and the mastery level uses less chakra and has a longer distance. After having such an understanding of Flying Thunder God, Mu has some more reasonable guesses that Senju Tobirama will die in the rear instead of using Flying Thunder God to take Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen to run away together. Although Senju Tobirama is a master of forbidden techniques and has developed many forbidden techniques, the techniques developed by Senju Tobirama are not necessarily perfect. For example, the impure world reincarnation, which could only be used for self-destruction during the Senju Tobirama period, can be used to a large extent after being improved by Orochimaru. Mu guessed that the same was true for Flying Thunder God. The Flying Thunder God during the Tobirama period consumed a lot of chakra, not to mention the consumption of carrying people, so it can basically only be used as a trump card to kill the enemy in battle. As for why the impure world Tobirama can carry people at will, it may be related to the unlimited chakra of impure world reincarnation. As for who has changed the Flying Thunder God of Konoha now, it must be Minato. After using the mastery level scroll, Mu did not stop. He used another ninjutsu proficiency scroll on the Flying Thunder God technique. Ninjutsu proficiency scroll has been consumed, skill proficiency increased Flying Thunder God technique, mastery level, 168/15,000. The proficiency increased slightly, and some new training memories appeared in Mu's mind, but compared with the entry to mastery, there were few. Mu did not hesitate and threw 7 more ninjutsu proficiency scrolls in. He had obtained 13 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls in total, most of which were awarded by disciples after the ninja school exams, and the remaining small part was an upgrade reward or a training task reward. Mu had used 3 before, and had 10 ninjutsu proficiency scrolls before adding points. Ninjutsu proficiency scrolls have been consumed, skill proficiency increased, Flying Thunder God technique, mastery level, 1336/15,000. The proficiency soared by more than 1,000 in one breath, and many new insights appeared in Mu's mind. Although it is still far from the next level, this number is actually not small. It only takes 3,000 proficiency to master, and more than 1,300 proficiency is already half of the mastery level. Mu did not use the remaining 2 proficiency scrolls again, just in case of emergency. Mu was very satisfied with the mastery level Flying Thunder God with more than 1,300 proficiency. He worked hard to practice to the entry level, and with the help of the panel, the proficiency of Flying Thunder God was among the best among all his skills. It is difficult to increase the proficiency of general skills after reaching the mastery level, especially for high difficulty ninjutsu. Mu took out a kunao, and under the effect of chakra, a black word quickly appeared on the kunao master. Then Mu threw the kunao, and immediately used Flying Thunder God to move a short distance. Because the space at home was too small to perform, Mu went to the training ground for testing. With the blessing of the transparent world or the thunder attribute chakra to enhance the reaction, he would not have any reaction problems. When the distance was not long, there was not much difference between him and Minato. However, this Minato refers to the Minato during the battle with the Jinchuriki. The current Minato Mu has not seen his actual combat, so he is not very familiar with him. Easy to compare. However, if you look at the panel, Minato has made great progress, whether in terms of skill proficiency or chakra. When Mu first met Minato, Minato had only 40,000 chakras. After about half a year, Minato's chakra increased to 47,600 chakras. Mu used the appraisal to look at Minato again today and found that his chakra had increased to 69,000. This is why Yu wanted to accept Nagato as his disciple. Nagato has so much chakra before he reaches the high-speed growth period. After the age of 18, it will increase sharply. Of course, Minato's chakra increased very quickly during the high-speed growth period, but Yu, who was cheating, was faster than him. Name, Hanya Yu. Chakra, 104,400. When he first met Minato, Minato had 40,000 chakras while Yu's chakra was only more than 4,000. Now, in nearly 2 years, Yu's chakra has successfully exceeded 6 digits. Chakra used to be Yu's shortcoming. Now, looking at the entire Konoha, Yu's chakra is also one of the more. Although this amount of chakra is still not enough for Yu's means, it is much better than before. After completing the test, Yu returned home and reorganized the next plan. Obito's life mission is about to break through 20 points, and he can push it to get rewards. Perfecting the Yang Seal and developing supporting ninjutsu are daily must-dos, and studying the sun breathing is a relatively important task. Finally, how to become Nagato's teacher perfectly and let his chakra also move towards Shitanla. P.S. My family insisted that I go on a blind date, which made me a little annoyed, so the number of words is a little less, and I will touch it for a day. However, I sorted out the outline today, and tomorrow it will definitely be at least 8,000 words. If it is less, just spray it. Chapter 381 Konoha Genin Uzumaki Naruto? Fake Certificate. In the morning, Yu went to the mission hall of the Hokage building to look for tasks. Obito's life mission has reached 19.2%, and he is 0.8% away from 20% and then settle the reward again. If the task type is suitable, you can rush up in one go. Of course, if it is not suitable, the effect may not be as good as staying in Konoha to practice and improve strength, so Yu did not bring Obito and others with him, but came to the Hokage building alone. If there is a suitable task, do it, if there is no task, practice. B-level task, investigate Lulin Minister and Lushan. Yu's eyes condensed when he saw the word Lulin, and he quickly read the whole task. Lulin is a very special place in the Naruto world, because the dragon vein under it has the power to travel through time and space. However, Yu remembered very clearly that when Minato went to the dragon vein, he was already proficient in using the Raise Nan, and the Lulin mission should not be at this time. Yu carefully recalled the beginning and end of the Lulin plot, and found that the Lulin mission in front of him was not the same as the Lulin mission that Minato took. The Lulin mission that Minato took at that time was to protect Queen Sarah, and the B-level mission in front of him was issued by Sarah's mother, and now Sarah is not even the queen of Lulin. I accepted this mission. Yu thought about it and said to the registered ninja. Although Naruto may not be seen at this time, this mission is indeed very suitable for sprinting the mission progress. If Obito performs better, he can become a small hero of a small country like the Snow Country. Even if it is not for Obito's life mission reward, Yu also wants to take this mission to go to Lulin to see the dragon vein. This is enough to travel through time and space. It would be a pity not to take a look and study it. After accepting the mission, Yu returned to the South Forest and explained the situation to the disciples. It's just a B-level mission. Teacher Yu, why don't you take an A-level mission? Obito scratched his head and asked in confusion. Obito has done a lot of A-level missions on the battlefield. Now he is doing ordinary B-level missions. He feels that there is no challenge. Don't you like to take pictures of different scenery in different places? Lulin is a small country that existed a long time ago. There are unique buildings in the country that only exist in Lulin. Yu replied with a warm smile. Is it so true? Then this mission must be done. Obito's eyes lit up instantly, and he was very moved. You change so fast. Kakashi couldn't help but complain when he saw the huge difference between Obito and the past. What do you know? You didn't know the painstaking efforts of Yu teacher at the beginning. Obito said indifferently. I think this is mainly related to your failure to study the geography of the ninja world seriously. Kakashi said expressionlessly. I guess you don't know more than 10 countries. How is it possible? Don't underestimate me, Kakashi. It's just 10 countries. I'll read them to you now. Obito was angry. How could he not know 10 countries? There are 5 of the 5 major countries alone. Obito quickly read the full names of the 5 major countries, and then continued: Snow Country, Grass Country, River Country, Soup Country. Soup, Lulin. And then, there are only 10. Kakashi showed a mocking smile on his face. Obito blushed and his mind quickly turned to try to think of other countries that he hadn't mentioned. And there are 11 countries in the land of rice. Kakashi, what else do you have to say? Obito suddenly had an idea and thought of the name of another country and asked Kakashi loudly. Pa pa pa. Kakashi clapped his hands and said with a faint smile, it's amazing that Obito can remember 11 countries including the 5 major countries. Obito's face became even redder. Although Kakashi was praising him, Obito felt greatly insulted. Then do you know the Rain Country, the Moon Country, the Wave Country, the Taki Country, the Bird Country, the Bear Country? Kakashi suddenly read out a string of small country names. Listening to the names of so many unfamiliar small countries, Obito's eyes showed a trace of confusion. Are there so many countries in the ninja world? Kakashi, don't bully Obito. Obito is the worst at this. Nohara-rin smiled helplessly. But what Nohara-rin didn't know was that her words brought Obito a greater critical hit. So in Xylan's heart, I am a fool. Obito couldn't help squatting down and drawing circles on the ground with his fingers. He really hoped that someone could teach Kakashi a lesson. It was too bullying. Okay, everyone get ready. It's time to set off. Miyu stood up and said in time. Since this mission was a B-level mission, Miyu did not take Shisui and the others with him, but left the shadow clone to teach them. After everything was ready, Miyu led Obito and the others to Lulin. Walking westward, Miyu and the others' environment gradually changed from forest to grassland, then to desert grassland, and finally to the endless desert. Looking at the golden field, Obito couldn't help but take out his camera and took 2 photos. Last time, I didn't stay for a while before I encountered the enemy. This time I can make up for it. Obito smiled excitedly. Lulin was a pleasant surprise for him in the desert. The first time he saw the desert in his life was not very good, because he met the cloud-hidden ob combination after a while, and he didn't have a camera to take pictures at that time. Maybe you will start to miss Konoha after staying for a few days. Miyu opened his Byakugan to check the surroundings, and then said. The scenery in the desert is very spectacular, but it is not comfortable to stay for a long time, because there are similar scenes everywhere, and the living environment is worrying. Although the latter is not a big deal for ninjas, the former will make Obito lose his novelty about the desert very quickly. Mr. Miyu, you think too highly of him. I guess he will say that Konoha is more comfortable to live in at night. Kakashi said lightly. Obito glared at Kakashi and made up his mind that he would not complain no matter how hard he suffered in the desert, and he must not let Kakashi look down on him. Except for taking care of Obito's curiosity when he first arrived in the desert, Miyu accelerated all the way to Lulin. Why are there so many tall buildings here? Looking at Lulin in front of him, Kakashi's face showed a puzzled look. Lulin in the book is not like this. Although it is normal for information in the book to lag behind, the changes are indeed a bit fast. It turns out that you don't know what Lulin looks like, Kakashi. I thought you were so powerful, but you only know the name. Obito, who was taking pictures, was overjoyed when he heard Kakashi speak and turned back to mock. Kakashi frowned slightly and ignored Obito, but looked around and began to observe. He found that there were still many buildings in Lulin that were recorded in the data. Those super high buildings with Lulin style should be newly built. Let's go and meet our client. Miyu said, taking out 3 kunao from the ninja tool bag and distributing them to the disciples. Kakashi looked at Miyu, with a little surprise in his eyes. They hadn't fought since they came out of Konoha, so Miyu was definitely not worried that they didn't have enough ninja tools, so it could only be. "Teacher Miyu, do you also know Flying Thunder God?" Kakashi asked. At this time, Obito was still a little confused about why Miyu wanted to distribute kunao to them. Hearing Kakashi's words, he subconsciously looked at Miyu. "Well, as long as you bring the kunao with you, I can move to your side at any time." Miyu nodded and smiled. "Teacher Miyu, do you really not have a twin brother who has been separated for many years?" Obito asked directly. Minato looks like Miyu, and both of them know Flying Thunder God technique, and they are both gentle. It is hard for Obito not to suspect that they are brothers. After all, the Flying Thunder God technique is not a ninjutsu that all Uchiha can use, like the Great Fireball. Obito only saw Minato use it. Not to mention Obito, Nohara-rin, and Kakashi all looked at Miyu with curiosity. Although Miyu denied it many times, it was indeed too similar. "Pa!" Miyu put her index and middle fingers together and knocked on Obito's forehead. "No, don't guess blindly. The Flying Thunder God technique was taught to me by Minato, and I just happened to learn it." If there was no Minato's explanation, it might take him a long time to learn it by force, so it's okay to say that it was taught by Minato. "Teacher Miyu, I want to learn this too." Obito rubbed the place where he was knocked and said with a smile. As much as Obito didn't want to fight Minato, he wanted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique as much as he wanted to. In his opinion, this ninjutsu was too shameless. You tried your best but couldn't touch the corner of Minato Namikaze's clothes, but if you dare to be careless, Minato Namikaze's kunao will pierce you. I'll teach you when you can learn it. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Miyu was going to teach Obito Flying Thunder God. After all, Obito had a talent for space, but he wouldn't teach him now. Because Flying Thunder God consumes a lot of chakra, Obito can't learn it now. Just like no one would teach a 5 or 6-year-old child to extinguish the fire, is it because they don't want to teach? How can they learn it? Great! Obito couldn't help cheering, and then looked at Kakashi with a provocative look. If he learns Flying Thunder God, Obito doesn't believe Kakashi can beat him. Kakashi looks at Miyu. Flying Thunder God is really powerful, and he wants to learn it too. You can all learn it, but this ninjutsu has special conditions. Don't be discouraged if you don't learn it. Miyu said. He hopes that all his disciples can learn Flying Thunder God, so that both combat effectiveness and life-saving ability can be improved to a certain extent, but this is obviously a bit unrealistic. In the original work, Minato passed the Flying Thunder God technique to his guards. Could he not teach it to Kakashi? It is likely that he taught it, but Kakashi didn't learn it. Miyu learned Flying Thunder God before he got the space talent. Knowing that feeling, he was really confused and couldn't understand it at all. However, in Miyu's opinion, Kakashi didn't really need Flying Thunder God in battle. He could enter the transparent world before Changzhong. Kakashi would definitely be able to practice the breathing method to the perfect level, and then the short-range burst would not be slower than Flying Thunder God. After briefly chatting with the disciples about the Flying Thunder God, Miyu took the disciples to meet the client this time, the current Queen of Lulan. The current Queen of Lulan is a young woman who looks very gentle. Perhaps because she is the queen, she has enough wealth to maintain herself. Just by looking at her appearance, Miyu can't tell that she is a mother who already has a child in her teens. The mission says that we need to investigate an Lushan. Are there any investigation points that need to be focused on? Miyu asked after both parties confirmed their identities. Please try to investigate his past and what he did in secret. The Queen of Lulan said. Isn't he a minister of your country? How come you don't even know his past? Kakashi asked puzzledly. A person of unknown origin actually became the second role under the queen. The Queen of Lulan showed helplessness on her face and explained, "At first, he talked about his past, and he became a minister only after making great contributions, but now I suspect that his past was a disguise, and he came to Lulan for impure purposes." No matter how much the Queen of Lulan suspected Lushan, she could not deny his contribution to Lulan. If it were not for Lushan's help, Lulan would not be able to build so many high-rise buildings, and the economy would be much worse than it is now. It was precisely because of Lushan's contribution to Lulan that the Queen of Lulan did not directly dismiss Lushan and imprison him because of suspicion, but invited ninjas to investigate. In addition, please do it secretly, don't reveal your purpose, and don't let people know that I entrusted you. The Queen of Lulan continued. Now there are many people in Lulan who support Lushan. Exposing it before evidence is found will lead to dissatisfaction among the people and officials. This is also one of the reasons why she wanted to find Konoha ninjas. There are too many people in Lulan who support Lushan now, and it is easy to be exposed. However, the Queen of Lulan can understand them. After all, Lushan did bring development to Lulan. Obito looked at the Queen of Lulan with a surprised look on his face. It was the first time he saw a queen in such a miserable state. After Fenghua Zhaoxiu confirmed that Fenghua Nudao had problems, she directly sent troops to arrest people, while the Queen of Lulan was worried that people would know about the investigation. No problem. Mu Yu nodded to show that she understood. He could understand the Queen of Lulan. This place was called a small country, but in fact it was only the size of a town, far worse than the snow country, and the location was not good. In the remote desert, there were frequent wars around, and life was really hard. Under such circumstances, it was inevitable that someone who brought development and change to Lulan would be supported, but the Queen of Lulan had to be thankful for her caution. If she really dared to act casually, she would be the one to die in the end. Lushan was not only a ninja, but also a ninja with strong strength. It won't be someone like Fenghua Nudao again, preparing to take Lulan for himself. Obito guessed on the way out. It's hard to say before the investigation is clear. Even the Queen of Lulan doesn't know. Kakashi shook his head and said. Now they haven't even seen Lushan, so it's meaningless to make empty speculations. Mu Yu first found an ordinary hotel, and then said to Kakashi and others, in order to investigate efficiently as soon as possible, we will split up for the time being. I will be in one group, and you will be in one group of 3. We will exchange information together when we return to the hotel at night. Mu Yu can observe the powerful energy under Lulan through his white eyes. He plans to go to the Dragon Vein to take a look first. His perception cannot cover the entire ninja world, but it is no problem to cover the entire Lulan. As long as the disciples are in danger, Mu Yu can use Flying Thunder God to support. In order to prevent accidents, Mu Yu will also send a shadow clone to follow Kakashi and others, double insurance. After speaking, Mu Yu's figure quickly disappeared in front of the 3 people. Let's go, let's observe the current Lulan first. Kakashi didn't hesitate at all and immediately prepared to start the investigation. Why do you act like you are the captain? Obito didn't like Kakashi's attitude of giving orders directly. So what do you want to do now, and why do you want to do this? Kakashi turned his head and looked at Obito and asked. Obito's momentum was insufficient all of a sudden. Kakashi asked this question as if he was doing a test paper. After Obito had no objection, the 3 of them officially began to investigate. Because of the request of the Queen of Lulan, Kakashi and the other 2 put away their forehead protectors and chunin vests, and dressed like ordinary people to observe Lulan. Kakashi, Xiaolin, I seem to have found someone who might be problematic. Obito said, looking at the yellow-haired figure looking around stupidly in front of him. Nuive already found it before. Kakashi frowned slightly as he looked at the Konoha forehead protector. He is indeed a person who looks suspicious at first glance. Noharolin followed the 2 people's gaze and showed an expression of approval. Be careful and be prepared for battle. Kakashi reminded in a low voice. In Kakashi's opinion, there are too many suspicious points about the yellow-haired figure in front of him. He only wears a forehead protector and no chunin vest, so he may be a genin. Why would a genin appear alone in Lulin? Not really, the other party may also be a Konoha ninja. Obito felt that the person opposite should not be bad. Not everyone who wears a Konoha forehead protector is a Konoha ninja. Kakashi said lightly. It is too simple to imitate a ninja's forehead protector. No matter how simple it is, you don't need to imitate it and can directly transform. However, Kakashi has not seen any traces of the person opposite using the transformation technique. Of course, it is also possible that the other party is very skilled in the transformation technique. Just ask and you will know. After saying that, Obito gave Kakashi a look, and the two of them surrounded him in a fighting posture. Are you a Konoha ninja? Obito asked straight to the point. Isn't this obvious? Naruto pointed to his forehead protector and said. Can I trouble you to see your ninja ID? After all, it's a wartime period, please understand. Kakashi said in a deep voice. All official ninjas in Konoha have IDs, which not only record the basic information of the ninja and the number of completed tasks, but also anti-counterfeiting technology. Ah, what war! But I seem to have my ID with me. Naruto Uzumaki was a little confused when he heard Kakashi's words, but he roughly understood what they meant. They were also Konoha ninjas. So Naruto readily handed his ID to Kakashi. For some reason, he felt that the white-haired masked kid in front of him looked familiar. Naruto Uzumaki, Genin, Ninja number 012607. After Kakashi finished reading Naruto's ID, his eyelids couldn't help twitching. He had to report to Miyu about the leak of Konoha's ID anti-counterfeiting technology in the evening. In Kakashi's opinion, the ID that Naruto Uzumaki gave him was a very real fake ID. He said it was very real because this ID was exactly the same as the Konoha ninja ID, and there was no difference in the details, but the information on it was too outrageous, and the ninja number was more than 12,600. How outrageous is it? Obito has not graduated for a full year yet. In 2011, he was considered the latest graduate of the ninja school, and his ninja number was 10,886. In other words, even if Obito was the top ninja in their class and Naruto was the last, there was still a gap of more than 1,700 people between them. The ninja school obviously couldn't graduate so many ninjas in 1 year, and Kakashi looked at Naruto and he didn't look like a ninja school graduate, he must be at least 15 or 16 years old. And there weren't many people in a grade in the ninja school, so if he was the latest graduate, Obito wouldn't be able to recognize him. The surname Uzumaki is also very suspicious. If Kakashi remembers correctly, there is only one Uzumaki clan member in Konoha now, Minato's girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina. A simple ID card reveals too many outrageous doubts. Kakashi did not return the ID card to Uzumaki Naruto. He gave Obito a look and then silently gathered chakra to prepare for the battle. Mu Yueying's clone, who had been following in the dark, showed an interested look. This development is a bit interesting. By the way, do you know where this is? Have you seen the centipede? I'm on a mission to capture him. Naruto, who finally met a ninja from the same village, asked happily. This is Lulin. You came here without even knowing where this is. Because Uzumaki Naruto's expression was too real, Kakashi couldn't tell whether Uzumaki Naruto was really stupid or pretending to be crazy. Lulin? This is Lulin. I remember Lulin is not a ruin. Naruto turned his head and looked at the intact and even prosperous town around him, scratched his hair and asked in confusion. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto like this, Kakashi felt a sense of familiarity inexplicably, because Obito was usually in this state. Since Uzumaki Naruto did not deliberately control the volume, pedestrians around him looked at him sideways. Feeling bad, Kakashi could only lead Uzumaki Naruto to a remote place. If he continued like this, he would be exposed before the investigation even started. By the way, your last name is not Hataki, right? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help asking Kakashi on the way. He thought that the child in front of him might be the illegitimate child of his teacher Hataki Kakashi. Kakashi nodded calmly. It was no longer the Warring States period, and there was no problem in reporting a last name. Really, teacher Kakashi is really too much. He secretly had such a big child and didn't tell me. Naruto Uzumaki said with an indignant look on his face. Kakashi? Kakashi looked at Naruto Uzumaki with a question mark on his face. What does it mean? I am my own child. Is there another person named Hataki Kakashi in the world? Haha, Kakashi, he calls you teacher, even though you are his own son. Obito couldn't help but laugh loudly. He thought Naruto Uzumaki was really interesting. If Naruto Uzumaki was really a Konoha ninja, Obito would definitely lie it's so fun to make friends with him. Puff. Uzumaki Naruto's words made Nohara Lin laugh out loud. She felt that Uzumaki Naruto must know Kakashi, and his acting skills were very good. He was pretending to be so real. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a dark face. He felt that Naruto was a ninja who knew him and was deliberately irritating him. Ah, where is Kakashi teacher? Because of Obito's words, Uzumaki Naruto looked around for Kakashi's trace. Ha ha ha, I can't do it anymore. Obito laughed even louder. Just based on this encounter, he felt that this mission was done right. Who are you? Stop pretending. Kakashi asked directly. He felt that if he continued like this, he would leave a lot of jokes for Obito. How could he bear it? Didn't I give you my ninja certificate? I am Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said puzzledly. Are you referring to your flawed ninja ID? The imitation is indeed very good, but the data inside is too wrong. Kakashi said lightly. If you can't tell the truth, then we can only communicate in the ninja way. Kakashi silently took out the kunai from the ninja bag. At this time, they had walked to a very remote place. Although Uzumaki Naruto acted harmless, the information revealed by this incident had to make Kakashi pay attention. I really don't understand what you are thinking. Uzumaki Naruto was a little confused, not knowing how he had offended the other party. Although he had been laughing at Kakashi, after Kakashi was about to really take action, Obito still chose to help immediately. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat and spit out a large amount of flames to form a fireball and hit Uzumaki Naruto. Hey, if you take action, I will beat you to tears even if you are related to Kakashi teacher. Naruto easily dodged the great fireball and said. So fast, the opponent is not simple. Kakashi noticed Naruto's speed and became cautious. Since the opponent was not simple, Kakashi concentrated his breathing to the extreme to enhance his own ability, and then pulled out the white fang short blade to chop at Uzumaki Naruto. Multiple shadow clone technique. Seeing that both of them had taken action, Naruto also started, directly using the huge chakra in his body to instantly split more than 80 shadow clones. Bang bang bang! White smoke flashed, and Kakashi and Obito were instantly surrounded by many shadow clones. At first, Kakashi thought it was just a deceptive illusion, but after fighting, he found that they were all physical clones. What a terrifying chakra! Kakashi's expression became serious. Naruto, who split so many shadow clones in one breath, was still as usual. Kakashi threw away all distractions and fought wholeheartedly, fighting with Naruto's attacking shadow clones. Obito, who was standing by, was also shocked by Naruto's human wave tactics. It was the first time he saw someone use shadow clones like this. Generally, ninjas use shadow clones to collect intelligence, and they are usually used flexibly in battle. Basically, no one relies on shadow clones. Nohara Rin opened her mouth slightly when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that a ninja she met on the road would have such strength. Obito. Obito concentrated his breath, then condensed a large amount of chakra in his palm, and with the blessing of the breath of fire, all of it was transformed into fire attribute chakra and gushed out in one breath. Whoosh! The fierce flames instantly engulfed most of Naruto's shadow clones around him, leaving charred marks on the ground. One flash, two consecutive. Kakashi's feet flashed with blue lightning. With the blessing of lightning attribute chakra to activate his body, he ran and swung his sword at a high speed, and also cleared a large number of Naruto's shadow clones. The performance of the two surprised Uzumaki Naruto a little. Although he didn't want to fight, they were quite capable of destroying so many of his shadow clones. After all, Obito and the others looked about the same age as Konohamaru. What a capable guy! Naruto twisted his wrist, and a smile that was about to play a prank appeared on his face. Although Naruto liked Kakashi as his teacher, Kakashi did a lot of bad things. Blame your father if you want to blame him. Naruto silently said in his heart, and his chakra burst out instantly, splitting hundreds of clones again, and then the real body rushed out. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto splitting a bunch of shadow clones, Kakashi's forehead was covered with sweat. He found that the three of them might not be able to beat Uzumaki Naruto. We have to make a bigger noise to let Muyu teacher know what's going on here. Kakashi thought of a countermeasure quickly in his mind. They had Muyu's flying thunder god Konoha on them. If Muyu knew something was wrong, she could come over immediately. Although this Uzumaki Naruto was very strong, Kakashi didn't think he could beat Muyu. Due to Uzumaki Naruto's exaggerated performance, Kakashi immediately entered the state of a transparent world. He and everything around him became transparent in his eyes, and his strength and insight increased greatly. 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Although Kakashi could know where the attack was coming from, Naruto's shadow clones were too many, and their strength was not weak. There was also Naruto's original body making trouble, so Kakashi was soon punched in the face. Nohara-rin wanted to use water escape to help Kakashi out of trouble, but Naruto's Raise-nan directly dispersed Nohara-rin's water escape. Seeing that Kakashi was at a disadvantage, Obito didn't care about the consumption problem and directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Fire escape, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. The power of Orokai is very high, but the range is average, so Obito chose the wider Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. As the chakra in Obito's body continued to be consumed, the orange-red high-temperature flames continued to spit out from Obito's mouth, quickly forming a small sea of fire, burning a large number of Naruto's shadow clones. Then Obito controlled the orange-red flames to attack all Uzumaki Naruto in 3 different directions. Because it was a physical clone, even his Sharingan could not see through the shadow clones, and could not find Naruto's body among the many clones. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with his lightning escape, Obito's fire escape was more powerful and eye-catching. Such a fierce flame only needed to be maintained for a while, which was enough to attract attention. Water escape, water wave hand. But at this moment, someone suddenly released the water escape, and the fierce water flow like a wave came, instantly extinguishing all the flames spewed by Obito. Kakashi, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, sank again. The enemy was not only one person but also had helpers. Kakashi looked over and saw a ninja wearing a black combat uniform, a Konoha Chunin vest and a Konoha forehead protector slowly walking towards them. Kakashi felt that they might have accidentally fallen into a huge conspiracy against Konoha. In order to increase the average subscription, 8K chapters were released. Chapter 382: A Somewhat Bad Future. Naruto, what happened? Yamato asked Uzumaki Naruto, who was walking towards him after putting out the fire. He was also confused about the current situation. He was fighting the enemy in the ruins just now, and the next moment he appeared in a prosperous town. Uzumaki Naruto smiled and pointed at Kakashi and said, "Captain Yamato, look who I met. Teacher Kakashi actually has a child, and he is almost the same age as Konohamaru. How is it possible? How could Senior Kakashi Yamato subconsciously wanted to deny what Uzumaki Naruto said. He has known Kakashi for so long, how could he not know that Kakashi has been single, but when he saw the boy that Naruto pointed out, he was stunned instantly. There were too many shadow clones of Naruto at the scene, and the sea of fire and waves just now seriously blocked Yamato's sight. After looking carefully, Yamato found that the boy that Uzumaki Naruto pointed out really looked like Hitaki Kakashi. The same silver hair, black mask covering half of the face, no scars except for the eyes, and he didn't look dead fish eyes and was very energetic. He was simply a young version of Kakashi. And his last name is Hitaki too. Uzumaki Naruto said with a smile. In his opinion, there was no need to think about it. This silver-haired boy must be Kakashi's son. They look so similar, even the last name is the same. What else could it be but a son? Yamato was so surprised that he couldn't speak for a while. If the last name is Hitaki, then it must be Kakashi's son. Hitaki is not a common last name like Watanabe Tanaka. Hard, Kakashi's fist hardened. Kakashi glared at Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto. It was the first time that he had such a strong desire to beat someone. If he hadn't felt that he couldn't beat them, Kakashi would have rushed up to punch them both. Uzumaki Naruto's strength is naturally needless to say. He has just experienced it. His chakra is unfathomable and his body is also very strong. He also has a powerful no-mark ninjutsu. Yamato just released a wave-like water escape without making a seal. Obviously, he is also a water escape ninja with extraordinary strength. However angry Kakashi is, Obito wants to laugh as much as he wants to laugh now. It's really too funny. At first, a disciple of Kakashi appeared, and now a junior of Kakashi appeared. But after all, they are fighting, so Obito is trying hard to hold back his laughter. He will only laugh out loud if he can't help it. Since he is the son of Senior Kakashi, why are you fighting? Yamato looked at Uzumaki Naruto puzzled. It's not that I want to bully him, it's him who wants to do it. Uzumaki Naruto explained. I gave him my ninja certificate, but he insisted that I was not a Konoha ninja, and then we started fighting. Even if Hitaki Kakashi knew about it, Uzumaki Naruto felt that he was right. This. Yamato's expression became more confused. He suspected that Uzumaki Naruto had omitted some important details. How could he fight for such a reason? As for not knowing Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato didn't think it was a big deal. Although Uzumaki Naruto was well known in Konoha, not everyone knew him. For example, he had known Kakashi for more than 10 years and didn't know that Kakashi had a son. Naruto may not be very good at speaking, so let me communicate with you. I am Yamato, a jonin of Konoha, and this is my ninja certificate. Yamato took out his certificate from the ninja tool bag and showed it to Kakashi. What do you mean I am not very good at speaking? Uzumaki Naruto was very dissatisfied. It was not his problem just now. Yamato temporarily ignored the complaining Uzumaki Naruto. He carefully looked at Obito and the other two and watched their reactions. Hearing Yamato's words, Kakashi's eyes fixed on the certificate that Yamato took out. The first thing he looked at was the ninja number. As he expected, it was still outrageous. The ninja number of Yamato, who claimed to be a Konoha Jonin, was 010992. If this number was a Konoha ninja, then he could only be a ninja who graduated in the same class as Obito. Less than a year after graduation, he jumped directly from a genin to a jonin. Even brainless ninja novels dare not write this. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat him and had to delay time to wait for Miyu to come, Kakashi would have mocked him long ago. What should we do now? Because Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto didn't take action, Obito exited the flame-breathing chakra mode and walked to Kakashi's side and asked softly. He wasn't really stupid. They were afraid that they couldn't beat the opponent with this posture. Nohara-rin also walked over and looked at Kakashi. Although there was no clear captain in the team, Kakashi usually made the decision when encountering such a situation. Don't talk too much, just act according to my words. Kakashi exhaled and said calmly. It was impossible to fight again. What Kakashi had to do now was to wait for Miyu. Well, no problem. Hello Yamato Jonin, what happened just now was a misunderstanding. Kakashi threw Naruto's ninja certificate back to Naruto and said. Since the opponent wanted to disguise as Konoha ninjas, Kakashi would play with them and take them to see Miyu. Kakashi didn't believe that these two ninjas could be stronger than the combination of Kyumigakuer. What? Captain Yamato's will do. Naruto Uzumaki looked around at his ninja certificate, then looked at Yamato's and didn't feel any difference. Yamato smiled and nodded and put the certificate away. You two are chasing a ninja named Beiju, right? It happens that I heard our captain mention this name before. Why don't I take you to see our captain, which can be regarded as compensation for the misunderstanding just now? Kakashi said sincerely, and put on the Konoha forehead protector in the ninja tool bag. When did Mr. Miyu? Obito was about to ask why he hadn't heard of it, then he noticed Kakashi's eyes and shut up immediately. He admired Kakashi a little bit. He didn't blink at all when lying, and it looked like the truth. That would be great. Yamato nodded with a smile. Originally, he wanted to see Obito's ID, but the white-haired boy looked and dressed like Kakashi, and he also had a Konoha forehead protector. The fire ninjutsu used by Obito was also Konoha's famous powerful fire ninjutsu. There must be no problem with his identity. It's not the time of the previous Ninja World War. The villages won't have nothing to do and carry out so many espionage activities. By the way, what's your name? Yamato couldn't help but be curious. If he didn't feel it was presumptuous, he would have wanted to ask directly who Kakashi's mother was. Hitaki Obito. Kakashi said without changing his expression. Since the other party wanted to tease him with his name, he would just go along with it. Anyway, the ultimate goal was to delay time. Obito was dumbfounded when he heard Kakashi's words. He looked at Kakashi with a confused face. Kakashi was called Obito, so what was his name, Uchiha Kakashi? It's okay, he became a substitute. So it's called Obito. Senior Kakashi is really hiding it. Yamato sighed. He was really curious about the story. He couldn't imagine that Senior Kakashi already had such a big son. He usually behaved so. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but clenched his fists. This feeling of being teased and unable to resist was too uncomfortable. Obito also looked unhappy, because he found that he was at a disadvantage. If he looked at it this way, wouldn't it mean that Obito was Kakashi's son? Damn Kakashi, is this also in your calculation? Obito cursed in his heart. Yamato looked at Kakashi with a more friendly look. By the way, who is your captain? Yamato asked casually. Hanyu Miyu, but unlike you, Yamato, a Jonin, Captain Miyu is a special Jonin. Kakashi answered quickly. Miyu is different from Minato. If Minato was there, Kakashi would just lie about a name, because Minato had a high reputation in the Ninja World War. However, in order not to alert the other party, Kakashi lied about Miyu's ninja level, saying that Miyu was just a special Jonin, and even did not say that Miyu was their teacher, but just said captain. Yamato smiled and said nothing, because he did not know the special Jonin Kakashi was talking about. Because he was either in the root or in the Anbu before, Yamato's social circle was relatively small, not many ninjas I know. Seeing that the two sides have communicated to this point, the hidden Miyu shadow clone notified the main body, and then asked the main body to come and deal with it. If I don't come now, it will be a bit too late. Whoosh! After receiving the notification, Miyu's main body immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique to move to the side of Kakashi and others. A person suddenly appeared beside him, and Yamato subconsciously took 2 steps back after discovering that the other party was wearing a Konoha ninja uniform, so he did not take further action. Teacher Miyu, These two people are unknown people disguised as Konoha ninjas. Seeing Miyu coming, Kakashi quickly explained the situation to Miyu. The anti-counterfeiting technology of our Konoha ninja certificates may have been leaked. Although the content of the other party's certificate has obvious errors, other aspects are consistent with normal certificates. Obito and Nohara-rin also stood beside Miyu and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato vigilantly. What's going on? Naruto scratched his head, a little confused about what was going on. Obito, what are you doing? Yamato looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look on his face. How could his ANBU captain's ninja certificate be fake? How could he become an unknown person pretending to be a Konoha ninja? And didn't he say he had information about Centipede? How could it suddenly become like this? Yamato felt that Kakashi's son is as unpredictable as he is. I understand. You guys step back and I'll take care of them. Miyu nodded and asked the disciples to retreat to a safe place. Although Miyu knew the cause and effect very well, he didn't know it from the perspective of the disciples, so he had to act a little. At this time, do you still want to pretend? I am Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi said coldly. The teasing along the way made Kakashi very angry. He was really angry now. However, Kakashi's plain words were shocking in the eyes of Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto. It was like a friend's son solemnly reading his father's name and saying that he was him. If you are Teacher Kakashi, I am still the 6th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto complained. No matter how dazzled he was, he would not recognize a white-haired boy as his 30-year-old teacher. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto glanced at Miyu next to Kakashi, and suddenly felt that Miyu seemed a little familiar. The ninja with a silly face and orange sportswear has a lot of chakra and can create hundreds of shadow clones in one breath. The remaining ninja who looks a little stupid is good at water escape and should be much stronger than ordinary jonin. Kakashi then quickly told the known information about Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto. He is confident in Miyu's strength, but he has to tell the information if he has it. It is also a contribution to make Miyu win more easily. A silly face? Bastard, even Kakashi's son will beat you to tears. Naruto, who felt greatly insulted, lifted his sleeves and gritted his teeth. Look stupid. Yamato felt a little hurt. Would he look stupid? Kakashi looked indifferent. He was definitely not avenging what Naruto and Yamato did before. He was just telling the truth. Is there any misunderstanding? Yamato said, holding Naruto with his hand. He was not afraid of fighting, but he didn't want to fight with ninjas from the same village because of a small matter. No matter who got hurt, it would not be good for Konoha. If you really don't believe it, you can contact the 5th generation. Our mission this time was personally assigned to us by the 5th generation. Yamato said. Even Nohara-rin couldn't hold it anymore. What the hell is the 5th generation? Is this person crazy? The current Hokage of Konoha is only the 3rd generation. Kakashi's face showed a thoughtful look. If the previous words were to play with him to anger him, what does it mean to say the 5th generation now? Cursing the Konoha Hokage to die early? Sorry, your words make you look even weirder. The Hokage of Konoha has only been passed down to the 3rd generation. Miyu reminded tactfully. Hearing Miyu's words, both Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto stood still. Isn't Grandpa Hokage in the Chunin exam? Naruto looked at Miyu in confusion. Yamato connected Kakashi and Miyu's words, and combined with the shocking changes in the surrounding environment, a terrifying guess appeared in his mind. They'd traveled through time and space. The reason why the white-haired boy looks so much like Kakashi is not because he is Kakashi's son, but because he is Kakashi when he was a child. The reason why Kakashi thinks their ninja certificates are fake is probably because of the ninja number. More than a decade ago, Konoha's current ninja number may not even match the number on their certificates. After figuring this out, Yamato finally understood why Kakashi was angry. If someone inexplicably said that he was his own son one day, Yamato would also be unhappy. Is he the future 4th Hokage? No, the 4th Hokage's name is Minato Namikaze, and he doesn't wear glasses. Yamato almost recognized Miyu as the 4th Hokage on the rock phase. But after thinking about it carefully, Yamato felt that they should just look alike. Kakashi had mentioned Miyu's name before. Yamato wanted to say something, but then Miyu rushed towards him, forcing Yamato to give up the explanation. Traveling through time and space is indeed a bit incredible. I'll explain it after defeating him later. Yamato thought to himself. This matter was so bizarre that Yamato felt that even if he said it directly, the Konoha ninja on the other side would not believe it. Wood release, great forest technique. As Yamato's chakra burst out, Yamato's arms immediately extended multiple wooden vine branches and rushed towards Miyu. Wood release. Kakashi looked at the thick branches extending from Yamato's arms in shock. Although there were no more wood release ninjas in Konoha after the death of Hashirama Senju, no Konoha ninja would not know wood release, because the first generation died, but lived in the textbooks, and many people who knew the deeds of the god of ninjas were still alive. In the hearts of Konoha people, wood release is the strongest bloodline limit. Sharingan, Byakugan, ice release, magnetic release cannot compare with wood release. Wood release is invincible. Is this wood release? It doesn't look very strong. Obito said, touching his chin. He imagined that wood release was more spectacular, and he could create a small forest with a ninjutsu. Obito thought it would be very convenient if one of them mastered wood release. Then they wouldn't have to change trees when training in the forest of death. If they destroyed a tree, they could just create a new one. Are they really Konoha ninjas? Nohara-rin couldn't help thinking. Once wood release was used, false evidence wouldn't matter. Facing the attacking thick branches, Miyu didn't retreat, but concentrated his strength on the palm of his right hand, and then burst out his chakra to chop at the attacking branches. Bang! Under Miyu's powerful force, the 4 attacking branches were all of them shattered and fell to the ground. What a strong power! Yamato looked at Miyu in surprise. The wood created by wood release is different from ordinary trees. It is not only harder but also has the special effect of absorbing chakra. Miyu can easily break wood release ninjutsu, which shows her strength. Captain Yamato, let me do it. Naruto burst out chakra and quickly formed a seal. Bang bang bang! Instantly, dozens of Naruto's shadow clones appeared on the field. Konoha Dragon God. Before Naruto's shadow clones started to attack, Miyu directly gathered strength to perform Konoha Dragon God. In order not to attract attention, Miyu deliberately controlled the size of Konoha Dragon God. Under the powerful attack of Konoha Dragon God, all Naruto's shadow clones were instantly dissipated, and even Naruto's body was bounced away. After cleaning up the shadow clones, Miyu cancelled Konoha Dragon God. This physical technique is very convenient for cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers, but if you really use force, it will make a lot of noise. Yamato stroked his forehead helplessly, then his eyes became more serious and he began to make seals again. Just now, he was worried about hurting Miyu, so he didn't use his full strength. With Miyu's current performance, he really couldn't do it without going all out. Wood release, thorn killing technique. As Yamato completed the seal, thick vines and wooden sticks from the tree roots stretched out from the ground and grabbed Miyu. Miyu didn't dodge, but threw 3 flying thunder god kunao in the direction of Yamato and Naruto. When throwing kunao, Miyu didn't use any special skills or ninjutsu, just threw it normally, so Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato easily dodged it sideways. At this time, the vines and wooden sticks created by Yamato's wood release wrapped around Miyu's body and were about to tie her up. We won! Yamato thought the battle was over. Whoosh! The next moment, Yamato suddenly found that Miyu disappeared in front of him, and a huge force suddenly came from behind him. Captain Yamato, be careful behind you! Naruto shouted. But it was too late when Naruto shouted. Myu had already finished his move before Naruto and Yamato could react. Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Yamato's body came into close contact with the ground. Did Senior Kakashi lie to me again? In fact, the name he told me was also fake. Yamato thought depressedly. Anyone who knows a little about the 4th Hokage knows that the 4th Hokage's best ninjutsu is the Flying Thunder God technique. Looking so much like the Hokage rock phase, and having such a strong Flying Thunder God, who else could it be but the 4th Hokage? Thinking of this, Yamato felt much more comfortable. Losing to the future 4th Hokage was nothing. This was the future Hokage. Damn it! Seeing Yamato being knocked down, Naruto's blood surged instantly, and the huge amount of chakra in his body burst out, rolling out a ball, and rushing directly towards Myu at a high speed. Looking at the attacking Uzumaki Naruto, Myu did not do much, but simply took out a kunai with the Flying Thunder God mark. The moment Uzumaki Naruto approached Myu threw out the Flying Thunder God kunai and immediately performed the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer. Whoosh! Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly blurred, and he was shocked to find that there was no one in front of him. His Raise-Nan completely smashed the air. How did he do it? It was so fast. The speed displayed by Myu was beyond Naruto's understanding. It was not a question of seeing clearly or not. He didn't see how Myu moved at all. Bang! The next moment, a terrifying force came, and Naruto lay next to Yamato. Kakashi looked at Myu with surprise. He was not surprised that Myu could defeat Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. This was within his expectations. Kakashi was surprised by the Flying Thunder God displayed by Myu. According to Myu, he learned it from Minato Namikaze some time ago, but Kakashi saw that Myu's proficiency in Flying Thunder God was not like a beginner at all. It felt that he was almost the same as Minato Namikaze. Kakashi has a new understanding of Myu's terrifying ninja talent. In fact, in Kakashi's heart, Myu is the most talented ninja, who can develop incredible secret techniques such as breathing method and armed color domineering when he is less than 20 years old. In addition to the completeness of the breathing method, Kakashi has reason to believe that Myu developed the breathing method before the age of 16. If Myu continues like this, Kakashi thinks that Myu's achievements in ninjutsu will definitely surpass the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. As expected of teacher Myu, such a powerful Flying Thunder God technique. Seeing Myu easily defeat the ninja they could not defeat with Flying Thunder God, Obito showed an extremely excited expression. Because Myu said before that he would teach him the Flying Thunder God technique in the future. Obito has already begun to imagine that he will use Flying Thunder God to complete similar handsome operations in the future. Pfft! The tenacious Uzumaki Naruto spit out the ash in his mouth and quickly got up to continue fighting. Naruto, don't attack again. Yamato also sat up quickly and pulled Naruto. We traveled through time and space back to the past. The opponent is very likely the 4th Hokage. We don't need to fight him because of this misunderstanding. Yamato said in an extremely soft voice. He felt that it was really meaningless to continue fighting. No matter who was injured on both sides, it would be a loss for Konoha. I said how could he have it looks familiar. It turns out to be the 4th Hokage on the rock phase. Naruto showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Brother, can you take off your glasses? Naruto seemed to have forgotten that he was in the war and said with a familiar look. Myu did not open the Byakugan, so she fulfilled Naruto's wish and took off his glasses and put them in the ninja tool bag. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly and pounded his palms with his hands. Now it looks exactly the same. It turns out that you are the 4th Hokage. Yamato covered his face with his hands. He just didn't want to say the future things so quietly, but Naruto said it loudly, making his previous volume control seem useless. Talking about the future will affect history on the one hand, and on the other hand, saying such words when it is only passed to the 3rd Hokage is really like a provocation. Are they patients who escaped from a mental hospital? Obito couldn't help but say. Naruto's words have made Obito begin to doubt whether he has a mental illness. Obito has no doubt that Miyu has the ability to become a Hokage. After all, this is the almighty Miyu sage, but Konoha does not have the 4th generation yet. Are you ninjas who traveled through time and space from the future? Kakashi asked in surprise, linking Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto's words and deeds as well as their battles. At first, he thought that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto were playing a trick on him, but now that he thought about it carefully, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato had never shown any killing intent, and they always held back in battle. They always looked like they were not very willing to fight, and they did not behave like enemies at all. But if Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto were ninjas from the future, all their abnormalities would make sense, whether it was their ninja numbers or their words and deeds. The reason they thought he was their son was because they knew the future Kakashi. In their era, the 3rd Hokage had died, and the position of Hokage was passed on to the 5th Hokage. Although this conclusion was bizarre, there were only 2 possibilities. One was that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were mentally ill, and the other was that they were ninjas from the future who traveled to the past. Because Yamato could use wood release, Kakashi was more inclined to the latter. You are worthy of being Kakashi-senpai. Yamato couldn't help but praise. Although Kakashi likes to bully people, Yamato has to admit that Kakashi is very capable. Kakashi's expression was a little weird. A ninja in his 20s called him a ninja who was less than 10 years old as a senior. It really felt weird. The taste of yin and yang was too strong. Kakashi, your brain is not broken, right? Obito looked at Kakashi with some worry. He had never heard that mental illness could be contagious. Although time travel is a common plot in novels, how can it be done in reality? The world must have been in chaos long ago. Teacher Miyu, it's like this. Kakashi temporarily ignored Obito and told Miyu his guess. Can you trouble me to take a look at your ninja certificates? Miyu said to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato with a warm smile. Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto gave their certificates to Miyu without hesitation. There is really no problem, except for the information above. Miyu nodded and said. I used to be the captain of the Anbu. If you are still worried, we can check the secret information of Konoha. Yamato continued to say to Miyu. Yamato's words made Kakashi look sideways. The captain is considered a high-level member of the Anbu. There are only 3 people higher than the captain, the vice-captain and the current Hokage. Miyu did not refuse. She walked aside and chatted with Yamato for a few words, and then announced the final result. They are indeed Konoha ninjas, but they are Konoha ninjas from the future. Then Miyu apologized for her actions with an apologetic look on her face. It's okay. After all, from your perspective, we are indeed suspicious. Yamato expressed his understanding. Naruto, have you ever heard of a powerful ninja named Obito? Obito asked Uzumaki Naruto excitedly. The future captain of the Anbu actually called Kakashi Sr. Kakashi, who has no ambition, is like this. Doesn't he have to become the Hokage? Could it be that he is the 5th generation? Obito? I don't remember. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and said. How could I not have heard of him? Think about it carefully. His full name is Uchiha Obito. He uses the Sharingan, and his fire escape is very powerful. He may also use Flying Thunder God. Obito was a little anxious. How could he be so much worse than Kakashi? He had never even heard of his name. Hearing Obito's words, Naruto fell silent for a while. At that time, the Uchiha clan was exterminated, leaving only Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. What about Might Guy? Obito continued to ask unwillingly. Super thick-browed teacher, his physical skills are very powerful. Naruto Uzumaki said honestly. Your nickname really fits Akai, but why don't you know me? Obito was very unwilling. Yamato looked at Obito's expression and hesitated to speak. He was wondering whether to tell Obito the cruel truth, whether it would change history. "Where is Nohara-rin?" Kakashi, who was watching, suddenly asked. He didn't want to ask about the future. In Kakashi's opinion, if the future was known in advance, life would lose some fun. But Yamato's expression and Naruto Uzumaki's answer made Kakashi guess a bad possibility. "No." Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and replied. Kakashi's heart sank. He knew him and Might Guy but didn't know Obito and Nohara-rin. Putting aside the possibility that the three of them would break off their friendship sex with Obito and Nohara-rin's current performance, they will definitely be excellent jonin in the future, so it can only be. Kakashi didn't dare to think about it anymore. "Maybe I will be a doctor in the hospital in the future. It's normal that I am not famous." Nohara-rin said softly, but her smile was not as natural as usual. She didn't have the extraordinary wisdom of Kakashi, but she was also thoughtful. Uzumaki Naruto's words revealed too much information. "What about Asuma?" Obito was ready to ask everyone he had a good relationship with. After Obito said the name Asuma, Naruto and Yamato's faces darkened. For them, Asuma's funeral was not long ago. For Uzumaki Naruto, Asuma was the teacher who taught him the nature change of wind attribute, and for Yamato, Asuma was a senior who could drink and talk together, so both of them felt bad. Seeing Naruto and Yamato showing such expressions, even Obito noticed something was wrong. 8K today, please vote. How could he, who was so smart, not have noticed this information? It was just that the shock was too great for a moment, and asking would only make his companions more sad. Kakashi really hoped that this was his dream, an absurd nightmare. How could Miyu, who was unfathomable, die before him? Miyu mastered a variety of breathing chakra modes, and had both offensive and defensive armed color domineering. He was proficient in 7 chakra nature changes, and also developed blood limit ice escape on his own. He mastered countless advanced ninjutsu and advanced physical techniques. How could such a strong man be killed? But Kakashi knew very well that as long as he was a human, he would die. The second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama was a powerful man who shocked the ninja world, and he developed countless forbidden ninjutsu, but he still died in the coup of Kumagakure. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and looked at Yamato next to him. Even he knew that it was not good to say that he would die in the future in front of him. Yamato was also very entangled. He was worried that what he said would change history and cause unknown changes in the future. If the result of the change is that the 4th Hokage survives and Konoha becomes stronger, then that would be good, but Yamato has no way of ensuring whether this accident is benign or malignant. If he says that history has changed, and Konoha has perished when he returns to the past, then Yamato will really cry to death. But at this time, not answering is an answer in itself. Why don't you talk? Would the Konoha ninja not know about the Hokage? Obito clenched his fist and continued to ask, his voice trembling at this time. He didn't believe that Miyu would die, this was the omnipotent Miyu immortal. The huge amount of negative emotions made Obito unconsciously open his Sharingan and his eyes quickly turned blood red. The 2 Megatama patterns kept spinning and soon turned into 3 Megatama. The 3 Megatama patterns were still spinning at high speed, but just when the 3 Megatama were about to merge, they suddenly dispersed without power, and finally exited the Sharingan state with the 3 Megatama patterns. Obito, don't ask. Miyu put her palm on Obito's shoulder, shook her head slightly and smiled warmly. Future ninjas have their own difficulties, and their future is their future. Our future still needs to be created by ourselves. Based on the performance of Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and the information they revealed, Miyu guessed that they were not the future of their world, but the future of the original world of Naruto. Now Miyu is no longer a nobody in Konoha. Even if he still couldn't beat Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, he died, and his disciples died and became blackened, but as a root ninja, Yamato should not have no reaction to the name of Hanyu Miyu. His training results for the root Anbu were recognized by Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. If it weren't for the shortage of Konoha's combat power due to the war, the second training would have been planned. His current strength destined him to die an extraordinary death. If he is given another 3 years of development time, he may have the strength to fight a big ninja village without injury. Unless the opponent is Uchiha Madara at the peak of the Samsara Eye, Miyu can't think of why he lost so badly. But if Uchiha Madara could live and return to the peak, he would not have to make such a troublesome resurrection plan, nor would he have to find ways to make Obito fall into darkness, so this is not true. However, Miyu did not hastily conclude that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were 100% from the original timeline. The water in the ninja world is too deep. The leaders of the 3 holy places are all unfathomable old monsters. Although the 6th-path sage is dead, his chakra will live forever in the world. If he fails, the opponents who make him fail may not only be Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu. At Miyu's palm the warmth passed on made Obito's emotions somewhat relieved, but his expression was still painful and confused. But... Obito was a little incoherent. He wanted to say too much and messed up the order of words for a while. Miyu's words were very handsome, but he really didn't want the future that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto talked about. Without Miyu's teacher, Obito couldn't imagine what kind of future it would be. Kakashi lowered his eyes and could no longer maintain a calm expression. He was a very sensible person. If a person in the past knew the future, then history would most likely change. For people in the future, this change was unknown and uncontrollable, so the best choice to avoid causing trouble to others was not to ask too much. But this time Kakashi couldn't control himself. At night, he would definitely secretly look for Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato to ask about Miyu's affairs and try to change the history of Miyu's death. Kakashi didn't know what changes such an action would bring to the future, but he knew that if such an opportunity was placed in front of him and he didn't take action, he would definitely spend his whole life in regret when Miyu really died in the future. Not only Miyu, he had to ask about everything about Obito and Nohara Rin. If he was the only one who survived in Miyu's class, it would be better for everyone to die together. As teacher Miyu said, our future can be decided by us. Nohara Rin smiled softly and comforted. In fact, her mood was also very complicated at the moment. With the performance of Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto, she might die one day in the future. It must be false to say that she was not afraid of death at all. Nohara Rin occasionally thought that after death, all thoughts disappeared and she could no longer think, so she felt that death was a terrible thing. But she is still alive now. If she is afraid because she may die, then everyone should be afraid since birth, because death is the end of everyone, so the living Nohara Rin chose to comfort her emotionally unstable friend first. You are worthy of being Lord Minato. Yamato looked at Miyu with respect. Put yourself in his shoes. If he met a ninja who traveled from the future and was still hiding his affairs, Yamato would definitely not be able to rest assured without an answer. But this 4th Hokage is different. Not only does he not care about his own life and death, but he can also comfort his disciples and even say that our future still needs to be created by ourselves. The young 4th Hokage in front of him satisfied all of Yamato's fantasies about the 4th Hokage. Lord Minato, Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara Rin all looked at Yamato with confusion. Kakashi frowned slightly. Didn't he already introduce Miyu, although he mixed in some false information? Did I say something wrong? Seeing Kakashi and the other two staring at him, Yamato was a little puzzled. He frantically reflected on what he had just said and didn't find out what he said wrong. It was so normal that it couldn't be more normal. Although he is older than the current 4th Hokage, he is the future 4th Hokage after all, and his current strength is much stronger than his, so it is okay to call him sir. Brother idiot, are you blind or deaf? You called Minato-sensei's name to our Miyu-sensei. Obito's words may be very aggressive because he has not recovered from the negative emotions just now. Obito's brother idiot is like a sharp sword piercing Yamato's body. After being said by Kakashi and then by Obito, Yamato was a little self-doubting, and couldn't help asking Uzumaki Naruto next to him, "Do I really look stupid?" "So you haven't noticed it, Captain Yamato?" Uzumaki Naruto answered honestly. Naruto's sword pierced Yamato's heart, and his self-esteem was severely frustrated. He always thought he was a very dignified person. "You got the point wrong. Why do you call Miyu-sensei Sir Minato-sensei?" Kakashi asked seriously. He felt that things seemed to have taken a turn for the better, and the future might be different from what he imagined. Obito and Kakashi's words confused Yamato. Wasn't the name Hanyumiyu used to deceive him, because he was regarded as an enemy at that time? Because he is not Minato-sama? Yamato couldn't sort out all the information at once. Although Minato-sensei and Miyu-sensei look very similar, you can't regard them as the same person. Obito complained. He just regarded the two as brothers. Kakashi's mind turned rapidly. He found that they might have misunderstood one thing. Miyu didn't seem to be the future fourth Hokage. Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto recognized the wrong person and regarded Miyu as Namikaze Minato, who was very similar to him. So the full name of the fourth Hokage is Namikaze Minato? Kakashi asked with a flickering look. Yamato nodded subconsciously. After getting the confirmation, Kakashi showed a stunned expression. Good news, Miyu-sensei may not be dead. Bad news, Minato-sensei seems to be dying. Ah? The fourth Hokage is Minato-sensei. Obito was at a loss for a moment. He didn't know what emotion he should use to face this matter. If Minato died, he would be very sad. Yamato was the captain of the Anbu after all. Seeing Kakashi and Obito's performance, he immediately thought of himself. He might have recognized the wrong person, but he was still confused and unsure. The blonde in front of him looked similar to the one on the rock face, was powerful and could use Flying Thunder God proficiently, which perfectly matched the characteristics of the fourth Hokage. Who else could it be but the fourth Hokage? Now Yamato really didn't know what was going on. Even Yamato was so confused, not to mention Uzumaki Naruto, who couldn't understand the conversation between the few people. "Ha, what do you mean, isn't this big brother the fourth Hokage?" Uzumaki Naruto asked doubtfully. "We don't have the fourth Hokage now, but if your fourth Hokage is Minato, then you recognized the wrong person. The one in front of you is Miyu," Obito replied. Naruto was very puzzled. In his opinion, Miyu was the fourth Hokage on the rock face. He looked at Yamato, but Yamato himself didn't fully understand it and couldn't help Naruto solve the confusion. "You two must have recognized the wrong person. My full name is Hanyumiyu, and Minato is a good friend of mine." Miyu introduced herself. Ah! Yamato was dumbfounded. He really made a mistake. He didn't understand. He looked like the fourth Hokage. Flying Thunder God was so strong, but he was not the fourth Hokage. How could this be justified? It stands to reason that if Konoha had a powerful ninja who was similar to the fourth Hokage, he should be well known, but Yamato really had no impression of the name Hanyumiyu. "In your world, how is Kenji's dark calling practice going?" Miyu suddenly asked Yamato. "Xiang Senior? I'm not sure about that." Yamato thought for a while and answered. "Hitachi Kenji's code name in the Anbu is Xiang. He is a very capable senior Anbu." Yamato knows that Hitachi Kenji is good at thunder release sealing technique, but he doesn't know about dark breathing. Miyu can basically confirm that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto in front of him are from the original Naruto world. Even if he fails and dies, the plot returns to the original track, but it is impossible to erase all traces of his existence. This workload is too large and meaningless. "Brother Miyu, do you know where the centipede is?" Uzumaki Naruto suddenly remembered that he was here to do a mission and asked hurriedly. "I don't know the ninja you are talking about." Miyu shook his head and said. The current situation is too different from the original plot of the animation. Blindly messing around will only make the situation worse, so Miyu did not directly spoil it. Yamato covered his forehead. He found that Kakashi seemed to lie except for Miyu's name. Everything else was a lie. Little Kakashi teacher said. Naruto wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Kakashi. I said that to delay time at that time. We came to Lulin because of the investigation mission issued by the Queen. Of course, I don't know where the ninja you mentioned is. Kakashi explained. Captain Yamato, what should we do now? We should find that guy before we can go back. Uzumaki Naruto said with some distress. He didn't quite understand why he traveled through time and space, but he knew that the person who tied the bell should be the one who tied it. If he found the centipede that caused all this, there would be hope to solve the problem. We can only look for it in Lulin first. We all traveled through Lulin, so he should be there too. Yamato thought for a while and said. Now he didn't have any good ideas, after all, traveling through time and space was too unbelievable. If you don't mind, our team can help find it without affecting our mission. Miyu said with a warm smile. After reading the script, Miyu knew that their mission was essentially a mission. The centipede that Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto wanted to get rid of was Enlushan, the current minister of Lulin. If Enlushan's ambitions and deeds were investigated, the Queen of Lulin would definitely ask them to get rid of Enlushan. The difference between their mission and Uzumaki Naruto's mission was that they had to conduct an investigation first, which was equivalent to a pre-task. That would be great if you can. Yamato nodded and thanked Miyu. Looking at the gentle and helpful Miyu, Yamato secretly thought it was a pity that such a ninja might die in the war in the near future. He didn't have any memory of a ninja like Miyu. There was only one possibility, that is, Miyu died very early, and might have died in the Third Ninja World War before Minato Namikaze became the fourth Hokage. If I can go back, I'll ask Senior Kakashi. Yamato thought in his heart that since Miyu was also Kakashi's teacher, Kakashi should know a lot about Miyu. Thank you so much, brother Miyu. Uzumaki Naruto also smiled and thanked Miyu. Although Miyu was not the fourth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto still had a good impression of Miyu and felt that he was very kind. Then Miyu told Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto the location of the hotel where their team was staying, and then the two teams were busy with their own things. Miyu and his team went to investigate Enlushan, while Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were looking for Centipede in Lulin. Actually, Kakashi and the others still have a lot of doubts in their hearts. Miyu and Minato do look alike, and the Flying Thunder God technique is more likely to be misunderstood, so it is understandable that Yamato and the others admit their mistakes. But there are still too many doubts. Why do Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto know nothing about the name of Hanyu Miyu, and what happened to Namikaze Minato, and what happened to Obito, Nohara Rin, and Asuma? Obito really wants to figure all this out, but Naruto and the others' affairs are indeed very urgent. If he can't go back, it will be a big problem, so Obito can only be at peace. I suppressed my doubts and prepared to chat with Uzumaki Naruto and the others when I returned to the hotel at night. Sure enough, he is worthy of being the protagonist. Looking at the Yamato and Naruto's faceplates again, Miyu sighed in her heart. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Chakra, 220,000. Potential, SS+. 6 paths bloodline and 9 tails and basic talent. Skills, wind attribute chakra nature change, mastery, raise nan, rasen shuriken. Although the amount of chakra does not seem to be more than Nagato, who is smaller than Naruto now, the chakra detected by Naruto now is just an appearance. As long as it explodes, Naruto can use much more chakra than what has been identified. And Nagato is not an ordinary Uzumaki clan. He must have his own special features to be chosen by Uchiha Madara to transplant the Samsara Eye. Name, Yamato. Chakra, 110,000. Potential, S, Hashirama cells and basic talent. Skills, would release, Mastery level 30/15,000, Earth Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery level, 800/15,000, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change, Mastery level, would release, 4 pillars. Seeing Yamato's panel, Miyu could only say that Hashirama Senju was ridiculously strong, and his cells could actually affect people's potential calculations. Yamato's performance in the original work is obviously not comparable to Minato Sarutobi Hiruzen, so Miyu thinks that Yamato's potential is completely lifted by Hashirama's cells. Maybe because of the influence of Hashirama's cells, Yamato's chakra is still outstanding, but other aspects are relatively ordinary. Although the water and soil property change and would release have reached the mastery level, the proficiency is not high, basically equivalent to a mastery level goalkeeper. After looking at Naruto's panel, Miyu felt that only people born with the samsara eye like the Six Paths Sage could have Three's potential. Naruto already had enough buffs, first the reincarnation of Ashura Chakra, then the Uzumaki clan, and finally the nine-tailed Jinchuriki. With so many bonuses, he was still only SS+, which shows how difficult it is to achieve threes. However, Miyu's requirements were not that high. He was happy to use the 5th quota if the potential reached S level, and it would be even better if it was double S. Miyu was also willing to teach people with low potential, but his current environment did not allow him to use his disciple quota on students with low potential. After separating from his disciples, Miyu began to continue studying the dragon veins of Lulin. His Byakugan could easily see through the ground and observe the huge chakra hidden underground. This chakra gave Miyu a very special feeling, which was quite different from the chakra extracted by their ordinary ninjas. However, Miyu had no way to control this chakra, so he could only find an abandoned underground base, get as close to this chakra as possible, and then open the transparent world to perceive it. We can interrogate Lushan later or ask the Queen of Lulin for help. Miyu thought after studying until the evening. Lushan has a secret method to absorb the power of dragon veins. Although it seems that he will become a ghost, it should also have certain research value. The Queen of Lulin has the power to control dragon veins, which will be of great help to his research work. After Miyu returned to the hotel, Kakashi and others just finished their investigation. Is it really the Queen who thinks too much? Why does it seem that everyone likes him? Obito scratched his hair and said. They investigated for a day without any useful gains, because they found that Lushan was really popular in Lulin, and the people were all talking about how good and wise Lushan was. And he actually distributes things to the people. He doesn't look like a bad guy. The situation this time is completely different from the Snow Country. Even if Fenghua Nudao didn't rebel later, Obito didn't like him very much. He was very arrogant. Lushan was different. He looked like he was dedicated to Lulin all his life, and he was popular among the people. Our investigation is too shallow. Everything is just appearance. Kakashi shook his head and said softly. If there is a disguise mission, he can also pretend to be a minister for the country and the people, but unless he can pretend for a lifetime, he is not. At this time, Obito and the others also saw Miyu coming in. Miyu smiled and nodded and walked to their side. Obito was about to talk to Miyu about the mission, but found that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato also walked in. P.S. There was a conflict at home today, which distracted my attention, so I updated less. Today I will update 6K, and tomorrow I will continue to update 8K if I have nothing to do. If I need to take leave for something, I will post a single chapter in advance. Chapter 384 Carrying Everything to Change History. Brother Naruto, have you found any clues about the centipede? Obito asked. Although he had many questions in his mind, they were not suitable to be asked when he was together. Obito felt that it would be better for him to ask alone. It is currently known that Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato knew Kakashi and Might Guy, but did not know Miyu, him, and Nohara Rin. Asuma might know them, but it cannot be confirmed because he did not answer. I have searched many places and asked some people, but I found nothing. The centipede may not have traveled through time, so Sakura and Sai are in danger. As he said that, a trace of worry flashed across Uzumaki Naruto's face. Yamato's expression was also very solemn. Things were beyond his expectations. It's not convenient here. Let's go to the room to communicate, Miyu suggested. Although there are not many people around now, we should pay attention to still need to pay attention. Kakashi and Yamato both nodded, and then everyone went to Miyu's room together. When we were investigating in Lushan today, we were also paying attention to the centipede. Not only did we not find anyone with a similar appearance, but even the name of the centipede did not seem to appear in Lulan. Obito said as he sat cross-legged. In order to facilitate the search, Yamato handed them the portrait of the centipede, so they were always trying to help Naruto and the others keep an eye on the centipede when they were on the mission. Nohara-rin poured a glass of water for everyone and brought it to them. It's the same as our investigation results. Yamato took the teacup and thanked him. I asked many residents near the location where we crossed over. There was no other suspicious person except Naruto that day. Yamato used the transformation technique to investigate, and he was not surprised that Naruto was identified as a suspicious person. With Uzumaki Naruto's personality, he would definitely ask passers-by about everything as soon as he crossed over. However, when he pretended to offer a reward for finding his relatives and asked the residents with the portrait of centipede, he also got a negative answer, and Yamato felt something was wrong. This means that the centipede may not have traveled through time and space, and is still in the original time and space. At the same time, this also means that Sakura and Sai, who also did not travel through time, have to face the centipede that absorbed the power of the dragon vein, and it also means that it may be difficult for them to go back. After listening to Yamato's information, Kakashi frowned. It was nothing if there were no suspicious people. If the other party was a cautious ninja, he would not let himself quickly become an alien in the crowd. But even the portraits are all negative answers, so there are only two possibilities. One is that the centipede is lucky. When he appeared, no one saw him, and then he quickly performed the transformation technique to hide his whereabouts. The second possibility is terrible, that is, only Naruto and Yamato traveled through time and space, and the centipede did not come. Damn it! It was obviously him who caused the change. How could only me and Captain Yamato travel through time and space? Thinking that his teammates might be in danger, Naruto was a little anxious. Since the centipede will appear in the future, can we wait in Lulan until the centipede appears, and then defeat it in one fell swoop? Obito suddenly thought of a good idea. Naruto stared at Obito with wide eyes and found that this seemed to make sense, but he didn't know how many years he would have to wait. That won't work. Naruto and his friends came from the future, which means that there will be another Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato in our world. If they keep waiting like this, then there will be two of them in the world. How should they get along then? Kakashi shook his head and said. Obito's plan was too ideal, and if the two future people stayed in the present, who knows what kind of impact it would have on history. It's hard to say whether they can go to the original future, let alone ambush the centipede. Obito thought about it and found that Kakashi's words made more sense. If there were two of him, wouldn't he have to become a love rival with himself? We can't stay here for too long. Staying for too long is irresponsible to the ninja world and history. Yamato agreed in a deep voice. Yamato was a little surprised that Kakashi could think of this. Although he was still young, that senior Kakashi was still senior Kakashi after all, and he was always so reliable at critical moments. You don't have to worry, the centipede must have traveled through. Miyu said affirmatively. Yamato looked at Miyu. Although he knew that Miyu was not the fourth generation Hokage, according to Miyu's performance, Miyu was undoubtedly a very reliable ninja and would not shoot without purpose. According to your description, the centipede swallowed the fourth generation seal together, causing the dragon vein power to run wild, and finally you traveled through time and space, so. Yu took out his extremely deep ninjutsu skills and started teaching. In order to fool everyone, he even used some knowledge of Flying Thunder God. Everyone was stunned. Although they didn't understand it very well, they could feel that the content was not simple. So the centipede must have traveled through time like you did. The reason for the current situation may be that the centipede came earlier than you, maybe a few weeks earlier, a few months earlier, or even a few years earlier. Yu concluded. In that case, wouldn't it be even harder to find him? The ninja world is so big, who knows where he ran to? Naruto scratched his head in distress. Yu's explanation was long and profound, giving people a sense of mystery, and Yu was very kind, so Uzumaki Naruto directly believed Yu's explanation. Yamato thought about it and felt that Yu's explanation was the best and most reasonable, but his expression was still not relaxed. As Uzumaki Naruto said, it was too difficult to find someone in such a big ninja world. I don't think he has left Lulin. Since he wants to obtain the power of Lulin Dragon Vein, how could he let go of Lulin without the obstruction of hostile ninjas? Yu said, pushing his glasses with his left hand. As for the reason why he couldn't find the information, it's probably because he's worried that you guys will come here and change your appearance. I'll go negotiate with the queen tomorrow and see if I can get some relevant information from her. Naruto gave Yu a thumbs up and thanked him. Brother Yu, thank you so much, I think you're really awesome. Everyone was confused, but Yu was able to extract useful information and finally get the answer they wanted. Of course, don't you see who this is? Teacher Yu is omnipotent. Obito, a loyal believer of Yu, immediately began to promote his beliefs. Pa. Yu put her middle finger and index finger together, tapped Obito's head lightly, and smiled helplessly. I don't even know that I am omnipotent. Obito chuckled twice, and didn't care about the divine punishment. It was reasonable for the omnipotent Yu to be modest. Thank you for troubling you, Lord Yu. Yamato bowed and thanked him. He was really curious about Yu. Why did this gentle and easygoing strong man have no reputation in the future? Was it because he died too early in the battle? Thinking of this, Yamato felt a little heavy. Even if he could guess this result, he couldn't help Yu in any way. If Senior Kakashi was here, what would he do? Yamato couldn't help thinking in his heart. Although Kakashi always bullied him and often did not act according to the plan when performing tasks, the final results were always good, so Yamato always trusted Kakashi. As Yamato was thinking, he saw the young version of Kakashi sitting opposite him. After Obito and the others finished discussing their tasks, Yu and the others began to exchange information about their own tasks. Kakashi was reporting their day's gains to Yu with a serious face. The senior was quite cute when he was a child, and his eyes were very bright. Why did he become dead fish eyes later? Comparing the big and small Kakashis, and taking a look at the loving atmosphere of Yu class, Yamato vaguely guessed something. There were 4 people in total, but he only knew Kakashi. When everything was discussed, it began to disperse. Yu was going to study the sealing technique, Nohara-Lin was going to wash up, and Obito and Kakashi had a dispute and quarreled all the way, and Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato also returned to their rooms. 4 hours later, the door of Obito's room was slowly opened at a very low volume, and then Obito poked his head out, looked around, and after confirming that he was not discovered, Obito quietly walked to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato's room. Obito knocked on the door twice, then tiptoed in. Why are you so careful, Obito? Naruto Uzumaki asked in confusion. Yamato showed hesitation on his face. He probably guessed Obito's purpose. He sneaked into the room of their future travelers at night. What else could the future be? Ahem, nothing, just want to ask some questions. Obito did not hide and quickly explained his purpose. Don't you know Teacher Yu? I mean before you traveled through time. Obito stared at Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato. He had been restraining himself during the day. He really wanted to know the answer. I don't know. Today is the first time I have seen Brother Miyu. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and answered. Miyu is very special. Uzumaki Naruto feels that if he has seen Miyu, he will never forget it. After Uzumaki Naruto answered, Obito put all his attention on Yamato. Yamato looks much older than Uzumaki Naruto and should know more than Naruto. I don't know Lord Miyu either. Yamato thought about it, but finally did not escape and answered Obito's question directly. He really didn't want to change history, but facing Obito's almost begging eyes, Yamato couldn't remain silent or lie. It's just that these shouldn't have much impact. Yamato comforted himself in his heart. Before coming, he didn't even know Hanyumwyu. How could it be? Obito's face showed a bewildered look. In his opinion, an excellent ninja like Mwiu teacher couldn't be so unknown even if he was low-key. Who will be the vice principal of the ninja school? Obito continued to ask. Yamato shook his head, indicating that he didn't know about this matter. Vice principal? Is there a vice principal in the ninja school? Naruto Uzumaki asked puzzledly. He only remembered that Grandpa Hokage was the principal of the ninja school, and that was it. Obito was thinking frantically in his mind, thinking about where else there must be traces of Miyu. But he was surprised to find that he couldn't think of it. First of all, Miyu was very low-key. Even if he defeated a strong enemy like the candidate Raikage, he asked them not to publicize it everywhere. Then Obito didn't know whether Miyu held any other positions in the ninja school besides the position. Damn Kakashi, teacher Miyu is so outstanding, doesn't he tell others about his deeds? The depressed Obito scolded Kakashi in his heart. The most clear information at present is the future Kakashi. The future Kakashi is Yamato's predecessor and also Naruto Uzumaki's teacher. Obito felt that if Kakashi could tell Naruto Uzumaki about Miyu's story, it would not be like this. What about Nohara Rin, don't you have any impression of him? Kakashi didn't mention it either? Obito let out a long breath, and then changed the question. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato shook their heads together. This was also someone they didn't know and had never heard of. After getting this answer, Obito clenched his fist tightly. His nails dug into his flesh due to excessive force, but Obito still didn't relax at all. He couldn't imagine that there would be no Miyu and no Nohara Rin in the future. He didn't believe there would be such a future, nor did he want to have such a future. You should know about Mr. Minato, right? Obito bit his tongue, forced himself to calm down and continued to ask. Yet. Yamato nodded. Mr. Minato is the fourth generation Hokage of Konoha. He is the greatest contributor in the war. Because of the previous mistaken person Oolong, the fact that Minato Namikaze is the fourth Hokage has basically been leaked, so Yamato thinks it doesn't matter if he talks more. How did Minato teacher die, and why? Obito asked Minato's cause of death directly. As a Hokage, Minato Namikaze can't die unclearly. Yamato closed his eyes. He didn't know whether he should continue to talk, and what the consequences would be. Captain Yamato, do you know? If you know, just tell it. Wouldn't it be great if you can prevent the fourth Hokage from dying? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Yamato and said. He didn't know much about this matter. He knew very little about the fourth Hokage. Only when he was with Jiraiya, Jiraiya would tell him a little. For example, the Raise Nan was developed by the fourth Hokage in 3 years. The fourth Hokage was a true genius ninja. Naruto, it's not that I don't want to say it, but if history changes, what will the world look like after we go back? Will it be the same as before, or will it change with the change of history? Yamato opened his eyes and said helplessly. If this change is for the better, the fourth Hokage survives successfully, and Konoha becomes stronger, this is naturally good, but if Konoha is destroyed accidentally because of our recklessness, we will become the sinners of history. Yamato didn't know much about the death of the fourth Hokage. The details of this matter were highly confidential. He only knew that the main reason was that the Nine Tails ran away, and the fourth Hokage died to protect the village and seal the Nine Tails. So Yamato really didn't dare to say anything. If he did something bad with good intentions and caused Konoha to suffer greater trauma, it would be really troublesome. Yamato didn't think he was someone who had the ability to influence the direction of history, so he chose to maintain the status quo steadily, so that at least he wouldn't be happy to go back and find that Konoha was gone. Uzumaki Naruto opened his mouth, and for a moment he couldn't think of how to refute Yamato. If it was just his own life, Uzumaki Naruto could just stand up and say no. He dared to challenge. If he won, Miyu and the fourth Hokage would survive, and if he lost, he would die. But Naruto can't gamble with other people's lives. He doesn't have the qualifications. Obito also felt the heaviness of Yamato's words. Although they were just two people, they actually carried the entire future on their shoulders. But Obito still didn't want to give up. Without Miyu, Xiaolin, and Minato, he didn't want that kind of future, didn't recognize such a future, and wanted to create a future where everyone could live. Dong dong. Just when Obito was about to say something, the door was suddenly knocked. Obito looked around, and finally locked the closet in the room, and then hid in it. During the day, Miyu had already expressed his attitude towards the future ninja, and Obito didn't want Miyu to worry. Before going in, Obito specifically whispered to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato not to say that he had been here. "It's little Kakashi, teacher, why are you so careful?" Obito, who was hiding in the closet, listened to the conversation between several people and found that the person who came was not Miyu, but Kakashi. Does Kakashi want to know about the future? Obito controlled his breathing and listened to the conversation quietly. Kakashi looked at Naruto with a frown. Although he was called teacher, he didn't feel any respect. Who would add little in front of teacher? Yamato felt a headache when he saw the young version of Kakashi coming in. Senior Kakashi was not easy to deal with. "I have something I want to ask you." Kakashi sat down and explained his purpose. Naruto Uzumaki felt familiar. He seemed to have just experienced this way of entrance and opening remarks. Sure enough, Kakashi immediately began to ask about Miyu, Noharolin, and Obito. Naruto Uzumaki and Yamato did not hide this issue, because they didn't know anything about Miyu and others. However, what surprised Yamato was that Kakashi did not ask about Minato next, but talked about himself. "Since one of you is my future disciple and the other is my future junior, then you can tell me what kind of person I will be in the future," Kakashi said after thinking. Uzumaki Naruto got excited when he heard Kakashi talking about this. "Teacher Kakashi, you really should pay attention to the time. You are always late in the future. You are never on time. When you are late, you have to use that lame excuse to perfunctorily deal with us. It's either because you met a lost old woman or a black cat and lost your way in life," Uzumaki Naruto complained. Uzumaki Naruto has really tolerated this from Kakashi for a long time. Kakashi was a little dazed. He who has always been punctual will often be late in the future, and this reason is a little familiar, helping the old woman. Could it be that Obito? Kakashi remained silent and continued to listen to Naruto's story. "You are often lazy. You clearly said that you would teach the nature change of wind attribute chakra, but you kept watching the intimate paradise next to you. Fortunately, Captain Yamato is diligent. I want to make a statement about this matter. It's not me who is diligent. It's Senior Kakashi who tricked me into completing all the work." Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto talked about things related to him, Yamato had to come out to clarify. Yamato discovered that whenever he was on a mission with Kakashi, he would be particularly tired, because Kakashi would always make him finish all the work unconsciously. Kakashi's mouth twitched. What was going on? He felt like a jerk in the future. I knew Kakashi was not a good guy. The man hiding in the closet Tobito couldn't help but complain in his heart. But Kakashi-senpai is not without merits. No matter what the mission is, it will always be completed under the leadership of Kakashi-senpai. No matter what the process is, the result is always good. After a long list, Yamato couldn't help but praise Kakashi's reliability. Kakashi's expression did not change, and he looked a little like him. Because he suffered multiple blows, he ended up in that miserable state. Kakashi can basically be sure that many important people around him died through his future self. Didn't succeed in protecting the existence you wanted to protect in the end. Kakashi touched the white fang short blade behind him. In order to protect the existence he cares about, Kakashi would rather die in battle, but the future seems to be completely opposite to his idea. He is the only one who survived in the entire Muyo class. If you think I am your Kakashi teacher or Kakashi-senpai, tell me all the future I care about. Kakashi said with an extremely serious expression. He is not a person who likes to use feelings, and he doesn't like to use the feelings of future ninjas towards his future self, but Kakashi dislikes something even more, that is, watching the death of people he cares about. Traveling through time and space is an extremely bizarre thing. Now 2 ninjas from the future are in front of him, and he has learned the news of his companion's death. Kakashi must consider whether this will be his only chance to save them in his life. He doesn't want to regret one day in the future that he didn't try his best to change the fate of his companion's death, so he chose to use feelings in a despicable way. If I can't successfully protect my companions, it's meaningless for me to live alone. If Teacher Muyu and others die, no matter who the enemy is or how strong the enemy is, I would rather die in his hands than escape alone. Kakashi said seriously. He is showing his determination and kidnapping. His meaning is very clear. If Muyu and others are bound to die, then he can't live. Little teacher Kakashi. Naruto looked at Kakashi a little crazy. If he didn't know less, he would have said it all. Yamato on the side also fell into deep self-blame and confusion. He didn't know how to choose. Telling the future would most likely change history and cause unknown accidents, but if he didn't tell them, they might not see Kakashi after they returned, and the lazy, unserious but very reliable predecessor in his memory would die forever. Kakashi. Obito, who was hiding in the closet, was moved by Kakashi's words, and the appearance of Kakashi in his mind didn't seem so hateful. Tell me everything, please believe me, believe that we can make Konoha and the ninja world better. Kakashi took the white fang short blade behind him and said sincerely. He knew that changing the future was very risky and immoral for the people in the future, so Kakashi chose to bear it all alone, and he was the only one who was wrong in the end. Bang! Yamato suddenly raised his arm and hit Kakashi's head hard. Kakashi looked at Yamato in confusion. He could sense that Yamato had no desire to attack or kill. Damn you, Kakashi-senpai! I've been wanting to knock you out for a long time because you always bully me. Recalling the feeling just now, Yamato felt relieved and his thoughts became clear instantly. He felt that this was more comfortable than taking a hot spring bath. Kakashi. You're going to blame him for the future Kakashi, right? Yamato's knock made Uzumaki Naruto a little eager to make a move. This was a chance to knock out Kakashi-sensei, and it was little Kakashi-sensei. If he missed it, he would probably never have it again. Really, as long as Kakashi-sensei is so troublesome no matter how old he is. Yamato sighed and prepared to tell everything he knew. In the end, he chose to believe Kakashi, the Kakashi-sensei he had always relied on. He had no choice but to say it. Yamato could feel it, because the history of their arrival had actually changed. If he didn't answer Kakashi's question, then Kakashi might really die, which means that history will change, and its chain reaction will lead Konoha to what situation is unknown. Anyway, the future will change, so Yamato chooses to believe Kakashi. The 4th Hokage died very early, and he was the shortest serving Hokage. He died because Just as Yamato was about to tell Kakashi the cause of the fourth Hokage's death, the door was suddenly knocked again. "Don't tell others that I've been here, let me bear this alone," Kakashi said in a very fast and soft voice, and then walked quickly to the only closet in the room that could hide people. Since he is the only one who will survive in the future, he will bear this heavy burden alone. Little Kaka. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto was about to say that there was already someone there, but unfortunately Kakashi was too fast. Kakashi had already opened the closet as soon as Naruto opened his mouth. Silence. Kakashi and Obito looked at each other, and the whole room became extremely quiet, with only a slight knock on the door. Kakashi, hee, what a coincidence. Obito laughed shyly. Kakashi's expression was a little bit tense. He had just made such a big mental preparation, but in the blink of an eye, he found out that another person also knew it. Although he was speechless, Kakashi still hid in the closet with Obito, and then quietly listened to the noise outside. "Xiaolin, it's you, what's up?" Uzumaki Naruto greeted him in a familiar manner. "Excuse me, I just want to ask you something," Nohara Rin said with a soft smile. Kakashi and Obito in the closet looked at each other in silence, as if the three of them were thinking the same thing. Yamato helplessly supported his forehead with his right hand. "What kind of thing is this?" The three of them might as well ask together and save some words. The questions asked by Nohara Rin were almost the same as those asked by Kakashi and the others. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato answered Nohara Rin's questions very fluently. Because they were too fluent, it was as if they had not thought about it much. For a time, Nohara Rin looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato with a suspicious look. Nohara Rin felt that Uzumaki Naruto and the others were fooling her. Yamato was very speechless. He had said it several times. How could it not be fluent? Nohara Rin didn't ask a few questions, and suddenly there was another knock on the door, but this time it was not as subtle as before. "Yamato, Naruto, are you asleep?" "I'm Miyu," Miyu said outside the door. Nohara Rin heard Miyu's voice and quickly looked around, then rushed straight to the cabinet. "Yamato, Uzumaki Naruto. What is this, a bond of the same class?" Yamato really wanted to use wood release to build a new cabinet on the spot for Nohara Rin to hide in. 3 people in one cabinet is a bit crowded and embarrassing. After the cabinet was opened, Nohara Rin was confused. On one side was Obito with an embarrassed smile, and on the other side was Kakashi with a bit of a tense expression. Although it was unclear what happened, Miyu outside was coming over, so Nohara Rin had to go in and close the door. "Brother Miyu, are you here to ask about the future?" Uzumaki Naruto asked directly. Since the entire Miyu class wanted to know about the future, and Yamato was willing to say that Uzumaki Naruto felt that it didn't need to be so troublesome, and a chat was like a spy mission. "No." Miyu smiled and shook his head and replied. Since he remembered the plot of the original work very clearly, Uzumaki Naruto of this period didn't know as much as he did, so he certainly didn't need to ask Uzumaki Naruto. "Although what happened during the day was a misunderstanding, my disciples and I are still a little sorry for you, so you can tell me what you think, whether you want to learn ninjutsu or want to meet someone in the present era, I will give you the best help I can," Miyu said. "Brother Miyu, you are so kind, but my ninjutsu..." Uzumaki Naruto, who was originally smiling, suddenly froze in place when he thought of something. He thought of a person he missed very much, and also a person he wanted to see but could no longer see. "Brother Miyu, do you know the lecherous sage? His name is Jiraiya, and he is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha." Uzumaki Naruto looked at Miyu with a burning gaze and asked. Uzumaki Naruto realized that this was the past, and the current Jiraiya was still alive and well, but he didn't know what the difference was between the current Jiraiya and the Jiraiya he knew. "Lord Jiraiya is one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha who is famous in the ninja world. Of course I know him." Miyu nodded at Naruto's excited expression. "Naruto. Yamato wanted to remind Naruto not to influence history too much. But he thought that it was already like this, and it seemed that Naruto and Jiraiya meeting once would not have much impact. Anyway, it would definitely not be as big as Kakashi and the others. Brother Miyu, please, I want to meet him once. Uzumaki Naruto said solemnly. He had something important to say to Jiraiya. I will try my best, but I am not 100% sure that you can meet. Miyu reminded. Jiraiya is currently commanding a ninja unit in a war with Iwagakure, so it's hard for him to find time to meet a stranger, even if he's a close stranger in the future. As for Uzumaki Naruto, they travel through time and space under the influence of the Lulin Dragon Vein. Miyu thinks it's better for them not to leave Lulin for the time being. I'll briefly explain why Obito didn't open his Manjiki. First of all, I heard from others that he died, and I didn't see it with my own eyes. The impact was great. Otherwise, wouldn't it be very easy for Uchiha to open his eyes earlier? Second, Obito's age is a problem. He's less than 10 years old and doesn't have that strength. Isn't Sasuke's talent good enough? If the whole clan dies, only a single Megatama will be left. In addition, I'd like to ask for a monthly ticket. I think I've been pretty diligent recently. Chapter 385 Miyu Speed. Because it's the Lulin Dragon Vein that lets you travel through time and space, in order to avoid accidents, try not to leave Lulin. I'll find a way to deal with the rest. Miyu reminded. It is easier to see Jiraiya if you take Uzumaki Naruto to the battlefield of Grass Country, but because it is too far away and the connection with Lulin Dragon Vein is cut off, it will be a big trouble to go back. In fact, it is a good thing for Miyu to have another Uzumaki Naruto in the world. In this way, he does not have to find a way to become Nagato's teacher. He can directly use the 5th disciple quota on Uzumaki Naruto. And now Uzumaki Naruto already has strong strength. With Miyu's training and learning the Sage Mode, he can directly become a huge helper. But it is a bit unpleasant for another world. Without Uzumaki Naruto's power, the ninja world will go to an unknown end, so the best candidate for Miyu's 5th disciple is still Nagato. I will pay attention, Brother Miyu, thank you very much no matter what the result is. Uzumaki Naruto said gratefully. Even if Miyu tells him that there is no way for him to meet Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto would not blame Miyu, because he knew that Miyu must have tried hard but failed. It was obviously the first time they met, and they were not from the same time, but Miyu still chose to help them. Such a Miyu would obviously not be a person who would perfunctorily follow the agreement. Thank you, Master Miyu. Yamato said respectfully. The more he communicated with Miyu, the more he felt it was a pity that such an excellent ninja. You don't need to call me master, just call me Miyu directly. I'm not your senior or boss. Miyu said with a warm smile. In terms of age, Yamato is 7 years older than him. No matter what, Yamato doesn't need to call him master. Okay, Senior Miyu. Yamato thought for a while and replied. He felt that it was not appropriate to call Miyu by name directly. After all, this was Senior Kakashi's teacher and a respectable ninja, so Yamato still added honorifics. Faced with Yamato's persistence, Miyu didn't say anything else and left the room quickly. Hearing the sound of the door opening and closing, the 3 people hiding in the closet breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, they were worried about being discovered by Miyu, so they dared to keep their breathing to a minimum, and they were very nervous. Obito wanted to open the closet door and go out, but was stopped by Kakashi. Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion, and Kakashi shook his head and waited for 3 minutes before going out. After all, it's Teacher Miyu, so we must be cautious. Kakashi explained. He was worried that the noise they opened the closet door and walked out would be noticed by Miyu. Obito scratched his head. Kakashi did know a little about this, but Obito couldn't wait any longer. He nodded and ran to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and asked. When did Teacher Minato die, and why? Originally, he was almost finished listening in the closet, but was interrupted by Nohara-rin. However, Obito didn't blame Nohara-rin. After all, this was the kind-hearted Xiaolin. What bad intentions could she have? Yamato did not answer Obito's question directly, but looked at Kakashi. Strictly speaking, Yamato just made up his mind to tell Kakashi everything, and then Kakashi said that he would bear everything alone, so Yamato wanted to know Kakashi's attitude now. Kakashi looked at Obito's anxious face, then looked at Nohara-rin's worried eyes, and fell into deep thought. He didn't want Obito and Nohara-rin to get involved. After all, this was not a good thing. Based on Kakashi's understanding of them, they would definitely feel very guilty. Just say it directly. Kakashi took a deep breath and walked to Obito and sat down and said to Yamato. Although he wanted to bear everything alone, Obito and Nohara-rin already knew something. If they were driven out now, Kakashi would not be able to successfully change history in the future, and Miyu and Minato would both die. Then Obito and Nohara-rin would definitely fall into endless self-blame. Captain Yamato, just say it quickly. Uzumaki Naruto also spoke. Now he could understand Kakashi and the others' feelings, because he couldn't wait to meet Jiraiya and tell Jiraiya about his future, so as to change Jiraiya's fate of dying while gathering intelligence. The fourth Hokage died when the Nine Tails went berserk. The war hadn't ended long at that time, and it was only about a year since the Third Ninja World War that swept the entire ninja world. This matter is highly confidential, so I don't know much. I only know that the fourth Hokage sealed the runaway Nine Tails with his life to protect the village. Yamato told all the information he knew about the fourth Hokage's death. Nine Tails, isn't that? Uzumaki Naruto looked at his body in surprise, and the Nine Tails was in his body. Yes, it's the tailed beast in your body. Yamato nodded and then quickly comforted Naruto. Naruto, you don't have to blame yourself for this. This has nothing to do with you. This is the evil deeds of the tailed beast in your body. Yamato felt that it was unfair to put the evil committed by the tailed beast on the Jinchuriki. Naruto might have just been born when the Nine Tails went berserk. What does this have to do with him? Uzumaki Naruto nodded solemnly. Hearing that the tailed beast in his body was the murderer of the fourth Hokage, he became more determined to control the power of the tailed beast in his body, rather than going berserk and being controlled. Nine Tails going berserk. Kakashi secretly wrote down everything Yamato said and prepared to go back to check the relevant information. He knew something about the tailed beast. This was the war weapon of the 5 major countries. Every major ninja village had 1 or 2 tailed beasts, but Kakashi really didn't understand the matter of tailed beasts going berserk. Senior Asuma died in battle not long before we traveled through time. At that time, there was a ninja organization called Akatsuki. All members of Akatsuki were S-level rebels from various ninja villages. They robbed the tailed beasts of the major ninja villages. Senior Asuma died at the hands of Akatsuki ninjas. Speaking of Asuma's death, Yamato couldn't help but recall the time when he and Asuma talked to each other in the izakaya. Thinking that he would never be able to go to the izakaya with Asuma again, Yamato's eyes dimmed a little. Even the fourth Hokage said it, so Yamato simply said Asuma's as well. Anyway, Kakashi and the others wanted to change history. If they could change Asuma's death, everyone would be happy. A ninja organization composed of S-level rebels. Kakashi thought about it, and simply took out a pen and a scroll and wrote down everything Yamato said on the scroll. Since Asuma's death happened not long before Uzumaki Naruto and the others traveled through time, then it was still far away, so in order to prevent forgetting, Kakashi chose to record it. Kakashi engraved the 3 words Akatsuki in his mind. He thought that he could eliminate Akatsuki before it grew up, which would save a lot of effort. A ninja organization cannot be established overnight. According to Yamato's description, the Akatsuki organization at that time was already very powerful, and it didn't care about offending the big ninja village. Kakashi boldly guessed that the Akatsuki organization in the future may have existed in the ninja world, but it was still accumulating strength. Could it be that the nine-tailed rampage that caused Minato's death was related to the Akatsuki organization? Kakashi suddenly had a flash of inspiration and connected the nine-tailed rampage with the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki organization's goal was the tailed beast, so Konoha's nine-tailed beast was naturally one of their targets, but Konoha was too strong, so their conspiracy did not succeed, but only caused Konoha to lose some power. Kakashi shook his head slightly to suppress all the messy thoughts in his heart. He still needed to get more information about the tailed beast before he could continue to think about it, otherwise it would just be groundless speculation. Let me confirm with you again. You don't know anything about Muyu, Obito, and Xiao Linear. Kakashi looked into Yamato's eyes and asked. Although Yamato had said before that he didn't know about Muyu, Yamato at that time had not yet made up his mind to help him change history, so he might have lied. I want to help, but I really don't know. Yamato said helplessly. Since he was determined to change history, Yamato would certainly not hide anything, but he really didn't know about Muyu. But I can be sure that Senior Muyu died earlier than the fourth generation, and it is very likely that he died in the Third Ninja World War. Yamato thought about it and said his speculation. An excellent ninja like Muyu could only die too early, which led to his lack of fame in later generations. If Muyu died after the war, with the ability and affinity shown by Muyu, Yamato would have heard of Muyu's name to some extent. Kakashi's eyes flickered. Yamato's speculation was indeed reasonable. War was too dangerous. Even a strong man like Muyu would not be able to get any good if he was besieged by the ninja army. Damn war, I must end it. Obito gritted his teeth and said. He didn't like war in the first place. His dream was to end the war and become Hokage. Now that he knew that Muyu might die in the war, Obito hated war even more. The same was true for Nohara Rin. Her biggest dream was to make war disappear. At this moment, she was very dissatisfied with her weakness. If she could become stronger, then Kakashi and Obito would not need to pay special attention to her safety in the battle. As for Xiaolin and Obito, I can't say. It may be because of the Third Ninja World War or the Rampage of the Nine Tails, or it may be the war with Uegakure and Kumagakure later. Yamato continued. Compared with the powerful Muyu, Nohara Rin and Obito were young after all, so Yamato couldn't judge the time of their death. After the Third Ninja World War, the entire ninja world was not completely peaceful. In fact, Konoha and Kumagakure fought for several years before signing a peace treaty, and there was also a war with Uegakure in the meantime. However, the intensity of this war was not as strong as the Third Ninja World War, and a strong man like Muyu would not fall in such a war. And Yamato was not very old at that time. If Muyu lived to that time, he would definitely hear Muyu's name. Please tell me the details of the Third Ninja World War. Kakashi said bluntly. He has always made the worst plan. Since Obito and Nohara Rin may also die in the war, he assumes that if there is no accident, Muyu's class will be reduced to only him in the Third Ninja World War. In this case, Kakashi must obtain more information related to the war, and then analyze when they had an accident in the war. I don't know much about this, I only know a rough idea. Yamato said a little embarrassed. He did not participate in the Third Ninja World War as a ninja. At that time, he was still receiving secret training from Danzo. Yamato is not a person who is interested in history, and has not studied the history of the Third Ninja World War, so he does not know much about the Third Ninja World War. Naruto, your history class in the ninja school should have taught this content, why don't you tell us about it? Yamato said to Uzumaki Naruto. Ah? What is the Third Ninja World War? Does the school teach this? I don't know. Uzumaki Naruto answered with a confused face. Obito looked at Uzumaki Naruto at this moment and felt that he was inexplicably familiar. The sense of déjà vu was too strong. Naruto, I'm presumptuous to ask you, how are your theoretical grades usually? Kakashi glanced at Obito, and then asked Naruto. Usually the last one. Uzumaki Naruto answered a little embarrassedly. Kakashi showed an expression of as expected. Naruto's performance just now was not similar to Obito's, but it could only be said to be exactly the same. If Naruto's last name was not Uzumaki, and he was blonde, Kakashi would have suspected that Naruto and Obito had some relationship. Obito's eyes went dark. It was too bad that he happened to meet a poor student who knew nothing. At this moment, he hoped I hope Uzumaki Naruto is a genius like Kakashi and Shisui who can easily get full marks. Kakashi put his sights back on Yamato. It is obvious that he can't count on Uzumaki Naruto, who is a poor student. Although Yamato doesn't know much, the more information he can get, the more information he can get. During the Third Ninja World War, Konoha fought against the 4 major ninja villages one after another, and the enemy invaded the Land of Fire several times. There was no other way. Yamato had to recall as much as possible and then tell what he knew about the Third Ninja World War. He didn't know a lot of details, but he still remembered some major events. 4 major ninja villages. Kakashi frowned uncontrollably. He thought that Konoha was declared war by the 3 major ninja villages, which was the limit. He didn't expect that the Sand Village would also go to war with Konoha later. This made it more reasonable for Miyu to die in the Third Ninja World War. Facing so many powerful enemies, Konoha must be very lacking in combat power. As a strong man, Miyu naturally had to bear more pressure. This made Kakashi feel more anxious. His current strength was still too weak. The strength that could only defeat ordinary Jonin was not enough to cause any waves in the Ninja World War. Doesn't this mean that all the big ninja villages are besieging Konoha together? It's a bit too despicable. Obito wanted to say to those big ninja villages, if you have the ability, fight one-on-one. Although Konoha suffered the most challenges, the other ninja villages did not work together to deal with Konoha. While fighting Konoha, Kumagakure was also fighting Sandagakure, and Iwagakure was fighting Kumagakure. Even the 3rd Raikage died in the siege of the Iwagakure ninja troops. Yamato explained. If the 4 major ninja villages really worked together to attack the Fire Country and deal with Konoha, how could Konoha withstand it? Konoha during the Third Ninja World War did not have the combat power of the ninja god. Hearing Yamato say that the 3rd Raikage would die in the Ninja World War, Kakashi once again realized the danger and cruelty of war. Sorry, that's all I know. Yamato said apologetically after talking for about 5 minutes. He felt that if it was Senior Kakashi who traveled through time, he would definitely help his former self change history. If it was him. Kakashi put away his pen, rolled up the scroll, and thanked him solemnly. You don't need to apologize, this sentence should be said by us. Kakashi knew very well how outrageous what he was doing was. He actually wanted to change history and destiny. If their actions failed, and Konoha and the ninja world both ended up in a bad way, then Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto would become historical sinners inexplicably without doing anything, so Kakashi felt a little sorry for them. Senior Kakashi, please come on, I believe you can succeed. Yamato encouraged. If it weren't for the fact that the person who made the request was Senior Kakashi, whom he trusted, then Yamato's choice might be different. Although Mr. Kakashi has many bad habits, he has never let us down. I believe that you, Mr. Kakashi, will be fine. I will invite Brother Miyu to eat ramen with you. Uzumaki Naruto also said. Uzumaki Naruto is now looking forward to traveling back. He hopes that after traveling back, he can see the man who would break half of the popsicle for him again, and hope to see Miyu with a warm smile, and hope that Miyu's class will be as lively as before. Don't say it as if it's all thanks to Kakashi. He was just a defeated opponent of mine. Mr. Miyu, Mr. Minato, Xiaolin, and Asuma, I will definitely create a future with them. Obito said domineeringly. He wants to protect all the people he cares about most, his friends, and he can give everything to achieve this goal. Do you want to say that you will win for the rest of your life after winning once? Kakashi said speechlessly. He felt that losing to Obito was a major setback in his life. Just tell me whether you win or not. Obito said that winning once is also winning. You too. Nohara-rin looked at the two helplessly. Go back to sleep quickly, we have to continue the mission tomorrow. Obito and Kakashi knew the importance of the matter, and after a few words, they went back to their respective rooms. Things have to be done one by one. Although they are burdened with the burden of changing history, they must first complete the tasks at hand. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kakashi and Obito and thought of the time he spent with Sasuke. Their classes were really similar, but Sakura was not as gentle as Nohara-rin. After the three left, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato also went to bed quickly. The next morning, everyone started to work hard. Kakashi and the other two continued to investigate, and Lushan, Naruto, and Yamato looked for traces of the centipede, and Miyu went to seek the help of the Queen of Lulan. Did you find anything? The Queen of Lulan first asked about the progress of Miyu's mission. Miyu did not directly answer the Queen of Lulan's question, but asked the Queen of Lulan the same question. Minister and Lushan is a ninja, right? Miyu asked. The Queen of Lulan hesitated and nodded. Although there were not many ninjas in Lulan, the Queen of Lulan was not completely ignorant of the word ninja. I did find out some things. And Lushan's strength as a ninja far exceeded the scope of the B-level mission. Miyu said lightly. Although he did not investigate, and Kakashi and Obito did not find anything, it was not a problem for Miyu, who was familiar with the plot, to make up some information. The Queen of Lulan was a very shrewd person. She understood what Miyu meant at once. She gave the wrong mission information, which led to the wrong mission level. Mistake. In this case, the ninja who is carrying out the mission can just walk away. Sorry, this is my negligence. I don't know much about your ninjas, and I don't know what kind of strength he is among the ninjas. The Queen of Lulan apologized immediately. I can add the commission money. Then the Queen of Lulan proposed a solution. Seeing that she had successfully frightened the Queen of Lulan, Miyu continued without changing her expression. In addition to the commission money, there is another problem. Queen, do you have any information about Lushan that you haven't told us? The Queen's expression did not change, and she replied, No, if I knew so much, I wouldn't ask you to help investigate. She did conceal a piece of information, but she couldn't tell it because it was related to the safety of Lulan, and it was also the secret of Lulan's rapid development in the past 2 years. The latter doesn't matter, the most important thing is the former. Miyu looked at the Queen quietly, and 3 minutes later she said, Lushan is a ninja from the Sand Village who is good at using puppetry. I found that he secretly hoarded many puppets for combat. I don't know what the purpose is. Puppets for combat. The face of the Queen of Lulan changed. The information she hid was her previous cooperation with Lushan. There is a huge energy called Dragon Vein under Lulan, but this huge energy is not uncontrollable. The royal family of Lulan has a chance to awaken the ability to control dragon veins. The Queen of Lulan is one of the awakeners. It is because of this ability that she became the queen. It can even be said that it is not because the royal family has such ability, but because of such ability that it is the royal family of Lulan. Because Lushan showed extraordinary ability, the Queen of Lulan initially agreed to cooperate with Lushan to develop the energy of dragon veins to promote the development of Lulan. Although Lushan has always been very cautious, he is a lawless rebel after all. The careful Queen of Lulan noticed something wrong and terminated the cooperation directly. During this period, the Queen of Lulan has been observing Lushan, but Lushan did not show any abnormality, as if he was really just a minister of Lulan who was dedicated to development and caring for the people. But the Queen of Lulan believed in her own judgment, so she finally issued a task to the ninja village to investigate Lushan. The efficiency of the ninja was beyond her imagination. Such a great discovery was made in just one day. In addition, I need your help on one thing. Yesterday, I met another pair of Konoha companions. They accepted the task of arresting the Sand Village rebel ninja. They found out that the other parties seemed to have come to Lulan 2 years ago, so they came to Lulan to search and get some relevant information. Mu Yu continued. After listening to Mu Yu's words, the queen's face changed again. According to Mu Yu's investigation, An Lushan is a ninja from the Sand Village, and An Lushan happened to have come to Lulan 2 years ago. With this association, the queen instantly felt that An Lushan was the Sand Village rebel ninja centipede. If it was someone else, the queen would be suspicious for a while, but Mu Yu was a ninja she hired. Mu Yu had no reason to be unfavorable to her, otherwise the reputation of Konoha would be ruined. She was a queen after all. I suspect An Lushan is the Sand Village rebel ninja centipede. Mu Yu directly said what the queen was thinking. There are not many rebellious ninjas in Sand Village, and even fewer ninjas who are proficient in puppetry. It is very likely that An Lushan is a centipede. I have a secret technique of perception. I can sense that there is a powerful energy under Lulan through the secret technique. Perhaps An Lushan has been staying in Lulan because he is plotting against that powerful energy. Mu Yu continued to reason. The queen finally couldn't keep calm. Her face changed drastically and she looked at Mu Yu in shock. Mu Yu only investigated for 1 day, but judging from her current performance, Mu Yu knew more than her. Combined with Mu Yu's previous words, the queen found that her concealment might have been seen through by Mu Yu a long time ago, but Mu Yu didn't say it out of consideration for her face. I'm sorry, I did conceal something. The Queen of Lulan bowed to Mu Yu with a sincere look and apologized. It has come to this point. There is no point in her deceiving herself, so the Queen of Lulan chose to be honest with Mu Yu. I really don't want to murder you. I hope you don't mind. This matter is related to the safety of Lulan. The Queen of Lulan explained. There is a power called Dragon Veins under Lulan. This power is very strong, and only our Lulan royal family can control it. In order to prevent it from being coveted by some people, this has always been our top secret of Lulan. The Queen of Lulan didn't know how the dragon veins were for ninjas, but it was really strong for ordinary people. Just a little bit of insignificant dragon vein power is enough to turn an ordinary person into a Superman who can fight 10 people alone. Of course, the consequences are also terrible. The person will die soon. This is why the Lulan royal family can become the Lulan royal family. They can control the dragon veins and raise a team of Superman dead soldiers. However, due to the heavy cost, the Lulan royal family rarely uses dragon veins. After all, there are not many people in the whole Lulan, and people in Lulan are precious resources. I once cooperated with An Lushan. I controlled the power of the dragon veins and gave it to him, and he used this power to help Lulan develop. But one day I found that something was wrong with him, so I terminated my cooperation with him. Now I think it was probably because he was a traitor before. The Queen of Lulan sighed. She thought that God was blessing Lulan and that Lulan would develop from then on, but after all, there is no such thing as a pie in the sky. This makes sense. An Lushan is probably really a rebel ninja of Sand Village, Centipede. Mu Yu agreed. He didn't plan to waste too much time on this task. He would deal with An Lushan's affairs as soon as possible, and he would have time to instruct Uzumaki Naruto in his training. But An Lushan has a high reputation among the people of Lulan. I will continue to investigate and find more evidence and then make it public. Mu Yu said at last. He came here today just to expose all of An Lushan's secrets to the Queen, and he didn't plan to deal with An Lushan immediately. If An Lushan couldn't afford it and blew himself up again, Naruto and the others might have to go back directly, and Mu Yu would choose a suitable time to act. Anyway, there is no problem with the Queen now, and if you want to act, you can just find a reason to act. That would be even better. The Queen of Lulan said with satisfaction. At this moment, the Queen of Lulan had a great favor towards Konoha. Konoha ninjas were so reliable. They were not only efficient, but also considerate of the clients. If she needs to hire people in the future, then the Queen of Lulan will definitely choose Konoha. It doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. Konoha ninjas are really awesome. After saying goodbye to the queen, Yu went to study the dragon veins again. As soon as he arrived at the place, Yu directly opened up his perception, such as the transparent world white eyes, and the enlightenment skills were refreshed. Yu directly turned on himself. Maybe because of the enlightenment state today, Yu had a different feeling from yesterday. In his perception, the powerful energy source was closely connected with the land of Lulin, and the two sides influenced each other. This made Yu wonder if the divine tree absorbed power similar to the dragon vein chakra from the planet. If this is the case, then the dragon vein chakra cannot be used too much. If it is used too much, the whole Lulin may be destroyed. In the evening, Yu returned to the hotel to meet up with everyone and told them about his achievements today. It turns out that Lushan is the centipede. It's just like what you think, brother Yu. He traveled to a time earlier than us. Naruto looked at Yu with admiration. In his opinion, Yu really has a sense of omnipotence. Judging from today's results, Yu's speculations yesterday were almost all correct. He was simply a god. Senior Yu, your speed is really too fast. Yamato exclaimed. They had another day without any gains today. Yamato was ready for a protracted war. Unexpectedly, Yu said directly that he had found the centipede when he came back. Then our mission is equivalent to one mission. Obito found that they could act together directly next. He was not too surprised, after all, this was the immortal Yu, which was very reasonable. Next, we just need to defeat that Lushan, no, that centipede. Obito showed an eager expression. Kakashi shook his head and said, "Didn't you listen carefully to what teacher Yu said? This is just an inference based on the existing data. We still need to conduct some investigations. After all, the other party has accumulated strength in Lulin for 2 years. Now the enemy is in the open and we are in the dark. We can take this opportunity to find out the other party's current strength before taking action." Yu explained. We can also conduct some pre-war training to improve our combat effectiveness. Yu briefly explained his idea. Naruto and Yamato would take turns to fight against Yu's class to help Yu train his disciples. Then Yu would instruct Naruto and Yamato through their battle process. Yamato's eyes lit up. Isn't this a chance to beat up Senior Kakashi openly? Today is still 8K. Please give me a monthly ticket. The double monthly ticket is about to end. In addition, the focus of this plot is not to fight monsters, so the centipede-related plot will end quickly. Chapter 386 Yang Attribute Breathing Method. I wonder what it feels like to hit Teacher Kakashi's head. Naruto Uzumaki also had a malicious smile on his face. Last night, he saw Yamato hitting Kakashi's head with a happy expression, so he also wanted to try it. Kakashi, who was still thinking about the battle plan, suddenly felt a chill behind his head. Kakashi touched the back of his head and looked around in confusion, but didn't find anything wrong. Who will go first? Yu looked at Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto and asked. I'm the captain, let me go first. Yamato immediately took a step forward and said with a look of no one else but me. How can the captain go first? Let me go first. Uzumaki Naruto said, rubbing his hands. Although the two were communicating with Yu, they would look at Kakashi from time to time, which made Kakashi a little confused. Why were they staring at him alone? Kakashi, who was being watched by the two, pulled out the white fang short blade and used the snow-white blade to observe himself, but found nothing unusual. Yamato said it first, let him go first. Yu thought for a while and replied. On the first day, Kakashi and the others had already experienced Uzumaki Naruto's powerful chakra once, so he thought it would be better to let Yamato, who had wood release, go first this time. Yamato smiled slightly and walked in front of Kakashi and the other two to make the opposition seal. Kakashi and the other two nodded to each other and made the opposition seal together. The battle begins. After both sides were ready, Miyu shouted. As soon as Miyu finished speaking, Kakashi and Obito immediately focused their breathing to improve their physical abilities. Fire style, Great Fireball. Obito quickly formed a seal to condense the chakra in his throat, then transformed it into fire attribute chakra in one breath, and finally spit it all out to form a huge fireball and smashed it towards Yamato. Swish! Nohara-rin entered the water-breathing state and ran, throwing several shurikens at Yamato. Wood release, wood wall. Yamato calmly formed a seal on the spot. Under the effect of wood release chakra, rows of wooden pillars quickly grew out of the ground and then bent to form an arch to protect Yamato. Boom! The huge fireball exploded directly after hitting the wooden arch, and the fierce flames spread in all directions. Something that surprised Obito happened. His fireball failed to break the wooden arch. Although there were very tragic traces of fire on the wooden arch, it was not broken by the explosion of the fireball, and all of Nohara-rin's shuriken were blocked by Yamato's wooden arch. The wood of wood release is different from ordinary trees. Don't be careless. Kakashi reminded, holding the white fang short blade tightly. Although Miyu defeated Yamato very easily and Yamato's wood style did not have much presence in the battle, it was a battle with Miyu after all, and Kakashi would not underestimate this blood limit that only appeared on the god of ninja. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi would launch a surprise attack with the extremely fast speed of thunder breathing under the cover of Obito's fireball, but this time it was a wood-style ninja that he had never fought before, so Kakashi chose to collect intelligence first. Wood-style thorn killing technique. Yamato's figure suddenly rushed out from behind the wooden wall, and he quickly formed seals while running. Wood-like thorns drilled out from the ground and grabbed the three people respectively. Seeing this, Obito concentrated his breathing again and directly entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. He didn't believe that his extreme flames could not burn these pieces of wood. After all, it was training, and there was nothing wrong with being a little reckless. In a real battle, Obito would not be so eager to use his trump card. Fire style Flame Fist. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra on his fist. Since he was in the flame-breathing chakra mode, the chakra that Obito condensed instantly turned into a raging fire. The fire on Obito's fist was sometimes big and sometimes small, but this was not because Obito's control ability was not good, but because he was compressing the flame on his fist. When Obito compressed the flame on his fist to the extreme, the wooden strip created by Yamato's wood escape was about to get close to Obito's body. Boom! Obito blasted out his fist burning with red flames. Facing the huge force and high temperature of the fist, the wood near Obito broke instantly. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Won't the flame hurt me in this way? Obito's flaming fist made Yamato a little confused. According to the general ninja theory, fire escape ninjutsu is not ninja. Flash! Dazzling lightning flashed from Kakashi's feet and palms. With the help of lightning chakra to activate his body and breathing method, Kakashi's physical ability increased greatly. With just a sprint and a swing of the sword, he cut off all the wood on his and Nohara-rin's side. Pa! The cut wood fell to the ground powerlessly. If Yamato just didn't understand Obito's moves, then the ability shown by Kakashi surprised Yamato. Did Senior Kakashi fight like this before? Yamato was very confused. In his impression, Kakashi was an excellent jonin with comprehensive development of ninjutsu. In battle, he either relied on his rich ninjutsu library to restrain the opponent, or used lightning escape and Sharingan. And the youth version of Kakashi is best at swordsmanship? No kidding, Yamato has rarely seen Kakashi fight with a sword, and he thinks it's weird. Is it because of the Sharingan? Yamato guessed that it was the Sharingan that changed Kakashi's fighting style. Fire style, Red Claw of the Phoenix. Obito did not give Yamato more time to think, and one by one, the shurikens carrying flames flew towards Yamato. He knew that Yamato mastered a large range of water style, so he did not use the strongest fire dragon flame bomb. Although the overall power of the Red Claw of the Phoenix is not as good as the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, its penetration and small-range attack capabilities are better. Wood Style, Violent Spear Tree. Yamato continued to make hand seals without changing his expression, and at the same time, he performed the water and soil property changes and then created the wood-style chakra. A giant tree quickly grew out of his body, blocking all the attacks. Kakashi concentrated his breathing to the extreme, entered the transparent world state, and prepared to fight with Obito with all his strength. But after entering the transparent world, Kakashi's movements suddenly paused. Kakashi's expression did not change at all. He gave Obito a look and continued to rush towards Yamato. Although Obito did not know Kakashi's plan, what is it, but still follow Kakashi's instructions and rush towards Yamato with all his strength. Nohara Rin stared at Yamato and was ready to use water ninjutsu to support at any time. But at this moment, another Yamato appeared silently behind Nohara Rin. The first one to rush out was actually Yamato's wooden clone. His real body used earth ninjutsu to sneak in and go around Nohara Rin. Although it was a young version of Kakashi, he was the reliable senior Kakashi after all. Yamato was not careless and was ready to end this battle steadily. One flash, two consecutive. At the moment when Yamato's real body appeared, Kakashi, who was rushing straight at Yamato, turned around with the help of the big tree that Yamato had created before, and rushed back at a faster speed. When he opened the perspective world, he found Yamato lurking underground, but Kakashi pretended to catch Yamato off guard. As if he hadn't noticed. The wood clone wanted to use wood release to stop Kakashi, but Obito, who had activated the chakra of flame breathing, had already rushed over. How could he succeed? He raised his hand and fired a flame fist. Kakashi was very fast, and Yamato immediately gave up Nohara Rin, who was close at hand, and burst his chakra to create many giant trees to block Kakashi's advance. Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi rushing towards her, and immediately reacted to condensed chakra and swung a heavy punch behind her. But Yamato had given up the attack and sent a short distance, so Nohara Rin's attack did not hit Yamato. Although Kakashi cut off many of the giant trees that blocked the attack, he had no ability to cause damage to Yamato. Kakashi pulled Nohara Rin back at a high speed, and he was not upset. Yamato was a ninja who had been the captain of the Anbu after all. If he lost because of a little accident, it would be a surprise to him, and he would worry about the level of the Anbu ninjas in the future. Obito's wooden clone turned into vines and tied him up, but a large amount of fire ignited on the surface of Obito's body and turned the vines into ashes to release the restraints. It's amazing. If I were here a few years ago, I might have lost without knowing the information. Yamato sighed in his heart. The strength of the Muyo class far exceeded his expectations. Kakashi and Obito's performance was completely at the level of a senior ninja. Nohara Rin didn't show much, but it can be seen that her combat skills are not bad. Wood release, Sea of Trees. Yamato mobilized a lot of chakra in his body and performed the strongest wood release ninjutsu he could use. In fact, he practiced the Tree World Release, a powerful wood release ninjutsu that can create a large forest in an instant, but Yamato didn't have enough chakra, so he made a Sea of Trees release, which is a second-hand beggar version of the Tree World Release, which is much smaller in both power and range. Although it is not as good as the Tree World Release, this is indeed the largest range of wood release that Yamato can use. Under the effect of a large amount of wood release chakra, large trees rose from the ground and grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of large trees surrounded Kakashi and his friends. Is this a wood release ninja? Obito exclaimed as he watched a golden desert suddenly turn into a small forest. Compared to the ninjutsu that Yamato had used before, he felt that this was the real wood release. Under Yamato's control, all the rapidly growing trees attacked the three people with their branches. The trees he created were not for greening. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito directly used his most powerful range of fire release, and under the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode, he quickly spit out a small sea of fire. The extremely high temperature red flames engulfed all the branches that grew, and turned a large number of trees into fire trees, expanding the sea of fire. Because the fire was too big, Nohara-rin had to use water release to protect her and Kakashi. As for Obito, he was in the flame-breathing chakra mode and it was difficult for him to be hurt by the flames. Obito took a few breaths and looked at Kakashi. His chakra had been consumed a lot, and he could only barely maintain the breathing chakra mode. This was because his chakra had increased a lot recently for some reason. In the past, he would have automatically exited the flame-breathing chakra mode. Kakashi nodded. Obito had cleared most of the obstacles for him. The outcome of the next battle depended on him. Although the raging fire blocked Kakashi's sight, his transparent world could penetrate the obstacles and lock on Yamato at the edge of the woods. Water style, water wave hand. Seeing the fierce fire, Yamato stretched out his hand and released a wave-like water style, trying to put out all of Obito's flames. Sizzle. Kakashi exhaled a stream of white air, and the large amount of chakra that had long been condensed in his body was all transformed into lightning chakra, dyeing Kakashi's body with lightning. He tightly grasped the white fang short blade, mobilizing all the strength in his body without wasting a single bit of strength. Thunder flash. Boom. In this world of fire, a thunderclap suddenly sounded, followed by a dazzling lightning that cut through the flames, splitting the incoming huge wave in two, and rushed towards Yamato with the momentum to cut off everything. Yamato looked at the incoming Kakashi with surprise. He thought Kakashi's speed was fast enough, but he didn't expect that Kakashi had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Thinking of this, Yamato no longer held back. Many tall trees grew rapidly in front of him, and the trees that were not affected by the sea of fire were also doing their best to block Kakashi. Swish! Boom! A flash of lightning flashed, and the giant trees collapsed one by one, and Kakashi was still trying to move forward. Yamato continued to output chakra without changing his expression. Countless branches and vines that attacked were cut off by Kakashi, and Kakashi's body became more and more tired. When he was only 10 meters away from Yamato, Kakashi's sprint slowed down. When Kakashi was only 5 meters away from Yamato, he was finally exhausted and failed to cut the tree in half. His body was tied up by thick branches. Seeing Kakashi stop, Yamato breathed a sigh of relief. This battle was not as easy as he imagined. The fighting style of the young version of Kakashi was completely different from the Kakashi he remembered, and his strength was beyond his expectations. Obito's fire escape was also very scary. The power of the last fire dragon flame bomb had surpassed the fire escape of many senior ninjas. Looking at being the branches tied up Kakashi, who looked powerless, and Yamato hit Kakashi's head again. After the fight, Yamato felt refreshed and relaxed. Kakashi looked at Yamato with a puzzled look. This attack was meaningless. He still had no fighting power without this attack, and he would not faint after this attack. Sorry, I accidentally attacked you when I saw your face. Yamato said apologetically. Kakashi. If he saw someone who looked like Yamato and was named Yamato in the future, he would definitely hit him on the head without hesitation. He just couldn't help it because of his appearance. Why did Senior Kakashi give up the lightning blade technique? Yamato thought puzzledly. He thought Kakashi was very good now, and he might become stronger if he continued on this path. After all, the current Kakashi has the strength to defeat a Jonin before he is 10 years old. It is not impossible for him to become a Hokage-level strongman after another 17 years of training. However, the current youth version of Kakashi obviously cannot answer Yamato's question. Only the future Kakashi can answer him. Yamato hides his doubts in his heart and continues to train. Kakashi completely lost his fighting power. It was easy for Yamato to deal with the remaining Obito and Nohara-rin, and the training was soon over. After the battle, it was the review session. Muyu talked about everyone's problems and gave instructions. After the break, they changed a place for training. Yamato's wood escape plus Obito's fire escape made that place too messy. The battle between Uzumaki Naruto and Kakashi was simple. Uzumaki Naruto did not play tricks. He just rolled balls with multiple shadow clones and defeated Kakashi and others with his hard power. During the battle, Uzumaki Naruto hit Kakashi's head as he wished. Uzumaki Naruto didn't want to laugh, after all, this was his future teacher Kakashi, but he couldn't help it. After the training, Kakashi's face darkened, and he finally understood what his bad premonition was. If history makes him Uzumaki Naruto's teacher again, he will definitely let Uzumaki Naruto know what love from a teacher is. Brother Naruto, do you only know these two ninjutsu? Obito couldn't help but complain after the training. He envied Uzumaki Naruto's chakra a little. Shadow clones seemed to use no chakra. If he could have the amount of chakra of Uzumaki Naruto, the chakra mode of flame breathing could be used as full concentration breathing. Of course not, don't underestimate me. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and denied. How could he only know multiple shadow clones and raise Nan? He also knows seduction technique, harem technique, and spiral shuriken. Sometimes it is a good choice to keep practicing and developing a useful ninjutsu. Miyu thought for a while and said. Although Uzumaki Naruto does rely on multiple shadow clones and raise Nan to fight, this does not prevent him from being very strong. Naruto's raise Nan is really useful. Obito had to admit that this ninjutsu was really strong. It did not require hand seals and was still powerful. Obito, if you want to learn, I can teach you. Uzumaki Naruto said generously. He felt that Obito was very compatible with him and did not think there was anything wrong with teaching him ninjutsu. If Obito learned his raise Nan and improved his strength, it would be considered that Uzumaki Naruto made a contribution to Kakashi and others to change history. Naruto, I want to learn. Obito instantly felt that this big brother was not recognized in vain. Miyu's expression was a little subtle. If he wanted to learn raise Nan from Naruto, it would be almost the same as creating it himself. However, Miyu did not discourage Obito's enthusiasm. Anyway, he also knew raise Nan. If Obito really wanted to learn, he could teach him. After 2 consecutive failures, Kakashi and the other 2 were engaged in night training with endless fighting spirit, while Miyu guided Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato's practice. Uzumaki Naruto, who now has Shadow Clone and Raise Nan, does not need Miyu's guidance, so Miyu chooses to teach Naruto physical skills. Thanks to Tomitka, Miyu has won many physical skills awards. It is hard to say in the scope of the ninja world, but he can say that no one in Konoha knows physical skills better than him. After all, the experience of practicing physical skills in his mind is something that a person cannot have from birth to death. This is the power of plug-ins. As for Yamato, Miyu chooses to teach him water escape and water breathing. Yamato generally uses 3 kinds of ninjutsu in battle, namely wood escape, earth escape, and water escape. Miyu does not have the wood escape bloodline Genkai now. Although Miyu has reached the mastery level of the nature change of earth attribute chakra, his proficiency is not high. Miyu does not mind teaching Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto breathing, but he does not have a breathing method suitable for Naruto at present. Naruto Uzumaki's personality is very suitable for fire breathing, but Naruto Uzumaki does not use fire escape, and learning fire breathing is not as good as learning wind breathing. Wind breathing can at least increase the power of Raise Nan Shuriken. After developing the breathing of wind, Miyu has been developing the breathing of Yang attribute. He thinks that by combining the Yang attribute with the fire attribute, he might be able to develop the breathing of Sunday. Uzumaki Naruto came too early, and his Yang attribute breathing method has not been developed yet. If Uzumaki Naruto had been a few months later, Miyu might have developed the prototype. Enhance the change of chakra form and enhance the power of water escape. Yamato was shocked when he heard Miyu introduce the effect of water breathing. As the captain of the Anbu, he has been exposed to many secret techniques, but he has never seen such a comprehensive and powerful secret technique as water breathing. It can not only strengthen the body and accelerate the recovery of injuries, but also enhance water escape. When you practice to a certain level world and can enter the water breathing chakra mode to use water escape at will. Not to mention that he has never been exposed to it, Yamato has never heard of this secret technique. Is it because Senior Miyu died in battle that it was lost? Yamato thought of a possibility. Yamato looked at Miyu with a complicated look. Although he had only known her for 2 days, he really admired this ninja named Hanyu Miyu. Senior Miyu, don't you really want to know the future? Aren't you worried that you will encounter an accident at some time? Yamato asked tactfully. He wanted to tell Miyu about his speculation on the time of Miyu's death, so that Miyu would be more vigilant. No need to do so, our future, we will create it. Miyu replied with a warm smile. Yamato sighed in his heart, but under Miyu's careful teaching, he quickly threw himself into the study of water breathing. Yamato then discovered that Miyu's teaching ability was also unique. Euro lecture completed. Euro evaluation, Euro rewards, water chakra property change +2, water breathing +1, slight increase in physical skills experience. Euro. When the training was over, something happened that Miyu had not expected. The lecture reward was still S level. This was something Miyu had not expected. According to his experience, there must be at least dozens of students to settle the lecture reward. The only exception was when teaching Minato and Kushina, and there were only 2 people at that time. But the strength of Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato was obviously not comparable to that of Minato and Kushina. Miyu tried hard to think, and suddenly found that he was wrong. In the system's recognition, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato might not be bad. In terms of potential identification, the system is actually very rigid. For example, Hyuga Uchiha basically has high potential that does not match their strength. Some people have higher potential than Sarutobi Hiruzen Heifu and Minato, and their actual combat power may not last for a few rounds. Then Miyu boldly speculated that the system's determination of strength is mostly based on chakra, and Yamato and Naruto have a lot of chakra. Thinking of the 9 tails in Kushina and Naruto's bodies, Miyu could even be bolder. Maybe Yamato and Minato were just making up the numbers, and it was Naruto and Kushina who really triggered the end-of-course reward. This gave Miyu an idea. If he took the Yang attribute breathing method that was being developed as the course content, could he increase his development speed? Chapter 387 The End of Inlussion. In order to verify his idea, Miyu used an excuse to change the proportion of investigation and practice time. From the 3rd day, practice all day and investigate at night. No one objected. Whether it was Miyu's disciples or Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato, they all followed Miyu's arrangements. The information they currently have is enough for them to complete their respective tasks. The next investigation is just to end the task more steadily and reduce the impact of the Inlussion incident on Lulin. So it is very reasonable to reduce the investigation time. Everyone is tired after practicing for so long, how about having a midnight snack? Miyu looked at the tired people and suggested. Midnight snack, are we going to eat ramen? Uzumaki Naruto asked with excitement, and the tired look on his face was swept away. It would be great if he could eat a bowl of hot Ichiraku ramen after the tiring training. In fact, Uzumaki Naruto can accept instant noodles, but if he makes instant noodles alone, he needs to wait for 3 minutes in boredom. Although it is impossible for ramen to be served immediately when everyone goes to eat together, they can chat while waiting. Yamato looked up at the sky. It was already late at night, and the stars in the sky were bright and fresh. It feels like only izakayas are still open this late. Yamato looked back at Naruto and said honestly. Although it is a bit inappropriate, it is indeed true. How can an ordinary ramen shop not close at 12 o'clock? Yamato was happy to go to the izakaya with Miyu, but he thought it was not appropriate. Even Uzumaki Naruto was not yet an adult, and Kakashi and the others were even worse. They were not at the age to go to the izakaya. It seems that you guys are in for a treat today, Naruto. Obito immediately thought that Miyu would cook for the midnight snack herself. After all, this was the immortal Miyu, how could he not have considered something that even Yamato had considered? Don't go out to eat, I'll cook for you. Miyu explained. Miyu had completed all the preparations before starting training. Obito showed an expression of as expected, and Kakashi and Nohara-rin began to look forward to today's midnight snack. Miyu was their teacher, not their chef, and they hadn't eaten Miyu's food for a while. While waiting, seeing Kakashi and the others were so excited, Yamato asked curiously, "Is Senior Miyu good at cooking?" He originally wanted to go to the kitchen to help Miyu share some of the work. After all, he learned Miyu's ninjutsu, so how could he have the nerve to eat for free? But Miyu refused him. Miyu said that if he wanted to help, he could clean up the dishes after eating, and he could cook by himself. More than good at it, Teacher Miyu's cooking is like applying some kind of super high-level ninjutsu. There is absolutely no other cooking in the ninja world that can be compared. Obito replied with an exaggerated look. Although he also likes his grandmother's cooking, from the facts, the deliciousness of Miyu's cooking is indeed incomparable to any other cooking. Yamato's expression was a little hesitant. If Obito just said that it was delicious, Yamato would believe it directly, but Obito's exaggeration made it less credible. It's not that I think Obito is lying, but there may be an idle filter in this, and it has a lot to do with the person who cooks. Mr. Miyu's cooking skills are no less than his ninja strength. Kakashi said seriously. Kakashi even thinks that Miyu may make more money as a chef than a ninja. After all, Miyu's cooking is so delicious that it makes people hallucinate. Those daimyo nobles must be willing to spend a lot of money to taste this unique cooking in the ninja world. Yamato looked a little surprised. If Kakashi said it, it would be very credible. After all, Kakashi is not the kind of person who will be too exaggerated, and he is more rational. I'm really looking forward to it. Uzumaki Naruto listened to Kakashi and others' praise for Miyu's cooking, and curiously looked towards the kitchen. He was looking forward to the next midnight snack time. By the way, who is the 5th generation Hokage? Obito asked curiously. Obito wants to become Hokage, but at his age, it should be difficult for the 4th generation, so Obito directly points his sword to the 5th generation Hokage, and the 5th generation Hokage with normal historical development is naturally his competitor. It's Grandma Tsunade. Uzumaki Naruto answered. Ah, Lady Tsunade actually became the 5th Hokage. Nohara-rin opened her mouth slightly, a little bit unbelievable. Nohara-rin didn't think Tsunade was incapable of becoming Hokage. In fact, at this time, all 3 ninjas were popular candidates for the 4th Hokage. Konoha ninjas would not feel it was inappropriate for any of the 3 of them to become Hokage. Nohara-rin is now considered half a disciple of Tsunade. She has been with Tsunade for a long time and has some understanding of Tsunade. She knows very well that Tsunade doesn't want to become Hokage at all. Tsunade is too lazy to study medical ninjutsu, let alone become a Hokage to handle Konoha's affairs. Nohara-rin couldn't imagine what it would be like for Tsunade to become Hokage. Would she be able to work on time? There would be no Hokage in the Hokage's office before the afternoon. Nohara-rin couldn't help but show worry on her face. She hoped that Konoha would be fine in the future and that Tsunade could hold on in the heavy work. Grandma Tsunade? Isn't that Xylan's medical ninjutsu teacher? I didn't expect that she would be the 5th generation. Obito scratched his head. He remembered that Tsunade seemed to be in the same class as Uncle Toad. Wasn't she a little too old to be the 5th generation at this age? Xylan, do you know how strong Grandma Tsunade is? Obito and Nohara-rin asked for information. Since Obito called Uzumaki Naruto Big Brother, Obito subconsciously used Uzumaki Naruto's name for Tsunade, ignoring the problem of Naruto's time travel. I think I can beat you, Obito, with one punch. Besides, Obito, you'd better not call Tsunade grandma. Nohara-rin reminded him out of concern for Obito's life safety. Since he had to prepare supper for 6 people, and they were 6 ninjas who had just finished training, Miyu spent a lot of time. During this period, Uzumaki, Naruto, Yamato, and Kakashi kept chatting and got to know each other better. Obito then realized that Naruto was also a complete loser in the ninja school, whether in theory or ninjutsu. Why do I feel so familiar with you? I feel like you are similar to Kai. Obito felt that he had discovered the truth. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Someone really didn't know himself. After listening to Kakashi's mission experience, Yamato secretly sighed that it was not easy for Kakashi to survive. Kakashi and his team encountered ninjas of various levels in sea-level missions, which would not encounter ninjas. Even the Chunin exams could cause accidents. Wow, it's so rich. There are so many dishes I haven't seen before. Naruto widened his eyes as he looked at the dishes of tempting aromas brought from the kitchen. This was much richer than he had imagined. Considering that Uzumaki, Naruto and Yamato had never eaten his dishes, half of them were local dishes in the ninja world, so Uzumaki, Naruto and his team would not have to look at a table full of unfamiliar dishes. Many of the ingredients were stored by Miyu in the scroll, and Lulin might not be able to buy them. Faced with such a rich supper, everyone said I'm ready in a very ritualistic way before starting to eat. Naruto picked up a piece of tempura and stuffed it into his mouth. When his teeth bit through the crispy fried skin, the tender and moist shrimp meat inside made Uzumaki Naruto's eyes widen. Before eating, he really didn't expect that an ordinary piece of tempura could be so delicious. Then something even more unexpected happened to Uzumaki Naruto. He suddenly felt dazed. When he opened his eyes again, he was surrounded by a mysterious and magnificent blue world, with countless fish and shrimps swimming around him. Naruto Uzumaki wanted to reach out and touch it, but found that he stretched out a claw. He turned into a shrimp. Then Naruto Uzumaki forgot all his troubles and swam happily in the ocean. When he came to his senses, Naruto Uzumaki found himself sitting at the dining table to eat, and the ocean and fish and shrimps had all disappeared. Brother Miyu, you are awesome. Uzumaki Naruto gave Miyu a thumbs up. He really couldn't think of any other adjectives. Uzumaki Naruto remembered that before the meal, Obito said that eating Miyu's food would make him see forests, seas, and volcanoes. It turned out that this description was realistic. Yamato took a bite of the food and looked at Miyu in shock. At that moment, he thought he was under an illusion. Obito's exaggerated descriptions were all true, which really shocked Yamato. Eat quickly. Miyu reminded. Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto then realized how exaggerated Obito and the other two were when eating, and the chopsticks left after images. Finding that the food on the plate was rapidly decreasing, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato also quickly took out their fighting state and started eating. This midnight snack is the best I've ever had. After eating, Naruto still felt unsatisfied. He felt that he didn't perform well. If he had another chance, he would definitely be able to eat more dishes. Thank you so much, Senior Miyu. Yamato felt that it was great to meet Miyu. Helping them complete their tasks, teaching them powerful secrets, and now making such delicious food for them personally. Miyu smiled and didn't say anything. These were just a piece of cake for him at the moment. The next day, because Miyu changed the training time, Uzumaki Naruto and others started training in the early morning. And Miyu officially started his test. We won't practice physical skills today. I'll teach you yang breathing. Miyu said before the class started. This will be difficult, so Naruto, try to be more serious. The reward for teaching is not just about Miyu's teaching, but also depends on whether the students have learned it. Since yang breathing is a secret technique under development, Miyu emphasized the difficulty. I will study hard. Uzumaki Naruto nodded seriously. Both defeating the Akatsuki organization and recovering Sasuke require strength, and he is serious about practicing. Besides, Yu is so good to him, Uzumaki Naruto must practice more seriously and not let Yu down. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto quickly formed a seal and burst out chakra to split dozens of shadow clones. He knew that he was not a genius in learning. Since one brain was not enough, he would think with dozens of him. Before learning yang breathing, you must first understand two pieces of knowledge, the change of yang's chakra nature and breathing. Yu began the class. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto's foundation was very ordinary, so he started from the basics and introduced yang attribute chakra first. Dozens of Uzumaki Naruto were listening to the class meticulously. He really didn't understand yang attribute. The only time he heard about it was when Yamato mentioned it when learning about the change of wind attribute chakra. After explaining for about 40 minutes, Yu stopped and gave Uzumaki Naruto some time to digest it. After realizing this, Uzumaki Naruto released the multiple shadow clones to sort out his memory, and when Yu started to talk again, dozens of shadow clones were created. In a morning, Yu successfully made Uzumaki Naruto understand the change of yang attribute chakra nature and basic breathing. Yu had to admit that the multiple shadow clones method was really useful, and Uzumaki Naruto learned very quickly. However, only Naruto had such a cheating learning method, which was too demanding on both the body and the mind. Ordinary people might not be able to withstand the practice of several shadow clones, let alone dozens of shadow clones. This can really cause trouble. In the afternoon, Yu officially began to teach him the yang breathing, which was still under development. Since it was not fully developed, Yu spent most of his time talking about theory. When using yang breathing, the body's energy will be enhanced, and the moves related to the changes in the nature of yang attribute chakra will become stronger. If you want to maximize the power of the moves, the final practice must be to integrate yang breathing into other moves. Although he has never obtained the localized sun breathing, this does not prevent Yu from guessing the effect of the system localized sun breathing based on the existing breathing method. Both sun breathing and flame breathing are flames. In the original work of Demon Slayer, sun breathing is much stronger than flame breathing. According to the principle of system localized skills, the flame of sun breathing must be much stronger than flame breathing. If you want to achieve this effect in the Naruto world, it is likely that the changes in the nature of yang attribute chakra or natural energy are introduced, so that the flame of sun breathing becomes yang plus fire or natural energy fire, or it is possible to have both, because the two do not conflict. Yu has not yet come into contact with the fairy art knowledge related to natural energy, so he started with yang attribute. For Yu's development purpose, the biggest difference between yang breathing and other breathing methods is that it has great possibilities. The current yang breathing is very weak. If we really talk about the early effects, it is only slightly stronger than the basic breathing, but the difficulty is far greater than the basic breathing. But yang breathing can go a lot of ways. If you keep going forward, when yang breathing is practiced to a high level, it can make the body's energy extremely powerful, and the sealless healing is not a dream. At the same time, yang breathing can also be used in combination with suitable breathing methods as Yu envisioned, such as helping yang breathing to advance to sun breathing. In addition to teaching Uzumaki Naruto, Yu also taught Yamato some water escape. He thinks that with Yamato's chakra to learn some powerful water escape, the actual combat performance may not be much worse than wood escape. Of course, wood escape has its unique role, such as suppressing the chakra of the tailed beasts. No matter how much you practice water escape, you can't achieve this effect. Lecture completed. Evaluation, S. Rewards, Yang Attribute Chakra Property Change +9, Basic Breathing +12, Yang Breathing +2, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change +1. As the rewards were settled, Yu had some more relevant cultivation memories in his mind. A smile appeared on Yu's face. This was indeed a very good surprise. If he continued like this, he should be able to complete the preliminary development of yang breathing within a month. After the training, Yu, who was in a good mood, prepared a sumptuous dinner to reward the students. Everyone laughed and talked before the dishes were served, but no one spoke after the dishes were served. After the first loss, Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto learned their lesson. They could chat casually before and after meals, but they had to go all out when eating. After a break after dinner, it was time to investigate the mission. Miyu split a shadow clone to follow Kakashi and others, while the main body continued to study the dragon veins. After a week of such days, Obito and others, who had collected enough evidence, proposed to Miyu at night to capture the centipede. This guy not only locked innocent people in the underground factory to make puppets for him day and night, but also conducted human experiments. Doesn't he feel disgusted when he smiles at the people? Obito said indignantly. During the investigation, they found that Enlushan was related to many cases of missing people in Lulin. With the help of Miyu's white eyes, they quickly found Enlushan's underground factory and discovered Enlushan's evil deeds. We will never let this hateful guy get away this time. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fist and said. He couldn't wait to treat Enlushan to meatballs. Publish these evidences. Let alone defend Enlushan, I'm afraid those people want to kill him immediately. Kakashi felt that the preparation stage was perfect enough. Then let's do it tomorrow. I'll contact the queen later and ask her to meet Enlushan tomorrow. Miyu thought for a while and said. Enlushan is a puppeteer. His combat effectiveness depends entirely on puppets. If he fights him in Enlushan's base camp, then Enlushan must have a lot of spare puppets. Let the Queen of Lulin ask Enlushan to fight outside. Enlushan can only use the puppets he brought in the scroll, which can be regarded as a certain degree of weakening. Although the enemy is not particularly strong, Miyu adheres to the principle of using all his strength even if a lion fights a rabbit, and strives to avoid any accidents. Put away your kunao. If there is any danger, I can come to you in an instant. Miyu took out 2 flying thunder gods from the ninja tool bag and gave them to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. Not only to protect Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato, but also to protect Enlushan. If Enlushan died, Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato would travel back directly, so Miyu would not let Enlushan die. He would seal Enlushan first. Now Uzumaki Naruto has not learned the yang breathing, and Jiraiya has not seen it yet. It is not time to go back. Miyu's plan seems very reliable and reasonable. Everyone has no objection. When it is almost time to go to bed, they will disperse and go back to their rooms. Did she finally figure it out and decide to continue to cooperate with me? This was Enlushan's first thought after hearing that the Queen of Lulin asked him to discuss the development of the western part of Lulin. After all, there is nothing to develop in this remote and poor place of Lulin except the dragon vein. Enlushan was in a very good mood about this. He was ready to assassinate the Queen of Lulin and support the Lulin Princess Sarah to take the throne. According to the information he got, Sarah also has the same ability as the Queen of Lulin. Compared to the cunning Queen of Lulin, the innocent Sarah is undoubtedly easier to control. Maybe even if he sells her, she will help him count the money. However, Enlushan's goal is to absorb the power of the dragon vein, not to control Lulin, so as long as he achieves this goal, nothing else matters. The west of Lulin is the least developed part of Lulin, with large tracts of vacant land and abandoned houses. Enlushan found the queen who was inspecting under the guidance of the Lulin soldiers. Enlushan smiled and said, "My queen, I have a good development idea here. I think you should be able to guess it." Because of the cooperation, Enlushan did not directly talk about the dragon vein, but hinted to the queen. It's all Lulin, but the environment in the west is so much worse than other places. We should develop it here, even if it costs a little. Enlushan continued to say when he saw that the queen did not respond. Just then, the handkerchief on the queen suddenly fell off. Swish! The 4 Lulin soldiers standing next to Enlushan immediately drew their swords and chopped at Enlushan. But something surprising happened. It seemed that they were not slashing people, but slashing at steel. The blade cut through Enlushan's clothes and could not go down anymore. And Lushan's face quickly darkened, and several ordinary people started fighting with him. In order to be able to withstand the power of the dragon vein, he had long transformed himself into a puppet. The swords of ordinary people were at most a tickle to him. It seems that the Queen of Lulan will unfortunately be assassinated, and then Princess Sarah will succeed to the throne in distress. And Lushan was ready to kill everyone here and then support Sarah to succeed to the throne. But before he could do anything, several wooden sticks suddenly grew out from the ground where he was and tied him up at a high speed. The 4 Lulan soldiers took this opportunity to retreat quickly, while Uzumaki Naruto and others who had been hiding nearby rushed out. Uzumaki Naruto condensed a large amount of chakra in his hand and continuously compressed and rotated it, eventually forming a high-speed rotating chakra ball. Uzumaki Naruto raised the raised nan without hesitation and smashed it towards Lushan's chest. Flash! Kakashi also seized the opportunity to concentrate his thunder breathing to increase his explosive power, and then swung the lightning blade at Lushan's legs at high speed. Lushan frowned slightly and tried to break free from the wooden stick, but found that the wooden stick was harder than he thought. Swish! Kakashi's white fang short blade directly cut off Lushan's legs. Boom! Naruto's raised nan tore off some of Lushan's clothes and body, revealing the puppet parts inside. This time the enemy seems to be unexpectedly easy to deal with. Obito saw Lushan suffering such a heavy blow, and felt that the battle was over. Don't be careless before the enemy is completely solved. Miyu shook her head and said as she walked to the side of the Lulan Queen. Although the Lulan Queen chose to terminate the cooperation with Lushan, Lushan still absorbed a lot of dragon vein power after all, and he would not be solved so easily. Although Naruto's raised nan dealt a heavy blow to Lushan, it also broke the wooden strips that bound Lushan. Lushan rolled over and quickly took out the scroll and activated the dragon vein chakra power in his body. There was a puppet inside Lushan's scroll. Under Lushan's control, it quickly turned into parts to repair Lushan's body, making Lushan look even stronger than at the beginning. You are really haunting me. I didn't expect you to follow me. Lushan cursed while dodging. At first, Lushan thought that Uzumaki Naruto and the others had followed him, so he was very cautious in his actions in Lulan, using all kinds of aliases and transformation techniques. After a long time, Uzumaki Naruto did not appear, and Lushan was sure that he was the only one who traveled through time. He really didn't expect Naruto to appear at this juncture, and he also brought a few helpers he had never seen before. Lushan quickly took out 2 more scrolls and released 6 tall puppets. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito, who concentrated his flame breathing, immediately spit out a large amount of flames to form a huge fireball. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and one of Lushan's puppets was instantly destroyed. Raise Nan. Uzumaki Naruto used the multiple shadow clone technique to create a large number of shadow clones, which attacked with the main body using Raise Nan and quickly destroyed 2 puppets. Wood style, violent spear tree. Yamato calmly controlled the wooden strips spreading from his body to penetrate and destroy a puppet. Lightning style, pseudo-darkness. Kakashi finally condensed a large amount of lightning chakra and then shot out the lightning spear. The lightning spear was very fast and had strong penetration, destroying another puppet. Nohara-rin waved the chakra short blade given by Naruto to cut off the chakra line on a puppet, causing Lushan to lose control of the puppet. As soon as the battle started, all 6 puppets that Lushan had just released were knocked down. Lushan's face became extremely gloomy. Just now, that was most of the puppet reserves he carried. He only had 10 puppets on him, and now there were only 3 left. Lushan did not hesitate, and immediately released the remaining 3 puppets, and then ran madly towards the location of his underground base. Although the puppets he carried were of high quality, there were enough puppets in the base, and they could consume all the ninjas to death. As long as we can reach that place, there will be no problem. Lushan seemed to see his hope of counterattack. But the venue was chosen by Miyu and the others, and if they didn't make some traps, it would be a shame for their ninja identity. Just as Lushan rushed out, Kakashi silently detonated dozens of detonating tags buried in advance. Boom! A thunderous explosion suddenly sounded, and a shining explosion light appeared. Lushan and the 3 puppets that covered his retreat were all engulfed by the huge explosion. Seeing Lushan being engulfed by such a powerful explosion, the Queen of Lulin was completely relieved. Originally, she planned to bring Sarah to broaden her horizons and let her know the sinisterness of human hearts, but for safety reasons, the Queen of Lulin finally gave up this decision. The thick smoke from the explosion covered Lushan's figure. Uzumaki Naruto and others stared at the smoke, not knowing what condition Lushan was in. Chapter 388 Jiraiya and Naruto. This guy has such a strong vitality. Obito couldn't help but sigh. The smoke dissipated, and the 3 puppets released by Lushan were all blown into pieces. Lushan's body became tattered, but he still didn't fall down, staring at Uzumaki Naruto and others with gritted teeth. You forced me to do this. Seeing that there was no hope of escape, Lushan decided to fight to the death. Even if he died, he would take 2 people with him. As Lushan activated all his dragon vein energy, the puppet fragments on the ground were attracted and flew towards Lushan at a high speed. The puppets he carried with him were not ordinary puppets. The puppets strengthened by the dragon vein energy could merge with him to become stronger. After absorbing all the damaged puppet fragments, Lushan's body became huge, no longer like a human, but like a monster. Lushan glanced at the Queen of Lulin with his peripheral vision, and then pretended to rush towards Obito. Just when Obito used fire escape to attack him, Lushan immediately turned around and rushed towards the Queen. The 2 people he wanted to kill the most now were Uzumaki Naruto and the Queen of Lulin. One of them traveled through time and space to continue to hunt him down, and the other one put him in the current desperate situation. But Uzumaki Naruto was obviously not that easy to kill, so Lushan decided to capture the Queen of Lulin first, and if he could use the Queen of Lulin to escape, he would escape. Kill him if you can, and kill him immediately if you can't. These Konoha ninjas are only this level, they don't even know how to protect the client. Lushan sneered in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto and his team had a loose formation, with only one blonde ninja standing next to the Queen of Lulin, and the others were at a certain distance from the Queen of Lulin. The blonde ninja didn't attack just now, so Lushan thought he wouldn't be very strong. If he was really strong, he would definitely fight him as the main attacker, instead of being arranged next to the Queen of Lulin. Yamato, Kakashi, and Uzumaki Naruto all used ninjutsu to attack Lushan, but Lushan took all the attacks and still approached the Queen of Lulin at high speed. If it were an ordinary ninja, he would either have to give up the attack or die under the ninjutsu of Uzumaki Naruto and his team, but Lushan was different now. Although he didn't feel well, he wouldn't die. Looking at Lushan rushing straight towards Miyu, Obito, and others had strange expressions on their faces. He was too active in seeking death. Miyu told them before the battle that Lushan was within their range of dealing with him, so Miyu would not take action under normal circumstances. Queen, you will regret the decision you made. Lushan said in a deep voice. Queen Lulin was an ordinary person after all. Seeing this huge monster rushing towards her, she subconsciously took a half step back. But Queen Lulin quickly calmed down because Miyu was by her side. Miyu was the captain of this Konoha team. His team members all had the strength to injure Lushan. As the captain, Miyu must be stronger. Chop the tiles. Seeing Lushan rushing towards him without knowing whether to live or die, Miyu did not show any courtesy to him. He used the rock breathing to enhance his body strength and flashed in front of Lushan and suddenly chopped with his hand knife. He did not take action in order to get more rewards when the task was settled, so that Lushan could be the whetstone for his disciples. But if Lushan wanted to be beaten, he would not mind letting him know what real strength was. Miyu was very fast. Lushan only felt that a golden-haired figure appeared in front of him in a flash. Bang! Boom! Lushan only felt a terrifying force coming, and then he flew backwards at a faster speed, hit the ground hard, and cracked the ground. And the place where he was just chopped by Mu Yu had a hideous and terrifying wound, as if he was chopped by a huge blunt knife. And Lushan looked at Mu Yu with horror, and he found that Mu Yu was actually the strongest. After the attack, Mu Yu continued to stay quietly beside the Queen of Lulan and did not attack again. They came too early. And Lushan, who only absorbed so much dragon vein chakra, had limited strength. Only in Lushan, like the original movie version, might have the strength to fight Mu Yu. Somewhat desperate, and Lushan found that Mu Yu did not continue to attack, and a glimmer of hope for life was born in his heart. Mu Yu was so strong, but she did not participate in the battle and kept protecting the Queen of Lulan. Obviously, she did not value the client, but was training her disciples. Although this made An Lushan feel humiliated, it was indeed his opportunity. If Mu Yu also attacked, he would have no hope of survival. But An Lushan soon found that he had thought too much, and the strength of Obito and others was not as simple as he imagined. Seeing An Lushan injured by Mu Yu, Obito immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode and strengthened his own strength to the limit. Whoosh! Obito's chakra exploded and his whole body suddenly burned with high-temperature red flames, and the flames on his right hand were particularly strong. Under Obito's control, the flames on his whole body flowed rapidly towards his right hand. The fire on Obito's right hand suddenly increased and then compressed and became smaller. Under the continuous compression and enhancement, the flames on Obito's body disappeared, but the flames on his right hand became very deep. Orakai. Obito compressed the flames while charging, and finally threw the compressed flames directly towards An Lushan, who was climbing up. Because the enemy this time was very large, Obito did not use the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, but used the Orakai with a smaller range but stronger power. An Lushan could see that the fire escape used by Obito this time was not simple, so he did not intend to resist it, and he burst out the dragon vein chakra in his body to dodge. But when he was knocked away by Mu Yu, the others were not idle either. Earth Escape, Yellow Spring Swamp. Kakashi just finished the seal and turned the ground where An Lushan was into a swamp, trapping An Lushan in it. Wood Escape, Thorn Killing Technique. Under the stimulation of Yamato's Wood Escape chakra, many wooden strips suddenly appeared around An Lushan's body and bound An Lushan's body, causing An Lushan, who was trying to break free from the swamp, to pause. Wind Escape, Raise Nan. At this time, Uzumaki Naruto's shadow clone also rolled a wind escape ball and rushed towards An Lushan. This ninjutsu is the prototype of the Rasen Shuriken. The Rasen Shuriken requires too much chakra, and the shadow clone cannot use it. In this situation, it is impossible for him to roll a ball and rush forward, otherwise he will also be affected by Obito's fire escape. Hey! Boom boom! Naruto Uzumaki's wind-style Raise Nan and Obito's Orakai hit An Lushan's huge body at the same time. The terrifying high-temperature flames instantly engulfed An Lushan. Naruto Uzumaki's wind-style Raise Nan had an unexpected effect, driving Obito's flames to form a firestorm that enveloped An Lushan. Naruto Uzumaki's wind-style Raise Nan plus Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode Orakai were more powerful than Obito expected. The wooden strips that bound An Lushan were quickly burned. An Lushan, the mud beneath him quickly dried up under the terrifying high temperature. Brother Naruto, our combination skills are so strong. Obito said with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto also laughed triumphantly. He didn't expect this effect. After the flames dissipated, An Lushan, whose body was charred and tattered, came into everyone's sight. Because he was no longer a real person, but a human puppet, An Lushan looked miserable but was not dead. As a human puppet, he would not die as long as the energy in his core was still there. Since I can't live, you can't have an easy life either. An Lushan decided to self-destruct after discovering his bad condition. He was definitely defeated, and he would definitely not survive what he had done, so An Lushan chose to commit suicide, and maybe he could take a few people with him. Purple Lightning. But just when An Lushan had this idea, Yu flashed behind An Lushan and gave him an electric treatment. When Yu used the tile to chop An Lushan, he also put the Flying Thunder God mark on him. Jotyen seal. Then Yu stretched out his hand and grabbed An Lushan's core and sealed it. The Jotyen seal is the best result of Yu's 2 years of learning the seal. He originally wanted to develop the Bagua seal according to Minato's idea, but he had no idea about the 4-symbol seal. Instead, he was constantly inspired by the 5 elements seal, and finally changed it to a Jotyen seal. The Jotyen seal has no fancy special effects, but the seal is strong, much stronger than the 4-symbol seal. Yu added the yin and yang properties on the basis of the original 5 elements, which not only made the seal more stable, but also greatly increased the difficulty of removing the seal. First of all, it is impossible for me to break through by force. In Yu's estimation, only the 6 paths level ninjutsu invalidation effect can directly break the Jotyen seal. As for using the knowledge of sealing techniques to break the Jotyen seal, the difficulty is almost 3 times that of breaking the 5 elements seal. If you want to use the Jotyen seal, you must master the 7 chakra property changes. Although it is enough to be able to use it, and it does not require deep training, even so few people in the ninja world can meet this requirement. What's going on, my power? The moment Yu's sealing technique was completed, An Lushan felt that the dragon vein energy in his body was like a pool of stagnant water, and no matter how he mobilized it, it could not cause any ripples. In order to let you go back safely, I will study the centipede and the dragon vein power in his body next. Yu explained. I have sealed him with the sealing technique, and he will not be able to escape next. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato both nodded without objection. They are still confused about how to go back now. After all, they did not do anything special when they came. Thank you very much for your contribution to Lulan. Tomorrow I will hold a meeting to make An Lushan's crimes public. The Queen of Lulan saw An Lushan was defeated and walked forward and bowed slightly to thank him. The matter was somewhat beyond her expectations. She did not expect An Lushan to be such a vicious and cruel person, and he also had such a terrifying power. If it were not for the help of Yu and others, An Lushan's destruction of Lulan would be unpredictable. Then the Queen of Lulan sincerely invited Yu and others to attend tomorrow's conference as heroes and accept the blessings of the people of Lulan. Since there was still plenty of time, Yu agreed to the invitation of the Queen of Lulan. Next, he still needed the help of the Queen. Giving the Queen a little more face would be good for both parties. It's great to save another country, Obito said excitedly. He felt that he was getting closer and closer to the hero in the ninja novel. Not only did he save 2 countries, but he also met a ninja from the future. Maybe he would need him to save the future in the future. Obito, don't you want to meet the Princess of Lulan? Weren't you very interested in the princess when you were in the snow country last time? Noharolin asked twice with a smile. Anyway, it will definitely not be as perfect as in the novel, Obito replied with a sigh. After the last mission in the snow country, he no longer had any expectations for the real princess. Maybe this is the price of maturity. Obito felt as if he had grown up a lot. Because novels are fictional, only people with brain problems would demand that people in the real world be as perfect as fictional characters. Kakashi attacked unceremoniously. Haven't you ever heard a saying that novels are based on reality? Obito retorted. Seeing Obito and Kakashi quarreling again soon, Uzumaki Naruto laughed. He and Sasuke often did this, but now, since An Lushan was sealed and imprisoned, there was no need to investigate at night, so Uzumaki Naruto used this time to teach Obito Raise Nan. Since Obito wanted to learn, Uzumaki Naruto really taught him. The primary factor of Raise Nan is rotation, and the essence of Raise Nan is high-speed rotating chakra. Naruto first briefly explained the principle of Raise Nan. Yeah, then what? Obito asked with an excited nod. Raise Nan. Uzumaki Naruto started to demonstrate without saying anything. He gathered a lot of chakra in his hand and rubbed a raised nan, which he smashed directly into the tree created by Yamato's wood release. Bang! A huge gap appeared on the tree in an instant, and wood chips flew everywhere. Raised nan. Raised nan is not a complete ninjutsu yet. Adding a change in properties can make it stronger. Naruto Uzumaki briefly talked about his Rasen Shuriken. Because the Rasen Shuriken is too powerful and will also cause damage to his body, Naruto Uzumaki did not demonstrate it, but just talked about it briefly. Obito became even more excited. He thought of the combined attack that he and Naruto Uzumaki accidentally performed today. If he could complete it alone, it would be equivalent to having another powerful ninjutsu. The learning of Raised Nan consists of 3 parts. First, practice with this water balloon. Naruto took out a water balloon filled with water. Then make it explode with a bang and a bang. As Naruto finished speaking the interjection, the water ball in Naruto's hand also exploded. Oh, Naruto, how did you do it just now? Obito widened his eyes, feeling that he didn't understand. I mean bang and a bang. Naruto Uzumaki repeated. He thought Obito didn't hear him just now, so he deliberately raised his voice a little. Obito. Obito looked at Naruto Uzumaki with a confused face. Seeing Obito like this, Naruto scratched his head and took out another water ball. It's just a bang and a bang, what a simple thing. The water ball broke again with Naruto's interjections. Obito was dumbfounded. Can anyone really learn ninjutsu taught like this? Obito thought that it might be faster if he wrote down Naruto Uzumaki's words, and then told Miyu about it. Let Miyu develop it and teach him. The Land of Grass, Konoha Camp. Miyu, why are you here? What mission did you accept? Jiraiya asked with a big laugh when he saw Miyu coming. The more powerful ninjas there were on the battlefield, the more relaxed he felt. He naturally welcomed Miyu's arrival. Miyu did not answer Jiraiya's words immediately, but glanced around. Jiraiya, who understood Miyu's meaning, went into the tent used for meetings with Miyu to communicate alone. It's not a mission, it's a private matter related to you, Jiraiya-sama. Miyu said. Oh, what's the matter that requires you to come to the front line to find me, Miyu? Jiraiya asked in confusion. For a moment, he couldn't think of what private matter could make Miyu come all the way to the battlefield. A ninja from the future, he really wants to see you. Miyu didn't act as a riddler, and directly told about the existence of Uzumaki Naruto. A ninja from the future? I didn't expect you to be so humorous, Miyu. Jiraiya said with a big laugh. But then Jiraiya's smile gradually became smaller and then disappeared, because Miyu's expression did not change at all, and she did not look like she was joking at all. In fact, Jiraiya felt that Miyu would not be bored enough to make such a joke, but this matter was indeed a little hard to believe. This is not the same as prophecy. If you can travel through time and space at will, wouldn't history be messed up? Who is he? Since you want me to meet him, he must have a name. Jiraiya asked calmly. Uzumaki Naruto, the future nine-tailed Jinchuriki of Konoha, is the future disciple of Kakashi. Miyu thought for a while and replied. Uzumaki? Jinchuriki? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. Currently, there is only one person with the surname Uzumaki in Konoha, and that is Minato's girlfriend Uzumaki Kushina. But this Uzumaki Naruto may not be related to Minato and the others. After all, Minato's descendants should have the surname Namikaze, and they may be the Uzumaki clan who survived and joined Konoha. But the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is worth Jiraiya's deep thought. Jinchuriki will only be replaced under one situation, that is, the death of the previous Jinchuriki, that is to say, Kushina died and then it was the turn of this Uzumaki Naruto. I think he may be Minato's child. Miyu said her guess. He knows a ninjutsu, which is the ninjutsu that Minato is developing, and he also looks a bit like Minato. The current Uzumaki Naruto himself doesn't know that his father is Namikaze Minato, so Yu can only say that this is his guess. Jiraiya frowned. He looks like Minato and knows the ninjutsu that Minato is developing. His last name is Uzumaki, which is almost a sure thing. If it is just the first two items, then it can also be applied to Yu. After all, the current Raise Nan is nominally developed by him and Minato, but the Uzumaki last name has nothing to do with Yu. The war is at a critical juncture, and I can't leave. Jiraiya said after sorting out his thoughts. Yu didn't speak. There is a way to see it, and it won't delay the battlefield. He believes Jiraiya can think of it. Let my shadow clone go with you. After saying that, Jiraiya formed a seal and created a shadow clone. It is not true that there is no way to clone in Naruto, because people here can really clone. I am very stuck today. I have only written 5k after procrastinating for a long time. Chapter 389 The Meeting Between Master and Disciple Across Time and Space. At night, Yu interrogated Lushan alone. Tell me the secret method of absorbing the power of dragon veins, and then I can let you die easily. Yu said calmly. Lushan's value to him is only this. Ha ha ha, what? So you also want to get the power of dragon veins? Lushan laughed and said. Falling into such a situation, he had already been desperate and thought that he would die without a doubt. Unexpectedly, he had another chance to survive. Although Yu said very harshly, Lushan did not care. He understood people like Yu who pursue power too well. You let me go, and then we will kill the Queen of Lulan, and her daughter will be able to control the dragon vein power as well, and it will be better than her. At that time, I can give you 60% of the dragon vein power, and I will only take 40%. Lushan made a suggestion in a tempting tone. You are so powerful, and if you absorb so much dragon vein power, you will definitely be invincible in the ninja world. At that time, you will be the only king in the ninja world, and it is not an exaggeration to say that you are the second six-path sage. If Yu agrees to his conditions, Lushan will indeed teach Yu the secret method of absorbing dragon vein energy. Of course, Lushan is not so good. Only half of his words are true. If Yu really dares to use an ordinary body to use the secret method to absorb dragon vein energy, she will only suck herself to death in the end. At that time, Lushan does not need to do anything. When Yu dies, she can receive the dragon vein energy in his body. You still want 40%? Yu smiled and looked at Lushan. He felt that Lushan was quite dreamy, and dared to ask for 46 points in this situation. Then you get 80% and I get 20%, it can't be any less, this is my bottom line. Lushan said in a deep voice. In fact, it's okay for him to take 0.5%, after all, he has to return it after Yu dies, but he is worried that Yu will find out the flaw. I don't have time to play games with you. If you don't want to tell me, I can only use ninjutsu to find it in your memory. Yu put away his smile and looked at Lushan expressionlessly. Yu couldn't believe Lushan. How could he pretend to be with Lushan when he had such a good advantage? When brushing the intermediate class rewards, Yu brushed out the secret method of the Yamanaka clan, but because of his low proficiency, Yu was not sure to find the information he wanted accurately. And now Lushan's state is a bit special. Strictly speaking, Lushan is no longer a human being now. Yu is not sure whether the secret method can still work. If you can do it, just come on. Lushan was not submissive for a moment. Getting information directly from the ninja's brain is a very rare secret technique. He didn't believe that Yu just knew it, and it was also a question whether he could see it in this state. Yu didn't waste time talking to Lushan, left some torturous arrangements and left. If Lushan is willing to say it himself, that would be great. If Lushan is unwilling to say it, then Yu will wait for him to weaken mentally and use secret techniques to invade. In the following time, Muyu's actions were similar to those in Konoha, either teaching or researching. However, due to time factors, Muyu temporarily gave up the sealing technique and concentrated on studying yang breathing. With the bonus of class, and then with Muyu's full efforts in development, the progress of yang breathing was very gratifying soon, and there was hope that he could practice it effectively. At this time, Jiraiya arrived in Lulin. After Muyu's shadow clone brought Jiraiya's shadow clone into Lulin, he directly released himself, leaving only a flying thunder god Kunao on the ground. Of course, Muyu couldn't go to find Jiraiya in person. After Uzumaki Naruto made his request, he immediately sent his shadow clone to find Jiraiya. This would not delay his progress in developing yang breathing and would allow Naruto to see Jiraiya faster. After receiving the memory of the shadow clone, Muyu immediately used Flying Thunder God to teleport to Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya. Muyu greeted Jiraiya with a warm smile. Muyu, you have also learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Jiraiya looked at Muyu in surprise. Flying Thunder God is not an ordinary ninjutsu. It is ridiculously difficult. In Jiraiya's memory, only Minato Namikaze has learned it since the second generation Hokage Senju Tobirama developed it. He didn't expect Muyu to become the third person so quickly. Well, I have to thank Minato for his guidance. Without him, I would definitely not be able to master the Flying Thunder God technique so quickly. Muyu smiled and nodded. After a while of greetings, Muyu didn't say much nonsense. He went directly to Uzumaki Naruto with Flying Thunder God and brought him to Jiraiya. Brother Muyu, what's wrong? Uzumaki Naruto originally wanted to ask Muyu what happened so suddenly, but when he saw the familiar and unfamiliar figure in front of him, he couldn't speak. The reason why he said familiar was that the other party's white hair, the marks on his eyes, and the temperament on his body proved that this was the lustful immortal he missed so much. But at the same time, Uzumaki Naruto felt very strange, because the good in front of him, the lecherous sage, was not wearing the red robe that never changed, but grey plate armor instead, and there was no wrinkle on his face, which was quite different from the lecherous sage in his impression. Looking at the young version of Jiraiya, Uzumaki Naruto felt a sense of disharmony. He was a traveler who did not belong to this time and space. Thinking of this, Uzumaki Naruto tried to control his emotions, so that his eyes would not be so red, his eyes would not be so wet, and his tone would not be so choked. The lecherous sage at this time did not know him, and if he was too excited, it would cause trouble for the other party. Are you Uzumaki Naruto? How rude, either call me Jiraiya-sama or Toad Sage. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said. It does look a bit similar to Minato, plus the surname of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Uzumaki. After a few glances, Jiraiya confirmed Muyu's guess in his heart. But aren't you the lecherous sage? Naruto Uzumaki wiped his eyes and said confidently. Forget it, I'm too lazy to bother with you, a little brat. Naruto Uzumaki's performance reminded Jiraiya of someone. I heard from Muyu that you wanted to see me for something. Jiraiya said as he walked towards Lulin Street. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes flickered, he remembered something and clenched his fists, nodding heavily. I am a ninja from the future. Naruto Uzumaki followed Jiraiya and said. So, what do you want? Jiraiya's eyes widened instantly when he saw the beautiful woman wearing traditional Lulin costumes on the streets of Lulin. Naruto scratched his head at Jiraiya's nonchalant look. This reaction was too bland. Don't you want to ask me about the future? About you? Naruto Uzumaki couldn't help asking. Obito and the others knew that he was a ninja from the future, but they ran to their room overnight to ask. No. Jiraiya answered very straightforwardly. If you know everything about your future life, then life will lack a lot of fun. Although Jiraiya is willing to run around for a long time for the predictions of the great Toad Sage, that is different from knowing your own future. And you told me the future directly, aren't you worried about history changing? Maybe you will just disappear. Jiraiya looked at Uzumaki Naruto seriously. As long as history is heading in a good direction, it doesn't matter if it changes. Even if I am not in the good future, I will be happy. Uzumaki Naruto looked directly into Jiraiya's eyes and said solemnly. If Muyu, the fourth generation of fire, Obito, Jiraiya, and others all survive in the future, Uzumaki Naruto feels that it is worth it even if he disappears. Who do you think you are? You dare to be so arrogant as a kid who is not yet an adult. No one needs you to sacrifice, and no one needs you to save. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows and said. After communicating with Uzumaki Naruto to this point, Jiraiya can probably guess that his future will not be too good, but Jiraiya still doesn't want to know his future. What a joke, he is Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, the Toad Sage of Myaboku Mountain. Does he need a ninja from the future to sacrifice himself to save him? Damn it, don't underestimate me. I have completed so many missions and defeated so many opponents. Uzumaki Naruto said unconvinced. When he saw Jiraiya for the first time, Uzumaki Naruto felt that Jiraiya was so young that he felt unfamiliar, but after communicating with him, Uzumaki Naruto was sure that this was the lecherous sage he was familiar with. Speaking so irritatingly and so lecherous, who else could it be but the lecherous sage? Really? I see that you don't even have a Chunin vest. You are not even a Chunin yet, right? Jiraiya said jokingly. Chunin vests are not required, and there are Chunins who don't wear them. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to continue to refute, but after thinking carefully, his face froze. He seemed to be a genin. Uzumaki Naruto's performance made Jiraiya laugh. It was rare for him to be a genin at this age. Uzumaki Naruto showed an indignant expression on his face, and then he rolled his eyes and thought of a good idea. Things like ninja level don't matter. I have a very strong ninjutsu to teach you. It's really strong and powerful. Uzumaki Naruto said as he pulled Jiraiya to a corner. Raise Nan. Uzumaki Naruto condensed a lot of chakra in his palm, and then formed a high-speed rotating chakra ball. With a loud bang, Uzumaki Naruto smashed the ball in his hand directly to the ground, making a hole. After performing the Raise Nan, Uzumaki Naruto put his hands on his hips and looked at Jiraiya proudly and said, I said it was very strong. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto was looking forward to the scene of Jiraiya learning Raise Nan from him. He would do everything Jiraiya did to him. As long as you give me 150,000 ryo and treat me to ramen 10 times, I will teach you. It's really powerful. Jiraiya recognized the power of Raise Nan. With his eyesight, it is not difficult to see that this is a simple-looking but actually complex and powerful non-sequence ninjutsu. But I don't want to learn it. Then Jiraiya rejected Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, why? Naruto's jaw dropped in surprise, and he asked Jiraiya in confusion. Because you look too arrogant. Jiraiya touched his chin and said. This was of course a joke, but in fact Jiraiya didn't want to change history. Jiraiya came to see Uzumaki Naruto not because Uzumaki Naruto came from the future, but because Uzumaki Naruto was related to Minato and to his future self. He just came to satisfy Uzumaki Naruto's idea, and didn't want to know the future, nor did he plan to learn future ninjutsu. Then I don't want money, as long as you treat me to ramen once. Uzumaki Naruto thought that his request was too high, and immediately cut the conditions in a panic. He certainly didn't want Jiraiya's money, he just hoped that Jiraiya could learn the Raise Nan earlier so that he could become stronger, and the opportunity to eat ramen was just to eat ramen with Jiraiya again. Ramen is not cheap. Jiraiya continued. Then I can treat you, I'll treat you to ramen once, and then you can learn the Raise Nan with me. Uzumaki Naruto was a little anxious. Jiraiya's eyes scanned Lulan Street, and his eyes lit up when he saw a vendor selling popsicles. Forget about ramen, just treat me to a popsicle once. Jiraiya took Naruto to the vendor selling popsicles. Give me a popsicle. The stall owner immediately he handed 2 connected popsicles to Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto sighed and honestly took out the coin and handed it to the boss. Since Jiraiya didn't want to eat ramen, he just hoped that Jiraiya would remember his words and learn the raise nan later. Just then, Jiraiya broke the popsicle into two and handed one to Uzumaki Naruto. "I'll treat you," Jiraiya said with a smile. "What do you mean by treat me? I bought it in the first place, okay?" Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help complaining. Despite complaining, Uzumaki Naruto took the popsicle handed over by Jiraiya and stuffed it into his mouth as soon as possible. Jiraiya didn't eat it at the first time, but asked Naruto with a smile, "Is it delicious?" "Yeah, it's delicious." Uzumaki Naruto nodded with a happy smile. Although it was just the simplest popsicle, at this moment, its deliciousness in Uzumaki Naruto's heart could even be compared with Miyu's cooking. No matter what happens, you must face it bravely, don't give up, don't escape. As long as you are firm in your dreams, you will definitely have a chance to realize them, Jiraiya said suddenly after taking a few bites of the popsicle. He didn't know what Uzumaki Naruto had experienced, but he could see that the child was very lacking in love and trusted him very much. "Thank you for the popsicle. I don't need to learn ninjutsu. The chakra of this shadow clone is almost enough." As the first person to fight with shadow clones, Uzumaki Naruto certainly knew what Jiraiya meant. He looked anxious and wanted to warn Jiraiya not to explore intelligence. But Jiraiya seemed to have predicted Uzumaki Naruto's thoughts and covered Uzumaki Naruto's mouth with his hand. Jiraiya didn't use much strength, but Uzumaki Naruto didn't dare to struggle hard. He was worried that hurting the shadow clone would make Jiraiya disappear immediately. Jiraiya quickly finished the popsicle and put his hand on Uzumaki Naruto's head. "If I accept a disciple in the future, I will train him to be as good as you." Jiraiya laughed twice and released his shadow clone. He didn't have much contact with Uzumaki Naruto, but he was very satisfied with Uzumaki Naruto's performance. "Lecherous sage, don't!" Uzumaki Naruto stretched out his hand to grab Jiraiya, but only grabbed the popsicle stick that fell down. Uzumaki Naruto stared at the ground where Jiraiya just stood absent-mindedly. If he hadn't held the popsicle stick that was still a little cool in his hand, he would probably think it was a dream. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto could no longer control his mood. His vision gradually blurred and tears flowed uncontrollably. He really wanted Jiraiya to survive. Chapter 390 The Unexpected Effect of Dragon Vein Energy. Uzumaki Naruto stayed where he was, and it took a long time for him to react, and then he wandered aimlessly on the streets of Lulin. He hoped that Jiraiya was just joking with him. In fact, Jiraiya didn't leave, but just hid nearby with ninjutsu. "Why do you want to do this? Wouldn't it be better to know the future honestly?" Uzumaki Naruto muttered to himself with a dazed look. Uzumaki Naruto thought it was easy to change Jiraiya's future, because he knew the cause and effect of Jiraiya's death and the time very well. It's obvious that just not going to investigate the intelligence can be done. "Do you want to eat ramen?" Miyu suddenly appeared beside the distraught Naruto and asked. "Eat?" Uzumaki Naruto looked at Miyu and answered subconsciously. Miyu took Uzumaki Naruto back to the rental house quickly. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto walked in, he smelled a strong fragrance. He looked at the dining table, where two large bowls of steaming ramen were already placed. Uzumaki Naruto was attracted by the fragrance and walked to the dining table. He found that the ramen happened to be his favorite pork miso barbecued pork ramen. "I'm not sure if the ramen here in Lulin tastes the same as in Konoha, so I made it myself." Miyu sat next to Uzumaki Naruto and explained. Looking at the gentle smile on Miyu's face, Uzumaki Naruto felt warm in his heart. He felt warm as if he was basking in the sun even though he was indoors. Uzumaki Naruto thanked Miyu and said, "I'm ready to eat," and then he picked up his chopsticks and began to taste the extremely tempting ramen. As the extremely delicious ramen entered his mouth, Uzumaki Naruto felt as if he was basking in the sun on an extremely fresh beach, and his whole body was extremely warm. After eating a few mouthfuls of ramen, Uzumaki Naruto drank another mouthful of soup, and the warmth on his body became even greater. If this were normal times, Uzumaki Naruto would immediately praise the deliciousness of Miyu's ramen with excitement, but when he thought that Jiraiya might still die, this extremely delicious ramen seemed to lose some of its color. "Brother Miyu, the lecherous immortal is very strange, right?" Uzumaki Naruto suddenly said while eating. "He always brags about his reputation, but he can't change his lustful habits. When he taught me ninjutsu, he always let me practice alone, and then went out to play. He knew it was dangerous but still tried to go alone to explore intelligence. He bought the popsicle with my money, but he said he would treat me." Uzumaki Naruto kept complaining about Jiraiya's various bad habits, as if he had a grudge against Jiraiya. But Uzumaki Naruto's gradually moist eyes proved his true feelings. Miyu sighed slightly, put her hand on Uzumaki Naruto's head and stroked it twice without saying anything. Reality is extremely cruel. Even if Uzumaki Naruto told Jiraiya everything, the Jiraiya in this world survived, but the Jiraiya in the world where Uzumaki Naruto was still not resurrected. Because they are not in different times, but in two different worlds. After pouring out everything, Uzumaki Naruto felt much better, and the ramen in his mouth regained its original deliciousness. "This is really the best ramen I have ever eaten, better than Uncle Ichiraku's ramen." After eating, Uzumaki Naruto was still savoring the taste of the ramen just now. Everything was just right. Although Uzumaki Naruto liked Ichiraku ramen very much, he had to admit that the taste of the ramen made by Miyu had reached the extreme of ramen, and he felt that there would never be a better ramen than this. "Just eat it if you like it," Miyu said with a smile. Looking at Miyu's smiling face, and thinking of Yamato's previous speculation about Miyu, Uzumaki Naruto's heart was dark again. He felt that this was really unfair. Why people like Jiraiya and Miyu couldn't survive to the end. "Brother Miyu, if we go back, is it possible to come back again?" Uzumaki Naruto asked. He didn't know the principle of their time travel, but Uzumaki Naruto really wanted to go back and travel again. He wanted to ask Kakashi to find out the truth, bring all the causes of death to the past, and let Miyu and the others survive. "It's possible, but it should be difficult." Miyu thought for a while and answered. This question was difficult for Miyu to answer, because he didn't understand the mechanism of the dragon vein that allowed people to travel through time and space and through the world. Maybe Uzumaki Naruto would only travel to another parallel world if he triggered the power of the dragon vein, or he might really travel back to the past of their world. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes became firm. Since it was possible, he must try it. "Brother Miyu, let's continue the class," Uzumaki Naruto said. Not only did he need to solve things in the past, but he also had many problems in his own time waiting for him to solve, such as the Akatsuki organization and the defected Sasuke. If he wanted to solve these problems, he needed stronger strength. Miyu smiled and nodded, and took Uzumaki Naruto back to continue the class. Although Uzumaki Naruto only needed to follow the steps to become the savior of the ninja world, if he mastered the yang breathing, his road would be less bumpy. Uzumaki Naruto didn't tell anyone about his meeting with Jiraiya, but Yamato noticed that Uzumaki Naruto had become a little different after he came back. Yamato didn't ask Uzumaki Naruto about the specific matters, but practiced as usual. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto was definitely in a bad mood now. How could a ninja like Jiraiya-sama accept such help? Yamato sighed in his heart. When Uzumaki Naruto said he wanted to meet Jiraiya at the beginning, Yamato guessed that this would be the outcome. But he couldn't stop Uzumaki Naruto. It was not Uzumaki Naruto's style not to try such an opportunity. Yamato racked his brains to think of all kinds of funny jokes during the break, trying to make Uzumaki Naruto happier. Unfortunately, Yamato's face was not suitable for telling jokes. No matter how funny the joke was, it would only become a cold joke when it came out of his mouth. Could wood release affect the humor cells in the body? Obito thought seriously. I don't think so. It's just that his joke-telling skills are too bad. Kakashi commented. Kakashi, how can you say that? This is your future junior. Obito seemed to be speaking for Yamato. Well, it should be that he doesn't have many friends and no one to tell jokes to, so his joke-telling skills are too bad. Kakashi commented again. Yamato. Hard fists. He really wanted to beat up the two people in front of him. Why did they attack him in unison? Don't say that about Captain Yamato. Uzumaki Naruto stood up to speak for Yamato. But what Uzumaki Naruto said next made Yamato unable to hold back. He's just a little stupid. Uzumaki Naruto said seriously. Yamato covered his face speechlessly. It's bad. He made a joke of himself. Yamato's face flushed, and then he said some difficult words, such as people are born with different appearances and Anbu ninja, which made everyone laugh, and the air became cheerful for a while. Although he sacrificed himself, Yamato felt that it was not a big loss to see Naruto smiling. After a short break, several people quickly returned to training. The most important thing about water escape is the change of chakra form. Don't stick to one form. Miyu said to Yamato. Use the water array wall. Yamato nodded and made a seal to condense chakra, and then quickly converted all chakra into water attribute chakra to create a water wall from bottom to top to block in front of him. Such a water array wall can only block attacks from one side, but if you use the water array wall like me, you can block attacks from all directions. Miyu said and began to demonstrate the seal. Water style, water wall. A huge amount of water flowed out of Miyu's mouth, and the water flow quickly spun around Miyu and formed an airtight water cover to cover Miyu and Yamato. Yamato also tried it according to Miyu's process, but failed because of his insufficient ability to change his form. Miyu was not surprised by this. This is not something that can be mastered in one go. It requires long-term practice and certain talents. Ninjutsu is not plasticine. Ninjas can rub it into any shape they want. What shape? Just like Yamato doesn't use the tree world birth, doesn't he like to use it, or can't use it? Try to use water breathing while using water style. Miyu continued to teach. Yamato has only been practicing water breathing for a short time, and his proficiency has just exceeded 10, so he can only use it barely. Yamato performed the water array wall again according to Miyu's instructions. Although it still didn't succeed, it felt a little different from before. Lecture completed. Evaluation, S. Awards, Yang Attribute Chakra Property Change +8, Yang Breathing +3, Water Attribute Chakra Property Change +2, Water Breathing +1, Chakra Shape Change Ability slightly increased. After the one-day course was settled, Miyu had a lot more ideas about Yang breathing in his mind. I don't know if it's because Uzumaki Naruto has accumulated a lot of experience. Today Yang breathing gave a little more experience than usual, usually stable at 2 points, and there is no change in other aspects. As the development progress of Yang breath gradually moved towards the prototype of cultivation, Lushan finally couldn't stand Miyu's torture and told Miyu his secret method of absorbing dragon veins. All the power of dragon veins belongs to you, just let me go. Lushan begged. Miyu looked at Lushan with indifferent eyes, and then read the secret method written by Lushan himself. It seems that I am still too kind to you. Miyu sighed, walked out of the place where Lushan was imprisoned and increased his efforts. In fact, he didn't know whether the secret method written by Lushan was true or false. After all, this was an area he was not good at, but this did not prevent Miyu from doubting Lushan. Facing people like Lushan, Miyu would not show any mercy, and he would not feel guilty if he was wrong. This guy hasn't become a rebel yet, he must be planning something. Lushan was dumbfounded when he looked at the ruthless Miyu. Miyu gave him the feeling that he was not a stable and dutiful ninja at all. Leaving the place of imprisonment, Miyu went to see the Queen of Lulan. Because Miyu helped Lulan solve a huge problem, the Queen of Lulan agreed to let Miyu control the dragon vein power for him to study. However, this time was different from in Lushan. The Queen of Lulan would only control a little bit of the dragon vein power to Mu Yu for him to study. If Mu Yu hadn't known about the existence of the dragon vein, the Queen really didn't want to agree to Mu Yu's request. She was worried that Mu Yu would become the next in Lushan. With the help of the Queen, Mu Yu's research on the dragon vein became smoother. To solve the chakra problem, we still need to earn more rewards and develop the Yang seal. The more Mu Yu studied the dragon vein, the more he felt that the dragon vein energy could not be directly put into the body as a power bank like the tailed beast. This thing is too dangerous. However, Mu Yu found another use for the dragon vein energy, strengthening the chakra armor. After Mu Yu sealed the dragon vein energy into the chakra armor of the Snow Country, the armor's power increase for ninjutsu was greatly improved. However, this improvement still has a limit. Mu Yu tried to exert the perfect level nature-changing fire ninjutsu with all his strength, and the increase in the chakra armor became negligible. However, this is still a good discovery. Mu Yu can't use it, but he can give it to Kakashi and others. Brother Mu Yu, I seem to feel the difference you mentioned. At noon on the first day of formally practicing yang breathing, Uzumaki Naruto said to Mu Yu with a happy face. Mu Yu used the appraisal technique to take a look at Uzumaki Naruto. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Skill, Yang breathing, 1/100. I don't know whether it is because he has learned the theory for a long time or because of Uzumaki Naruto's own talent. Uzumaki Naruto progressed very quickly and became proficient in a few hours. Uzumaki Naruto, who found the right way to practice, directly used the shadow clone practice method and split more than 20 shadow clones to practice yang breathing together. After practicing for a period of time, Uzumaki Naruto cancelled the shadow clone to sort out the practice memory. In Mu Yu's appraisal, Uzumaki Naruto's breathing method proficiency soared to 6 points. Although more than 20 shadow clones could not bring Naruto Uzumaki more than 20 times the training speed, the training efficiency was indeed exaggerated. Mu Yu had expected this. In the original work, it didn't take long for Naruto to develop S-level wind escape from knowing nothing about the changes in the nature of wind-attributed chakra. It can only be said that Naruto is really open compared to ordinary ninjas. On the second day of Uzumaki Naruto's formal practice of yang breathing, his proficiency had surpassed Yamato, who first practiced water breathing, and he could initially use breathing to enhance his strength in battle. At about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Yu stopped the training of Naruto Uzumaki and Kakashi and asked them to conduct combat training. Kakashi and the other two were full of energy. It had been a long time since their first battle. Not to mention defeating Naruto Uzumaki, they would definitely not lose as badly as before. Naruto Uzumaki was also very happy. In addition to learning the theory of yang breathing in class, Mu Yu also taught him a lot of physical skills. This was a good opportunity for him to test the results of his training. This time, Naruto Uzumaki did not directly use the Shadow Clone's human sea tactics, but first faced 3 people head-on. In this month, Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode has made great progress. He can also clap his hands like Mu Yu and use any ninjutsu he wants. During the battle, Obito directly transformed into a fire escape turret and released several powerful fire escapes, causing a lot of trouble for Naruto. Kakashi's speed became faster, and the powerful lightning escape forced Uzumaki Naruto to split a large number of shadow clones to distract Kakashi's attention. The strange power displayed by Nohara-rin made Uzumaki Naruto thought of Sakura. Yamato, who was watching the battle between Uzumaki Naruto and his friends, nodded involuntarily. Everyone had made visible progress. Yamato glanced in the direction of Mu Yu, and admired Mu Yu's teaching skills in his heart. This look made Yamato a little confused. 2 Mu Yu seniors. Yamato realized that there was a man standing next to Mu Yu who looked very similar to Mu Yu. Noticing Yamato's sight, Minato Namikaze turned his head and smiled at Yamato. After seeing Minato Namikaze's face clearly, Yamato was instantly sure that this was the 4th generation Hokage. Mu Yu wore black framed glasses, while Minato didn't wear glasses. Based on this, Yamato could still distinguish them very well. Yamato could understand Obito's feelings to some extent. They looked so similar and had similar temperaments. No one would doubt that they were brothers. "Do you want me to stop?" Miyu asked. "No need. The battle is almost over." Minato smiled and shook his head. Although Obito in the flame-breathing chakra mode and Kakashi who opened the transparent world were both strong, they could not maintain it for too long. Uzumaki Naruto was different. As long as he did not use the Rasen Shuriken, his chakra was sufficient. But Uzumaki Naruto would definitely not use the Rasen Shuriken in the training battle, it would really kill people. "Brother Naruto, you are still stronger after all." Obito was convinced of his defeat. Kakashi took a few deep breaths, thinking that they were still far from such a strong jonin. "After all, I am much older than you." Naruto scratched his head and smiled. After a very harmonious post-war discussion, Uzumaki Naruto looked back at Miyu, wanting to know Miyu's opinion, and then saw Namikaze Minato standing next to Miyu and smiling at him. Chapter 391 Father and Son Meet Across Time and Space, Dragon Vein End. For a moment, Uzumaki Naruto forgot what he was going to say, and he stared at Namikaze Minato in a daze. It was very strange. Uzumaki Naruto felt very strange. It was obviously the first time they met, but he felt an unprecedented intimacy from this man who was very similar to Miyu. "Are you the fourth Hokage?" Uzumaki Naruto asked subconsciously. "No, I am Minato Namikaze. Besides, the village has only been passed down to the third generation." Minato smiled and replied. Yamato looked at Uzumaki Naruto speechlessly. "This is not the first day of the time travel. Why is it still like this?" Uzumaki Naruto chuckled and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Why did the fourth generation appear here?" Yamato wondered and looked at Kakashi and the others. He thought it was possible that Kakashi and the others contacted Minato Namikaze. After all, Minato Namikaze was one of the people they wanted to save. If Minato Namikaze knew the future himself and then saved himself, the success rate of the action would be greatly improved. "Teacher Minato, why did you come to Lulin? Did you accept the mission?" Obito asked curiously, patting the dust on his body. Yamato's guess was well-founded, but unfortunately it was wrong. Obito and the others didn't know why Minato Namikaze suddenly appeared in Lulin. "No, it's just a personal matter." Minato thought for a while and said. Miyu asked him to come, but unlike Jiraiya, Minato came here in person, not in his shadow clone. Miyu and the others stayed in Lulin for a while, and Minato just completed his mission during this time, so he came here in person. The first time he saw Uzumaki Naruto, Minato knew that Miyu's guess was right, Uzumaki Naruto was his child. The surname of the Uzumaki clan, the face that was somewhat similar to his, the feeling of blood relatives, and the fact that Uzumaki Naruto even had his chakra in his body, who else could it be if it wasn't his child? "Your battle just now was very exciting. It can be seen that you have been practicing very hard during this period, and you have improved a lot." Minato praised Obito and the others without hesitation. "Obito, your fire escape is not only more powerful, but also more flexible than before. Kakashi, although you are very fast, you also cooperate well with your companions. Xiaolin, you." Namikaze Minato praised the three disciples one by one. Obito, Kakashi, and Nohara-lin looked at each other, and each of them had a unique smile on their faces. Obito smiled the most directly, Kakashi could only see a hint of smile from his eyes because of the mask, and Nohara-lin smiled the most gently. Their inner thoughts of changing history became more determined. How could they let a good teacher like Minato die in the rampage of the Nine Tails? "What about me?" Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously. "Whether it is the amount of chakra, combat experience, or the ability to seize opportunities, you can be called excellent. You are already an excellent ninja." Minato looked into Naruto's eyes and smiled warmly. Hee. For some reason, Uzumaki Naruto felt particularly happy to be praised by Namikaze Minato. Brother Minato, do you think I can become Hokage? Uzumaki Naruto asked Namikaze Minato. Uzumaki Naruto and Namikaze Minato looked at each other with curiosity, wondering how Namikaze Minato would answer his question. Although many things have happened, Uzumaki Naruto's goal has not changed. Until now, he still wants to become Hokage. However, compared with before, he has indeed matured a little. He no longer believes that becoming Hokage can be recognized by everyone. Only those who are recognized by everyone can become Hokage. The selection of Hokage is decided by the whole village. My opinion is nothing. Namikaze Minato thought for a while and said, but then his voice was turned. But if you ask me, if you want to become a Hokage, you must be prepared for the corresponding enlightenment. No matter what setbacks and difficulties you encounter, you must not give up. If you work hard to the end, you will have the hope of becoming a Hokage. Minato Namikaze can be sure that Uzumaki Naruto is his child, but he will not ignore the reality and say that Uzumaki Naruto will definitely become a Hokage. He just watched a battle of Uzumaki Naruto and knew about Uzumaki Naruto's ability in ninja, but he didn't know what kind of person Uzumaki Naruto is and what kind of ninja he is. I will definitely work hard to the end. Doing what I say is my ninja way. Uzumaki Naruto said with a bright smile. After speaking, Uzumaki Naruto devoted himself to training again. It's still early now, and they usually practice until 5:30 in the afternoon. Kakashi and others also quickly entered the training state. If they want to change the future, strong strength is indispensable. Don't say it. Miyu asked. He thinks Minato should have recognized it. Since he doesn't know me, there's no need. It will only bring him more distress. Minato Namikaze silently watched Uzumaki Naruto and shook his head slightly. It's true that Uzumaki Naruto is his child, but Uzumaki Naruto is his future child. Since Uzumaki Naruto doesn't know him, there is only one possibility. He died before Uzumaki Naruto can remember, and it's not an ordinary death. There are many things involved. Even Kushina may have died with him. If it's just an ordinary death, even if he died, Uzumaki Naruto can know that he is his father from the photos he left and other people's oral accounts. And what is Uzumaki Naruto's performance? He knows that there is such a person as him, but he doesn't know the relationship between them. Minato doesn't want to speculate too much about the future. He doesn't plan to guess why he died. He just thinks that if they recognize each other here, Naruto will be very painful when he returns to the original world. Although they are father and son, they are people from different times, and the time they can spend together is very short. Uzumaki Naruto, who has never felt the love of his father, may have gotten used to that kind of life. Minato Namikaze doesn't want to drag Naruto, who can already endure the darkness, into the short-lived light and then let him return to the endless darkness. The only thing Minato Namikaze can do is to take good care of Naruto Uzumaki before he goes back. After all, this is his child. Very much like you. Minato Namikaze's answer was within Miyu's expectations. Minato is a very gentle person. Although the recognition can bring Naruto temporary joy and warmth, he will experience longer pain after going back, so Miyu has long anticipated Minato's choice. Minato Namikaze smiled and thanked him. I'm sorry to bother you during this time. You took care of Obito, Naruto, and others for so long. It's nothing to me, but Minato, you have to hurry up. They will go back in a week. Miyu replied. Uzumaki Naruto and his companions have been here for quite some time. As time travel is too mysterious, Miyu doesn't know what will happen to Uzumaki Naruto after he returns. Will he return to the moment of time travel or will it change according to the time on Miyu's side? In order to prevent Uzumaki Naruto from fighting with pain as soon as he returns, Miyu doesn't plan to let Uzumaki Naruto stay too long. If it weren't for Minato Namikaze coming, Miyu would have arranged for them to go back immediately after Uzumaki Naruto learned the yang breathing. Minato Namikaze nodded and said he would take care of Uzumaki Naruto as much as possible in this week. After the training, Miyu prepared another sumptuous dinner. I don't know whether it's because of Minato Namikaze's identity as the future 4th generation Hokage or because of blood connection. Uzumaki Naruto is very curious about Minato Namikaze, and keeps asking Minato Namikaze various questions before and after dinner. In response, Minato Namikaze also answered Uzumaki Naruto very patiently, without showing a trace of impatience. This made Uzumaki Naruto like Namikaze Minato more, and the image of the 4th Hokage in his mind gradually became fuller. Even because Namikaze Minato was too nice to Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato felt something was wrong. He had heard that the 4th Hokage was easygoing, but this was a bit too easygoing. He had only known Uzumaki Naruto for a few days, but he could meet all of Uzumaki Naruto's requirements. Uzumaki Naruto casually said in the middle of the night that he wanted to eat ramen, and soon Minato came over with steaming hot ramen. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to have combat training with Namikaze Minato, and Namikaze Minato readily agreed and told Uzumaki Naruto his shortcomings while fighting. And since Namikaze Minato came, Naruto, who likes to move around when sleeping, has never had his quilt fall to the ground again. The thick-skinned Uzumaki Naruto didn't feel anything about this, but Yamato, who slept in the same room with Uzumaki Naruto, felt something was wrong. Yamato had some guesses but didn't say anything. After all, the person involved, Minato Namikaze, chose to keep silent. As an outsider, he couldn't just speak out his thoughts. On the last day, since Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were going back to their original time and space at night, Miyu didn't let them practice that day, but let them enjoy life. Uzumaki Naruto suggested to take a good look around Lulin, and Minato Namikaze said that he also had this plan. Naruto, you go and play first. I have something to do here. I'll go and take a look by myself later. Yamato said after thinking. It's the same here. In order to prevent Obito from talking nonsense, Kakashi directly helped Obito to speak. He was smart and saw something, so he wanted to let Minato Namikaze and Naruto Uzumaki spend some time alone on this last day. Anyway, they are not time travelers, and they have plenty of time to play in Lulin. Obito wanted to say something, but finally shut up at the signal of Kakashi's eyes. Is that so? Then Minato and I will go out to play first. Uzumaki Naruto didn't think about it, and went out with Minato Namikaze with a smile. As soon as Uzumaki Naruto and the others went out, Obito looked at Kakashi with dissatisfaction and said, Kakashi, what do you mean? Naruto will go back tonight, shouldn't we play with him? We have been with him for so long, one day less is nothing, but it's different for Minato teacher. Kakashi explained briefly but didn't elaborate. Obito hated Kakashi's riddle-like look, but he had to nod vaguely as if he knew it. Because Obito saw that the other people at the scene did not show any doubts, if he continued to ask, wouldn't it make him look stupid? Then Miyu also left. He had a lot of things to do and couldn't be idle. Since you are leaving soon, Yamato, you can recall if there is anything important that you haven't said in the future. Obito looked at Yamato and asked after thinking of something. Because he often forgets various things, Obito, who judges others by himself, is worried that Yamato has also forgotten to say information. Important information. Yamato showed a hint of hesitation. Thinking carefully, he really has a major event related to Obito that he hasn't said, that is, the Uchiha clan genocide. I have already said so much, there is no need to hide it anymore. Kakashi said in cooperation. The Uchiha clan will be exterminated, and there are only 2 survivors, one is Uchiha Itachi who exterminated the clan himself, and the other is his brother Uchiha Sasuke. Yamato said quickly. Yamato's words were brief, but they shocked everyone present. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. By a guy named Uchiha Itachi. Obito was shocked. Although it was the first time he heard the name Uchiha Itachi, Obito remembered him deeply in his mind. Obito did not have much family honor, because he had few friends in the Uchiha clan, and the only clan meeting he had attended also left him with a very bad impression. But knowing that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated, Obito would still be angry. After all, this is his clan, and he doesn't want his friends to die. Did he exterminate the Uchiha clan alone, or did others help? Kakashi asked with a frown. If Uchiha Itachi exterminated the Uchiha clan alone, then Uchiha Itachi's strength would be too exaggerated. The Uchiha clan is the strongest ninja clan in Konoha now. There are many 3 Magatama Jonin in the clan. It is hard for Kakashi to imagine that such a powerful ninja clan can be wiped out by one person. I don't know the details, but Uchiha Itachi is really strong. Senior Kakashi, you were once injured by him and hospitalized. Yamato explained. Kakashi's expression did not change at all. He lost in the past, but he may not lose in the future now. I will ask the clan after I go back. I want to see how strong that guy is now. Obito is going to investigate things related to Uchiha Itachi after he goes back. While Obito and his friends are planning to change the future, Uzumaki Naruto is having a great time. In order to let Uzumaki Naruto have no regrets, Namikaze Minato did enough homework. He inquired about various situations several days in advance and recorded all the fun and delicious things in Lulin. They spent the whole day eating, drinking and having fun, from local special snacks to unique buildings. I haven't been so happy for a long time. Thank you so much, Brother Minato. Naruto stretched and smiled with a relaxed face. As long as you are happy. Namikaze Minato said with a warm smile. This mission is really great. Not only did I meet the young lecherous immortal, but I also met such good people like Brother Muyu and Brother Minato. Uzumaki Naruto sighed in his heart. Uzumaki Naruto is really satisfied now. The only thing he hopes for is to go back to the past and find that the past has been changed with the efforts of Kakashi and others. Naive kid, why do you think he is so good to you? Uzumaki Naruto suddenly felt dazed, and a huge cage appeared in front of him. Hey, what do you mean? Uzumaki Naruto was not here for the first time, so he was not panicked, but asked the Nine Tails with an unhappy face. Humph. Kyuubi snorted coldly, it doesn't mean anything. I just want to tell you that Minato Namikaze is your father. He was the one who sealed me into your body. Oh, it turns out to be my father. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned after listening carefully to Kyuubi's words. This joke is not funny. You'd better explain it to me clearly. Uzumaki Naruto's face turned cold, and he clenched his fists and stared at Kyuubi. As an orphan, what Uzumaki Naruto hates most is that others make fun of his father. I have no obligation to explain to you, little brat. The person is right in front of you. Ask him yourself. Kyuubi grinned. He told Uzumaki Naruto the truth not because he was a good fox, but because he was very upset to see them so happy. Kyuubi was so annoyed with Minato Namikaze's family Uzumaki Kushina trapped him for so long and stole his chakra, so Minato Namikaze split it in half and sealed it in Uzumaki Naruto. As the real existence that watched Naruto grow up, Kyuubi knew very well what Uzumaki Naruto had experienced since he was a child, and why he had experienced all this. He didn't believe that Naruto would not resent Minato who caused all this. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to continue asking, but in a blink of an eye he woke up again, and what came into his eyes was Minato Namikaze who looked at him with concern. Is there a problem with the seal? I feel the chakra of Kyuubi. Minato Namikaze asked with concern, lifting Naruto's clothes and looking at his abdomen. Seeing the seal on it, Minato Namikaze's eyes flickered and quickly put down Naruto's clothes. Uzumaki Naruto ignored Minato Namikaze's actions, and Kyuubi's words kept echoing in his mind. He thought about it carefully, and Minato Namikaze was indeed a little abnormal to be good to him. Miyu was also very nice to him, but when they first met, she beat him up. It was only after they got along that she treated him well. But Minato Namikaze was different. As if he wanted to make up for something, he was very nice to him as soon as they met, and tried to meet all his requests. "Brother Minato, are you my father?" Uzumaki Naruto was a person who didn't like to beat around the bush, so he asked directly. The expression on Minato Namikaze's face froze. Although Naruto Uzumaki's words were very flawed, Minato Namikaze had no intention of complaining. "It seems that my ability to disguise is very poor." Minato Namikaze sighed helplessly. He didn't expect that he would be exposed on the last day. Minato Namikaze didn't want to recognize Naruto, but when the child asked such a question, he couldn't pretend anymore. Naruto Uzumaki stared at Minato blankly, his vision suddenly blurred, and 2 lines of tears flowed down uncontrollably. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki thought a lot. He thought of going to school when he was a child. Other children had their parents to pick them up, but he went to school and went home alone. He thought of other children's parents cooking delicious meals, but he could only eat instant noodles by himself. Although Uzumaki Naruto could accept the taste of instant noodles, he also wanted to eat the food made by his parents. Looking at Uzumaki Naruto, who was crying unconsciously, Namikaze Minato put his hand on Naruto's head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry." Namikaze Minato didn't know what happened to Uzumaki Naruto, but in terms of the result, he obviously didn't fulfill his father's responsibilities in the future. "Did you seal the 9 tails on me?" Uzumaki Naruto continued to ask. "Yes." Namikaze Minato nodded. Just now he saw the seal on Uzumaki Naruto. There was no doubt that it was definitely the sealing technique he cast, but it was his future self. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists, and the unfair experience in his childhood quickly came to his mind. A series of emotions such as grievance and confusion surged in his heart. Bang! Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help but punch Minato Namikaze. He didn't use chakra in this punch, but only exerted his own body strength. However, Uzumaki Naruto's body strength is not weak. Even Minato Namikaze couldn't help but change his expression slightly after being hit by such a punch. But Minato Namikaze didn't say anything. He was dead in the future, so let him take Naruto's anger on behalf of his future self. Well done. The 9 tails who was watching strongly in Naruto's body was already laughing. What he wanted to see was such a scene. It would be best if Naruto went berserk and 2 people killed 1. "Why did you seal the tailed beast in your child?" "Because of the 9 tails, the adults in the village never gave me a good look, and the children didn't want to make friends with me." The tears in Naruto Uzumaki's eyes became more and more. He excitedly told Minato Namikaze about his hardships over the years. Minato Namikaze. He should be the first person to pay for the sins done in the future. You have worked hard these years. I am not a good father. If beating me can make you feel better, you can hit me a few more times. Namikaze Minato stroked Naruto's golden hair and smiled. He didn't know what purpose his future self had in sealing the 9 tails into his child, but he owed it to Uzumaki Naruto after all. Uzumaki Naruto clenched his fists tightly and stared at Namikaze Minato with tearful eyes. "I won't listen to you." Uzumaki Naruto loosened his fists and hugged Namikaze Minato tightly with both hands. He had vented all his dissatisfaction for more than 10 years in the first punch, so how could he bear to hit his father again? But Uzumaki Naruto still found it difficult to control his emotions, and tears were still flowing down. He had suffered too much. Namikaze Minato gently stroked Naruto Uzumaki's back, quietly waiting for Naruto Uzumaki to stabilize his emotions. "It's boring." The 9 tails in the other world was very disappointed to see this scene. He was ready. If Uzumaki Naruto went berserk, he would directly use all his chakra to help Uzumaki Naruto fight Minato Namikaze. "I'm really looking forward to your expressions when we separate." Thinking that Minato Namikaze and Naruto were about to separate, Kyuubi became happy again. The reason why he chose this time to tell Naruto was because if Uzumaki Naruto and Minato Namikaze didn't fight, they would soon separate. Don't, you will still feel bad when the time comes. Would you like to have a bowl of ramen? I'll treat you. Seeing that Uzumaki Naruto's mood was gradually stabilizing, Namikaze Minato asked with a smile. Not going to the store, I want to eat what brother Miyu made. Uzumaki Naruto wiped his tears and answered quickly. Before leaving, one of the things that Naruto Uzumaki was most reluctant to leave was the big bowl of barbecued pork ramen made by Miyu. Compared to what I make and what is sold in the store outside, Miyu's is indeed better. Namikaze Minato nodded and said. These few days, Namikaze Minato tried to learn how to make ramen from Miyu, but it was still far from the taste of Miyu's ramen. Converted to ninja level, Minato just became a ninja, while Miyu's ramen was already Hokage. Dad, I want to eat what you make, too. I want to eat 2 bowls. Uzumaki Naruto said with a slightly red face. It was the first time he shouted this word, and he was still a little uncomfortable. Minato was in a very subtle mood, relieved and happy but also felt a little strange. The two then returned to the rental house. Brother Naruto, what happened to you? Did you meet an enemy? Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Uzumaki Naruto, Obito asked with a puzzled look. Kakashi looked at the traces of tears on Uzumaki Naruto's clothes and understood something in his heart. No, I had a lot of fun today. Uzumaki Naruto replied. That's good. I must come to play again if I have a chance. Obito said with a smile. Well, you guys should also work hard. Uzumaki Naruto nodded heavily. After learning that the 4th Hokage was his father, Uzumaki Naruto hoped that Kakashi and his actions to change history would succeed, so that he would also be a child with a father. Do you think traveling through time and space is a visit from a neighbor? Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. Come to play again when you have time. With Kakashi's words, it's safe. Obito said happily. According to his previous experience, the final result is usually the opposite of what Kakashi said. Kakashi was too lazy to pay attention to Obito. Space and time are the most difficult part of ninjutsu, and this kind of time travel is unheard of. How could it be so easy? What flavor of ramen do you want? Asked Minato Namikaze. Dad, just make me some pork ribs and barbecued pork. Uzumaki Naruto thought for a while and answered. He could eat 2 bowls of ramen of the same flavor happily, but it would be better if they both liked the same flavor. Minato Namikaze nodded and walked into the kitchen and said something to Miyu. Then the two of them prepared dinner together, but Minato was more of a helper for Miyu. Wait, Naruto, what do you call Minato teacher? Obito thought he had heard it wrong. Dad, I forgot to tell you, I am actually his future son. Uzumaki Naruto explained. Yamato and Kakashi were not too surprised. They all had some guesses, but they were still a little shocked to hear Naruto say it himself. Obito looked shocked and asked in confusion, since you are Minato's child, why do you call him Uzumaki Naruto instead of Namikaze Naruto? He really didn't expect that the future ninja who got along well with him was his teacher's future son. In this case, is it a bit too much for me to call Naruto Big Brother? He should call me Big Brother. Obito touched his chin and fell into thought. Kakashi looked at Obito helplessly. He really hoped that Obito would think more before speaking. I don't know. I have no memory of my family since I can remember. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and replied. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Obito covered his mouth with his hand. He only realized now that Namikaze Minato must have died before Uzumaki Naruto could remember, otherwise how could Uzumaki Naruto call Namikaze Minato Big Brother? It's okay. It's been more than 10 years. I'm used to it. Uzumaki Naruto waved his hand indifferently. He regretted that he didn't find out earlier that Namikaze Minato was his father, so that he would spend more time communicating with his father. As dishes and bowls of ramen were served, the chatter on the table gradually became smaller and finally disappeared. With Naruto Uzumaki's efforts, even 2 large bowls of ramen did not consume too much of his time, and he still ate a lot of Miyu's other dishes. It's delicious. After eating, Naruto Uzumaki touched his bulging belly and said with satisfaction, "It would be great if I could stay for another day." "Then stay for another day," Miyu said after taking a sip of tea. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Miyu with wide eyes, looking incredulous. He thought that traveling through time and space was very serious, but it turned out that it could be postponed for another day. "Senior Miyu, is it okay to stay for another day?" Yamato asked uncertainly. "It's okay to stay for another day, but I can't guarantee it if it's longer." Miyu put down the teacup and replied. Naruto Uzumaki and Minato Namikaze recognized each other, and Miyu felt that it was okay to give them another day of warmth. After all, they had stayed for so many days, and they didn't need this day. "Brother Miyu, you are simply the immortal Miyu." Uzumaki Naruto decisively joined Obito's Miyu immortal sect. Uzumaki Naruto was indeed very happy today, but it was impossible for him not to feel sad when he had just recognized his father and had to separate. Hearing Miyu say that he could stay for another day, Uzumaki Naruto was really happy. The 9-tailed fox in Naruto's space was unhappy for a moment. This script was different from what he imagined. Where did this guy come from? Why don't I remember this person before? The 9-tailed fox was a little puzzled. He had no memory of Miyu. The 9-tailed fox closed his eyes when he couldn't figure it out. He didn't bother to care about these things. Minato Namikaze also looked at Miyu very unexpectedly. This was indeed an unexpected surprise. Miyu hadn't told him that it could be like this before. Minato Namikaze guessed that it might be possible to extend the time, but Minato Namikaze didn't ask Miyu. Miyu must have his reasons for doing so. When the real last day came, Minato Namikaze took Uzumaki Naruto to visit Lulin as a father. Because Lulin was not very big, they also visited some places they visited yesterday, but Uzumaki Naruto was still very happy. This was a trip with his father, and it was a life he had never experienced before. "Naruto, I called you so many times Naruto brother, now I'm leaving, why don't you call me Obito brother too?" Obito said suddenly before leaving. "Although you look older than me, I should be older than you in terms of actual age. Then wait until I'm born and let him call me," Uzumaki Naruto said with a big laugh. Uzumaki Naruto felt it was strange to call someone so much younger than him big brother. He only called the young version of Kakashi little Kakashi teacher. Uzumaki Naruto's words almost burned Obito's CPU. "It's about to start, get ready." Miyu put her hand on Lushan and said. "Father, big brother Miyu, little Kakashi teacher, Obito, Xiaolin goodbye." Uzumaki Naruto made his final farewell. "Naruto, goodbye." Namikaze Minato smiled and waved. Bang! Looking at Kakashi's head, Yamato couldn't help but punch him. "Senior Kakashi, I'm sorry, who told you to always bully me? I really can't help it." Yamato apologized with a smile on his face. Kakashi looked at Yamato with a dark face. "Yamato, right?" He remembered this look and name. "You will suffer in the future." Miyu entered the flame-breathing chakram mode and directly covered Lushan with a fire escape. After Lushan died, the powerful dragon vein energy in his body burst out. A purple light flashed, and Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato disappeared in front of him. Chapter 392 Mission Harvest. Obito's life mission is settled again. "Naruto, how are you okay?" Harano Sakura asked while shaking the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto. Hearing the call of his teammates, Uzumaki Naruto opened his eyes a little dazedly, and what came into his sight was Harano Sakura and Sai with worried faces. "Xiaoying, are you okay?" Seeing the two teammates he hadn't seen for a long time, Uzumaki Naruto asked with concern. What an idiot, what can happen to us? It's you and Captain Yamato who are caught in the dragon vein energy. Haruno Sakura complained speechlessly. Haruno Sakura quickly checked the bodies of Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and found that both of them were in good health, so she felt relieved. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and chuckled, Sakura, you guys must be getting impatient, the centipede has been defeated, we can go back. Uzumaki Naruto was a little embarrassed. They had food and fun in Lulin in the past, but Haruno Sakura and Sai could only wait in the ruins here. Haruno Sakura crossed her arms and looked unhappy, am I so impatient in your eyes? I can't wait even for a few minutes. A few minutes. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned and looked at Yamato. He remembered that he had been in Lulin for a month. Yamato was also very confused and immediately asked Haruno Sakura to explain the task of hunting down the centipede from her perspective. You and the centipede were enveloped by the dragon vein energy. I was almost affected. Fortunately, Sai rescued in time. After a few minutes, the energy subsided and I only saw you lying on the ground. Haruno Sakura replied. Sai nodded, indicating that there was nothing wrong with what Haruno Sakura said. Naruto, how come you said the centipede was defeated? No one saw it. Haruno Sakura was also very confused. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his hair with both hands, not knowing how to explain it for a moment, nor did he understand what was going on. Yamato pondered for a while, not quite understanding the principle. He subconsciously reached into his ninja bag and took out a kunai with the word master on it. Then Yamato tried to enter the state of water breathing again, without any problem. Senior Muyu's Flying Thunder God kunai is still in my ninja bag, and water breathing can also be used. It's not an illusion. Yamato was sure that this strange journey was real. Naruto and I have teamed up to defeat the centipede, the mission is completed, and we will return to Konoha immediately. Yamato thought for a while and said. Traveling through time and space is really incredible. Not only is it easy to be suspected of mental disorder if you say it out, it may also lead to people who are interested in studying the power of dragon veins to commit crimes, so Yamato decided not to explain it first and go back to Konoha to see the situation. After saying that, Yamato immediately pulled Naruto aside and reminded him. Although Haruno Sakura was a little confused, Yamato was the captain of the team after all, so he didn't ask any more questions. I wonder if Kakashi-sensei and the others succeeded. Uzumaki Naruto was a little worried. Before coming back, Uzumaki Naruto had prepared himself to disappear because of changing history. He was very happy to be alive, but he was a little worried that Kakashi and Obito would fail. Yamato was also very curious about this, but his mind turned faster than Uzumaki Naruto and began to test Haruno Sakura and Sai. He and Uzumaki Naruto traveled through time and space, but Haruno Sakura and Sai did not. If history was changed, then their memories should have changed accordingly. Sakura, do you know a ninja named Hanyumwyu? Yamato tested on the way back. Haruno Sakura made a thoughtful expression and shook her head. I've never heard of this name. Is he a famous ninja? Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto's hearts sank. Yamato took a deep breath and looked at Sai. What about you, Sai? No. Sai also shook his head. Is the current Hokage still Grandma Tsunade? Uzumaki Naruto couldn't help asking. If his father hadn't died, it stands to reason that the Hokage in office should still be Namikaze Minato. Stupid Naruto, what nonsense are you talking about? Who else can the Hokage be if not Lady Tsunade? Haruno Sakura complained. She felt that Uzumaki Naruto had become a little strange. What about the lecherous sage? Uzumaki Naruto continued to ask. Naruto, I know you are very sad, but he has. After listening to Haruno Sakura's words, Naruto instantly looked lost, with a blank look in his eyes. He felt that they seemed to have traveled in vain, and nothing had changed. Senior Myu and his father still died, Jiraiya still didn't survive, and Obito and Nohara Rin didn't know what was going on. Seeing Uzumaki Naruto like this, Haruno Sakura reflected on what she had just said and found that she didn't say anything harsh. "Naruto, what's wrong with you? You look weird," Haruno Sakura asked. Uzumaki Naruto remained silent and didn't answer Haruno Sakura's question. Facing such a Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura was a little angry. Just when she wanted to say something, she was stopped by Yamato. "Focus on the road and return to Konoha as soon as possible," Yamato said in a deep voice. He didn't blame Haruno Sakura, after all, she didn't know anything, but Yamato couldn't watch Haruno Sakura hurt Naruto with her ignorance. Haruno Sakura nodded and burst out chakra to hurry on the road. Yamato walked to Uzumaki Naruto and patted his shoulder with his hand to comfort him. "Let's go back to Konoha first. Maybe it's because of the change in history that Minato-sama failed to become Hokage." Uzumaki Naruto took out the photo that Obito took for him and Namikaze Minato, nodded heavily and hurried on the road. "In fact, if you want to confirm the answer to this matter, you don't need to go back to Konoha. You just need to ask Haruno Sakura who the 4th generation Hokage is." But Yamato didn't say it. He hoped that time could make Uzumaki Naruto's sadness fade away during the journey. The 4 of them were not ordinary ninjas. They returned to Konoha quickly after they hurried all out. The Hokage rock statue of Konoha is located on the cliff behind Konoha. No matter where you are in Konoha, you can see the huge Hokage rock statue. Yamato used to like this very much. You only need to look up to see the great ninjas who fought for Konoha. Now he thinks it's not a good thing to be too conspicuous. Looking at the huge rock statue of Minato Namikaze, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes dimmed. They really didn't change anything. Uzumaki Naruto felt a little guilty. If he knew more, maybe Kakashi and the others would succeed. Yamato hesitated to speak, and didn't know how to comfort Naruto for a while. In fact, Yamato's mood is very complicated now. At first, Yamato didn't want to change history, worried that changing history would lead to the demise of Konoha or major changes in the ninja world. Along with getting along with Miyu and others and the recognition of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto, Yamato felt that changing the future was not bad. If the new history of Konoha has Miyu and Namikaze Minato, then Konoha will definitely not be worse than it is now. Yamato had to disband the team first, and then went to find Kakashi with Uzumaki Naruto, hoping to get some information from Kakashi. The mission went smoothly, and you're back so soon. Kakashi briefly took his eyes off the book in his hand and glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato and said. Kakashi noticed that Uzumaki Naruto was a little bit wrong, and closed the intimate paradise in his hand and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. "Senior Kakashi, do you know Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin?" Yamato asked. Hearing these 2 names, the long-forgotten memories were opened again, and the pupil of Kakashi's ordinary eye shrank suddenly. Kakashi sighed and nodded. "They were my friends before, and they died during the 3rd Ninja World War." "How did you know these 2 names?" Even after more than 10 years, Kakashi still couldn't forget these 2 dead old friends, and often condemned himself in his heart. Yamato showed astonishment. He didn't expect Obito and Nohara Rin to die so early. Could it be that they died together to save Miyu? What about Miyu Sr., he also died in the 3rd Ninja World War? Uzumaki Naruto asked, staring at Kakashi after adjusting his mood. It's not his style to be sad meaninglessly all the time. If he fails once, he will go a second time, but before going, Uzumaki Naruto has to figure out how Miyu died. Yamato also looked at Kakashi. He felt that Miyu's death should be a very critical point, which is very likely the reason why history has not changed. "Senior Miyu? Which Miyu? Who are you talking about?" Kakashi asked after thinking for a moment. "Hanyu Miyu, he is your teacher, have you forgotten Kakashi-sensei?" Uzumaki Naruto frowned and asked loudly. No kidding, Uzumaki Naruto wanted to punch Kakashi now. How could he forget such an important person? Uzumaki Naruto's attitude made Kakashi a little unconfident, but he recalled all the people who had taught him since he was a child, and there was no one who could forget him. A ninja named Hanyu or Muyu. Naruto, where did you hear that? I can tell you clearly that I don't have a teacher named Hanyu Muyu. Kakashi answered with a serious face. Kakashi's expression looked very serious, not joking at all. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato looked at each other, both shocked and confused. How could this happen? Obviously, little Kakashi teacher respects Muyu's seniors so much. Uzumaki Naruto recalled everything he had experienced through time and space, and his eyes gradually became confused. Uzumaki Naruto really couldn't understand what was going on. Even if Muyu died in the Third Ninja World War, Kakashi wouldn't have forgotten it directly. Obito and Nohara Rin Kakashi both remembered it. Yamato felt that his brain was not enough. The situation was completely different from what he imagined. Not only did the history not change at all, but Kakashi's performance was also very confusing. Did you experience anything during this mission? Kakashi asked when he saw the two people behaving strangely. They had met not long ago, and Naruto, Uzumaki and Yamato were still normal at that time, so it could only be that something went wrong during the mission. We captured the rebel ninja Beiju in Lulin. Beiju swallowed the dragon vein seal and caused the dragon vein power to run wild. Then we traveled through time and space back to the past, where we met the former senior Kakashi and your teammates and teachers. Yamato finally chose to tell Kakashi the whole story of the Lulin mission, hoping that this would help him sort out his thoughts. Traveling through time and space to the past, and meeting my teenage self. Kakashi frowned after hearing this. Yamato's words sounded very much like the content of a ninja novel, traveling through time and space to the past to meet the young elders and the strong people of the past. But Kakashi could see that Naruto, Uzumaki and Yamato were not joking, they were talking about real experiences, at least Naruto, Uzumaki and Yamato thought so. Is it possible that the dragon vein energy has a hallucinogenic effect, and everything that happened is your illusion? Kakashi thought for a while and said. Compared to time travel, Kakashi thought this was more reliable. After all, he didn't know Hanyu Muyu, and he didn't meet Yamato and Uzumaki Naruto in his youth. So you stayed there for a month, but in fact only a few minutes passed, which can be explained because everything is an illusion. Kakashi has some experience. He was hit by Uchiha attackist Tsukuyomi before. He was pierced by the ninja sword for 72 hours, but in fact only a moment passed. It can't be an illusion. If it is an illusion, how can this be explained? Uzumaki Naruto took out a photo of him and the fourth Hokage and handed it to Kakashi. Looking at the smiling Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Naruto in the photo, Kakashi's expression changed. If it wasn't time travel, this photo theoretically couldn't exist, because the Namikaze Minato in the photo was only 4 or 5 years older than Uzumaki Naruto. If you deliberately create such a photo, there is actually a way, that is to use the transformation technique, but this situation is obviously not the case now. Senior Kakashi, that is definitely not an illusion. This is the flying thunder god kunai that Senior Muyu gave me before the battle with the centipede. Can an illusion come out of nothing? Yamato took out the kunai with the flying thunder god mark from the ninja tool bag. There are not only photos of me and my father, but also yours, teacher Kakashi. Uzumaki Naruto then took out more photos, including photos of him and Obito, photos of Minato Muyu and 3 disciples, and photos of everyone together. Obito, Xiaolin. Looking at the old friend in the photo who was exactly the same as in his memory, Kakashi fell into silence. Especially the photo of Minato Muyu and 3 disciples, which made Kakashi's mind uncontrollably surge with memories, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. In addition to the flying thunder god kunai, I can also use the ninjutsu taught by Senior Muyu. Yamato performed a water array wall with no dead angles and a water wave with extremely strong cutting power. Teacher Kakashi, don't you really remember Senior Muyu? Uzumaki Naruto asked again. Kakashi shook his head. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato were not experiencing an illusion, but he really didn't know the ninja named Hanyu Muyu. If the ninja named Hanyu Muyu is really as good as you say, and is so similar to teacher Minato, how could I forget his existence? Kakashi replied. Now he couldn't figure out what was going on. Tell me in detail about the young Kakashi you met, his age, ninja level, and the ninjutsu he used. Kakashi said after careful thinking. The memories related to Obito and Nohara Rin are far away, but he is very clear about what abilities he will have at what stage. It seems that he is 10 years old, but he has not celebrated his birthday. His ninja level is Chunin. Although his ninja level is Chunin, his strength is stronger than some Jonin. His extremely sharp lightning blade technique is enough to kill an ordinary Jonin in 1 second. His ninjutsu mainly uses lightning blade technique and earth blade technique. There is a purple lightning blade technique that does not require hand seals and is very powerful. Yamato recalled the details of the young Kakashi and told him all. Kakashi was stunned. He could kill a Jonin in 1 second before he was 10 years old. What kind of lightning blade technique is so powerful? He is also Kakashi, how could he not know it? At this point, Yamato asked his inner doubts, Senior Kakashi, your lightning blade technique is so powerful, why is it useless now? Kakashi. He didn't even know what Yamato was talking about. Is this really him? The one you met Kakashi, it's not me. Kakashi said his conclusion. I'm not talking about age, but he is not me at all. Let alone 10 years old, even if I became a Jonin at the age of 12, I don't have any tricks that can definitely kill a Jonin in 1 second, and none of my lightning escapes are purple lightning. Not only is the strength and ninjutsu different, Kakashi remembers that he was still autistic at this time. The Kakashi described by Yamato is a bit like him now, but too serious. Uzumaki Naruto looked at the photo and then looked at Kakashi, you said this is not you. Although he is very similar to me before, he is indeed not me. Kakashi said in a decisive tone. Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato can understand Kakashi better than him. You may not have traveled to the past, but to another world. Kakashi said his speculation. Although this world is very similar to ours, with Hitaki Kakashi and Namikaze Minato, it is not the same world after all. That world has Hanyumwyu, and maybe there are people in our world who do not exist in that world. Kakashi stood up and jumped from the tree and picked 2 leaves to show to Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato. These 2 leaves look the same, but if you look closely, there are subtle differences in size, thickness, and shape. Maybe the relationship between our 2 worlds is like these leaves, similar but not exactly the same. This is the most reasonable explanation Kakashi could come up with, and it can perfectly solve all existing problems. After listening to what Kakashi said, Yamato suddenly became clear. Everything can be explained in this way. They clearly said so many things about the future, but history did not change at all. This is obviously unreasonable. Uzumaki Naruto didn't know how to describe his current emotions. The good news is that Obito and the others may not fail. His father, Muyu, and Jiraiya may live to the future. The bad news is that this future is not their future. His father in this world, his teacher Jiraiya in this world, will never come back. Uzumaki Naruto really envies the unborn Uzumaki Naruto in another world, because he may have something that Uzumaki Naruto will never have when he is born. Little Kakashi teacher, Obito, Xiaolin, keep working hard. Naruto Uzumaki silently cheered for Kakashi and the other 2 in another world. Although he envied, Naruto Uzumaki still sincerely hoped that his other self would not be like him. If his father was still alive, and there were elders like Muyu, and an interesting elder brother like Obito, then he would definitely have a happy and interesting childhood. It's okay for Naruto, but why are you so messy, Yamato? Fortunately, you didn't really go back to the past, otherwise your actions might lead to immeasurable consequences. Kakashi threw the leaves on the ground and said. Kakashi believed that changing history would lead to very terrible consequences, and Yamato's choice this time was too unstable. I can't help it. I really can't refuse your pleading expression, Kakashi Sr. Yamato said jokingly, as if he wanted to put the blame on Kakashi. Kakashi raised his eyebrows. Oh, really? Then I beg Yamato to treat me and Naruto to a bowl of ramen, is that okay? He thought that this should reduce the depression in Uzumaki Naruto's heart. Yamato could only agree reluctantly, thinking that Kakashi from another world was better, at least he would not ask him to pay for the meal. Let's go and eat ramen, Naruto, just eat as much as you want, Yamato has saved a lot of money, don't worry about him not having money to pay. Kakashi said with a relaxed and happy smile, patting Uzumaki Naruto's shoulder. Yamato was shocked that Kakashi even knew that he saved money. Uzumaki Naruto hadn't eaten Ichiraku ramen for a long time, and he missed it a little, so he agreed directly. But after eating a few mouthfuls of Ichiraku ramen, Naruto found that Ichiraku ramen seemed to have lost the deliciousness in his memory, and the taste was much worse than the ramen made by Miyu, and it was not as good as his father's ramen. Naruto, what's wrong, is the ramen today not to your taste? Handa noticed that Uzumaki Naruto's state of eating ramen was different from usual, so he asked with concern. Handa's words reminded Uzumaki Naruto of Handa's encouragement and support for him. During the days when the whole village rejected Uzumaki Naruto, Handa was one of the few people who did not look at Uzumaki Naruto strangely. Uzumaki Naruto ate ramen faster. He quickly finished the ramen in the bowl and smiled and said, "No, it's still as delicious as before." He would miss Miyu and Namikaze Minato, and might even try to find a way to go back, but he would also cherish the things in front of him. It still doesn't work. After Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato left, Miyu found that he could not sense the Flying Thunder God Kunao on them. He tried to see if he could use the Flying Thunder God to travel between the two worlds. If he succeeded, then there would be many choices for the fifth disciple, which was equivalent to the resources of one more world. The result was obviously not possible, which was far beyond his perception. Miyu was not too disappointed. He had considered this situation. After all, traveling through the world should not be that simple. I hope everything goes well for them. Thinking of Uzumaki Naruto's life after he returned, Namikaze Minato sincerely wished him well. I will. Miyu said with a smile. Uzumaki Naruto with the breath of the sun will only be stronger than the original. In order to prevent history from changing, I think we should seal the memory of this Lulin mission. Bo Feng Shuman retracted his gaze and talked about business. It doesn't matter if the ninjas of the future know the past, but if the ninjas of the past know the future, that's a problem. Hearing what Shuman said, Kakashi and the other two became nervous instantly. Although they recorded some of the future, if the memory is sealed, it is unknown whether the information can work, and the success rate of changing the future will definitely be greatly reduced. Obito made eye contact with Kakashi and Nohara Rin frantically. Obito, what should I do? If the memory is sealed, it's over. Kakashi, don't panic first, don't say that you want to change history, see what teacher Miyu thinks. Kakashi forced himself to calm down and used his eyes to tell Obito not to speak. He guessed that Minato Namikaze didn't want to change history, but he didn't expect Minato Namikaze to be so cruel and choose to seal the memory. You know, if the memory is to be sealed, then all the memories of Minato Namikaze and Naruto will disappear. I don't think it's necessary to go to this extent. If the future is unchanging, are we all puppets with scripts written on them? Since the future is not unchanging, why do we need to seal these beautiful memories? Miyu shook her head and said. Sealing Lulin's memory has no effect on Miyu. After all, his identity as a time traveler has allowed him to know the whole plot. If he didn't want to be sealed, with his current level of sealing skills, it would not be a problem to fool Minato, but Miyu still has to raise objections. Because he thinks this memory is a memory worth recalling for Minato Namikaze and the others, and there is no need to seal it because of such a meaningless thing. With him, this world cannot move towards the original future. Obito's eyes lit up, and he secretly cheered Miyu in his heart, hoping that Miyu could convince Minato Namikaze. I don't think we are puppets acting according to the script. I just think we have to be responsible for the people in the future. Minato Namikaze expressed his point of view. He is not a person who will waver at will, and will not change his mind because of a word from Miyu. Even if that future doesn't have him, Namikaze Minato still has to protect that future, because in the future, Konoha and his children will exist well, but the future may change. Being responsible for the future has nothing to do with sealing memories. What we have to do is to use our efforts to create a future as good as possible. Miyu retorted. I have never asked Naruto about the future, because I think our future has to be created by ourselves, and the future is never immutable. Namikaze Minato was a little shaken, and Miyu's words really made sense. Teacher Miyu really didn't ask about the future, and also asked us not to ask, saying that future ninjas also have their own difficulties. Kakashi immediately stood up and said, Teacher Minato, I think what Teacher Miyu said makes sense, and I don't want to forget the time I spent with Brother Naruto. Obito said immediately. Teacher Minato, we will never spread the news about this mission, and it is really unnecessary to seal the memory. Noharolin also stood on Miyu's side. Miyu walked to Minato Namikaze and said seriously, Minato, believe us, and believe in yourself. There is no reason for Naruto to become an orphan. Minato Namikaze showed a helpless expression, I can't argue with you. Because of Miyu's character and qualities, Minato Namikaze was convinced by Miyu. If he had a choice, he certainly didn't want his future children to be orphans and suffer so much. And Miyu also said that they didn't ask about the future, and Minato Namikaze felt that this should be within a controllable range. Seeing that Minato Namikaze gave up the idea of sealing the memory, Kakashi and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. It has to be Miyu immortal. Obito gave Miyu a thumbs up in his heart, and was glad that they came with Miyu. Sending Naruto and the others back to another world, Miyu and the others' mission was completely over, and they left Lulin the next day. On the way, Miyu discussed the matter of reporting the mission with Minato Namikaze. In the end, they all agreed that they could not report the matter of the future ninja, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. When they reached a position close to the land of grass, Minato Namikaze temporarily separated from Miyu and others and went to the battlefield of the land of grass to find Jiraiya. Jiraiya also knew about the future ninja. Although Minato Namikaze believed in the quality of his teacher, he felt that it was important to discuss and communicate. Rest today, and train as usual tomorrow. After returning to Konoha, Miyu gave Kakashi and others a day of rest as usual. Although Miyu gave them rest time, Kakashi, Obito, and Nohara-rin did not go back to rest, but went to the South Forest to practice. They were eager to improve their strength. With their current strength, it was a bit arrogant to say that they wanted to change the future. Obito was thinking about whether to tell Shisui, who was also an Uchiha, that the Uchiha would be exterminated in the future. Miyu split a shadow clone to look after his disciples, and the main body returned home to sort out the harvest this time. Disciples Hatake Kakashi and Uchiha Obito worked hard to complete the commissioned tasks and obtained Chakra plus 800. The teacher himself led them to receive an additional Chakra plus 400. Disciples Uchiha Obito. The strength of Obito is improved, the reputation is increased, the qualifications are increased, and the probability of becoming a Hokage is slightly increased. Progress rewards are obtained. Chakra plus 1400, Ninjutsu Extraction Scrolla S, Mastery Level, Fire Stylia Great Fire Extinction, Mastery Level. The chakra required to complete the task is more than Miyu imagined, because this task is almost threatening, and it is not easy to have this total amount. Miyu set his sights on the settlement of Obito's second life mission, which is the main reason why Miyu went out to do the mission. Compared to the settlement of 10%, the settlement of 20 progress requires more chakra, and Mu is not easy to compare the remaining rewards. In Mu's opinion, the mastery level Great Fire Extinction and the Dragon Flame Song Jutsu are the same, and neither is stronger than the other. As for the Bloodline Improvement Scroll and the S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll, these two are not easy to compare. It depends on what ninjutsu is extracted from the Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. This is the first time that Mu has obtained an S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. He had only obtained an S-level Physical Technique Extraction Scroll before, and the one he extracted was the Golden Skyline. The power of the Golden Skyline is unquestionable. This is one of Mu's strongest means of attack, so Mu still has great expectations for this S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. However, Mu does not want an attack ninjutsu this time. Now he has no shortage of attacking abilities. He has too many ninjutsu and physical techniques. He hopes to extract a functional and powerful ninjutsu. 10,000 subscriptions, thank you for your support. Today is also 8K. I will try to update in the next few days. Chapter 393 Investigating Uchiha Itaki. Mu did not draw the lottery immediately, but burned incense and bathed in a ritualistic manner before clicking to draw. Ninjutsu Extraction Scrolls has been consumed, skill acquired, transformation, mastery level. When Mu saw the name of the ninjutsu, she was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, there was no word jutsu at the end, otherwise Mu's mentality might have collapsed a little. This is an S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. It is too abstract to extract one of the 3 body techniques. As the ninjutsu was extracted, a lot of memories about the transformation skill entered her mind. Mu then knew the source of this skill. Transformation is a localized ninjutsu of the Pokemon world. Many people may not have much impression of the transformation skill alone, but if you talk about Ditto and the Dream Transformation ability, people who have seen Pokemon will have some related memories. This transformation is different from the transformation technique in Naruto. It can use the ability of the transformed object, although there are some restrictions. After sorting out a lot of information in her mind, Mu could only say that transformation is worthy of being a ninjutsu extracted from the S-level Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll. It is simply a panacea ninjutsu. Mu, who has the skill of identification, can be said to be an intelligence Mu, and the skill of transformation can allow those who practice it to master the ability similar to the identification skill to a certain extent. There are 2 links in the transformation. The first link is to scan and record the information of the body of the transformed person. If Mu teaches Jiraiya the transformation, then he can really create an intelligence Jiraiya, if Jiraiya can learn it. The second link is to copy the recorded information into the ninja who uses the transformation. After completing this link, the caster will enter the transformation state and can use the copying ability. Mu can say that transformation is the most complicated ninjutsu he has ever seen. With Mu's current ninja knowledge reserve, trying to understand the essence of the transformation skill is like a primary school student reading a university textbook. Mu even thinks that transformation is a bit like the pupil technique of the Mangeki Sharingan, and the effect is so strong that it is extremely difficult to understand. How to say it, the skills drawn are indeed very strong and functional, but they still do not meet Mu's expectations. Mu wants skills related to clones the most, so that it is very convenient to make various arrangements and protect disciples. Although the shadow clone is not bad, it cannot refine chakra by itself, cannot exist for a long time, and is also very fragile. Basically it will be gone after being hit. But since it has been drawn, Mu will only complain about his average luck at the moment of drawing, and then develop it, without thinking too much. After all, if he doesn't draw the ability that suits him, then he doesn't have it. Only by studying the existing abilities down to earth can he break through the situation better. In addition to the rewards from the system, the biggest gain of Mu's trip to Lulin is the successful development of yang breathing. The special nature of Uzumaki Naruto allowed Mu to successfully brush the yang breathing rewards, which greatly improved Mu's development speed. However, in Muyu's opinion, the current yang breathing cannot be considered completely successful, because the current yang breathing can only breathe alone, and cannot be fused with yang fire or yang thunder as Muyu thought. But this is also a huge improvement. If Muyu's guess is correct, yang breathing can also solve the problem of Obito and Shisui's future Mangekyo blindness. According to the original Naruto, there are two solutions to solve the problem of Mangeki blindness. The first is to transplant the Mangeki Sharingan of blood relatives and evolve it into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, which is done by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke. The second is to transplant Hashirama cells. Obito can use Kamui without restraint because half of his body is filled with Hashirama cells by Uchiha Madara. Why can Hashirama cells have this effect? After analysis, Muyu felt that it was the strong vitality contained in Hashirama cells, that is, physical energy. Danzo's arm of Hashirama cells was transplanted with 10 3-Magatama Sharingans to balance the spiritual energy and physical energy. The physical energy contained in Hashirama cells is very strong. The body energy can be seen. The effect of yang breathing is to strengthen the body energy, which can theoretically have a similar effect to Hashirama's cells. However, Muyu is not going to let them learn yang breathing at this stage. It is too difficult to learn. Yang breathing cannot effectively enhance combat power in the past, and the effort is not proportional to the reward. The most important thing is that Obito and Shisui are still a long way from the Mangeki at their current age. Since the transformation skills have a certain range limit, Muyu went out of the house after sorting it out and scanned and recorded random ninjas on the street. Muyu tested and found that the maximum distance of the transformation scanning information is about 15 meters, and it cannot be scanned beyond this distance. Transformation technique, water style water dragon bullet technique. There are not many powerful ninjas. Muyu scanned several ninjas in a row, all of whom were Chunin and Genin, and all their abilities were mastered by him. However, Muyu still used Flying Thunder God to go home, took off his glasses, and tried to use a transformation. Muyu could see through the mirror that his body shape was changing rapidly, and he instantly turned into the strange Chunin he scanned. Muyu checked very carefully, and there was no flaw in his body, and it was completely restored 100%, even Muyu couldn't see through it when he opened the Byakugan. Muyu tried to use ninjutsu and found that his chakra had changed. Everyone's chakra is different, even more unique than a person's appearance. In the world of perceiving ninjas, perceiving chakra is much more reliable than looking at a person's face. In Muyu's impression, only the disguise technique of White Zetsu can imitate chakra in the Naruto world, but the disguise technique of White Zetsu must be absorbed before it can be imitated, while Muyu only needs to take a look, which is more advanced. I don't know if the Samsara Eye can see through the transformation. If not, it will be easy to accept Nagato as a disciple. Muyu immediately thought of a plan to accept Nagato as a disciple. It is too difficult for Hanyu Muyu to become Nagato's teacher. First of all, Nagato himself will resist Muyu's identity as a Konoha ninja. Then, because of Obito, Uchiha Madara should know some information about Muyu, and may not be happy for Muyu to approach his Samsara Eye. If Muyu is not Hanyu Muyu, it would be much simpler. He has many characters in his mind that can win Nagato's favor. For example, a patriot who was born in the Rain Country, and then wandered in the ninja world due to war and finally returned as a strong man to try to change his motherland. Or the last descendant of the ancient ninja clan, who saw the constant wars in the ninja continent and lost his initial perseverance and came out again for peace. Muyu quickly recorded the plan in his mind. In the current ninja world, the best candidate for Muyu's fifth disciple quota is Nagato, not because of Nagato's potential, but because Nagato can bring huge chakra benefits to Muyu, make up for Muyu's shortcomings, and even make it an advantage. Next, Muyu continued to test the transformation skills. Substitution technique, fire style, great fireball technique, 3 Megatama Sharingan, fire style, Phoenix fire technique. When scanning a Uchiha Jonin, Yu was surprised to find that the 3 Megatama Sharingan, a bloodline limit, could also be recorded by transformation. Yu returned home calmly and used the transformation skill again. This time, the chakra consumed by the transformation was a little more than that of the transformation of the Chunin. If the Sharingan is okay, then other bloodlines will be okay too. Looking at the pair of blood-red eyes in the mirror, Yu was a little surprised. The upper limit of transformation is higher than he thought, and the Sharingan can be copied. Yu, who is using the Sharingan, is sure that the transformation skill is not just copying the appearance. At this moment, he really has a pair of 3 Megatama Sharingans, and his dynamic vision has been greatly enhanced. Yu's emphasis on the transformation skill has been raised to a higher level. The ability shown by the transformation may be considered good among the S-level extraction scrolls. In other words, there is no Uchiha with the Mangeki Sharingan in Konoha at present, otherwise Yu would have to copy it. If the ability of the Mangeki Sharingan can be copied, then it is really strong. This transformation also allowed Yu to test a limitation of the transformation skill, information consumption. Yu's Sharingan disappeared after 20 minutes of use and could not be used again. Yu tried to cancel the transformation state and then use it again to transform into an Uchiha Jonin, and successfully opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan again. Then Yu went to Tsunade's house, had lunch with Tsunade, and discussed the development of Yang Seal supporting ninjutsu. Yu, have you made a new character during this period? Tsunade, who was tired of playing the old character, asked. Tsunade is a little addicted now, and she has to play a few ninja kills every day. No, but I am thinking about it. Yu thought about it and replied. When he was in Lulin, he didn't have time to develop sealing techniques, so how could he think about ninja kill characters? Then you should release a few new characters quickly. I can memorize the skill explanations of these old characters. Tsunade urged. Okay. Yu nodded and agreed. He was going to let the shadow clone design a few characters with skill explanations like Xiaoan for Tsunade to play. This should be more playable. Before leaving, Yu scanned Tsunade's information. When scanning Tsunade, Yu could clearly feel that Tsunade had much more information than ordinary ninjas. Tsunade's information alone was more than all the people Yu had scanned before. Yu used the sealing technique to create a barrier for warning around him before using the transformation to become Tsunade. He didn't want someone to accidentally break in and see him, wouldn't that mean he would be considered a pervert? By comparing the panels before and after the transformation, Yu discovered that it actually took 15,000 chakra points to transform into Tsunade. After transforming into Tsunade, Yu discovered that the yin seal that he couldn't practice before had a feeling, and at the same time, many advanced medical ninjutsu appeared on his panel. Because he could use the Sharingan when he transformed into Uchiha before, Yu tried to restore chakra in the form of Tsunade. So fast! Yu felt like he had changed from a 3G network to a 5G network, and the recovery speed was greatly increased. Then Yu found a way to meet Kushina and copied Kushina's information. However, what Yu regretted was that copying Kushina couldn't turn him into Shitanla, the copied Uzumaki physique couldn't increase chakra, and the transformation couldn't copy the 9 tails sealed in Kushina's body, so he could only copy a bunch of sealing techniques. After testing here, Yu already understood the basic effects of the transformation skills. First of all, the chakra limit cannot be increased. No matter how much chakra the object of Yu's transformation has, Yu's chakra limit remains unchanged after the transformation, and the physical strength will not change. Although the limit cannot be increased, the special ability of the transformed object, such as the Thousand Hands Constitution, can increase Yu's chakra recovery speed. In addition, blood limit and secret ninjutsu can basically be copied. Yu copied all 3 heads of the current Ino, Shika, and Cho. Then the more and higher the information of the transformed object, the more chakra it needs to consume. The consumption of ninjutsu after transformation is normal. Mu Yu's skills in the transformed state have two states, one is Mu Yu's own skills, and the other is the skills of the transformed object. Using the skills of the transformed object will consume the corresponding information. Once the information is consumed, the skill cannot be used. Cancel and transform again to refresh the information. If there are overlapping skills, such as the target of transformation can use the Great Fireball technique, and Mu Yu can also use it, then it depends on the skill level. The one with higher proficiency will be classified into which category. If Mu Yu has higher proficiency, it will be counted as his own skill, and if the target of transformation has higher proficiency, it will be counted as the target of transformation. In addition, if the skill proficiency of the scanned character exceeds the proficiency of the transformation skill, it cannot be completely copied, and only part of the information can be copied. For example, Mu Yu's current transformation skill is proficient in a little proficiency, so the skill he copied can only reach this level at most. Finally, there is an upper limit to the storage of information. Since Mu Yu copied too much ninja information, he had to delete the ninjas he copied earlier. Later, Mu Yu simply deleted only Tsunade, Kushina, and the 3 heads of the Inoshikajo family. Mu Yu found that it is best to take off the black-framed glasses when using transformation, otherwise it may look weird. To outsiders, it will be Mu Yu's head and the body of the target of transformation. If the body shape and gender are the same as the target of transformation, it is fine. If they are different, it will look very awkward, like Mu Yu's head is photoshopped on someone else's body. Mu Yu also tried to imagine the other party's information to use the transformation, but the result was that he could only change his appearance, and the corresponding consumption of chakra was also very small. Shisui, come here and I will tell you something. When the afternoon training was about to end, Obito walked to Shisui and whispered. Obito discussed with Kakashi and Nohara-rin and felt that he could tell Shisui about the future. It takes strength to change the future. Shisui is also Mu Yu's disciple, and he is a genius among geniuses. He is a natural member of their history-changing team. Shisui stopped practicing, took a long breath, and followed Obito to the side. The Uchiha clan will be exterminated in the future. Obito said seriously. Why? Shisui asked doubtfully. He felt that the Uchiha clan had a big problem. If it was not eliminated, serious accidents might occur in the future, but he did not dare to say that the Uchiha clan would be exterminated in the future. After all, the Uchiha clan is the first ninja clan in Konoha, with many Chunin and Jonin in the clan, with a deep foundation and strong strength. This is not my speculation, it is something that is very likely to happen in the future if we do not intervene. Obito saw that Shisui had misunderstood his meaning and quickly explained. Our mission this time is to go to Lulin to help the queen investigate the minister. On the way to the mission, we met 2 ninjas from the future. Future ninjas, traveling through time and space. Shisui looked at Obito in shock. If it weren't for Obito's extremely vivid description and his serious expression, Shisui would have suspected that Obito wanted to play a trick on him. One of the 2 future ninjas is Kakashi's disciple and the other is Kakashi's junior, but they don't know Mu Yu teacher at all, nor do they know me and Xiao Linear. At this point, Obito's voice became a little low. When he thought of the existence of such a future, Obito felt uncomfortable even if it hadn't happened yet. I don't know Mu Yu teacher. Shisui's eyes flashed, and he had a bad guess in his heart. As Kakashi's disciple, even if he is not familiar with Mu Yu, he should have heard something about her. If he has not heard of her at all, then it may be. Shisui did not dare to think too much and continued to listen to Obito's story about their journey to Lulin. We have speculated based on future intelligence, and it is basically certain that Mr. Mu Yu will sacrifice in the Third Ninja World War in the future if we do nothing. Obito said what Shisui was most reluctant to happen. Things. Impossible. Shisui retorted subconsciously. That's Teacher Mu Yu, the powerful and mysterious Teacher Mu Yu. I also think it's impossible. Teacher Mu Yu is so strong, how could he die? Obito was not surprised by Shisui's reaction. He felt the same way at the time. That was the almighty immortal Mu. Who could kill him? But this is a possible future after all. We have confirmed many times that they are really ninjas who traveled from the future. There is no mistake about this. Obito sighed. Shisui was silent, and memories of getting along with Mu kept emerging in his mind. In order to give him a birthday present, Mu taught herself to forge ninja tools in her busy schedule and even injured her hand, just to give him a good birthday present. As long as he was confused, Mu would always comfort him and enlighten him at the first time, and guide him in the direction of progress. Absolutely, 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 we can't let this happen. All kinds of emotions surged in Shisui's mind. Under the effect of this special chakra, Shisui unconsciously entered the state of Sharingan, and the Megatama in the blood-red eyes quickly rotated from 2 to 3. No one wants this to happen, so we must work together to create the best future. Obito said with a fist. He wanted to create a perfect future. Uzumaki Naruto was not an orphan, Mu teacher lived to the end as a legendary ninja, and they all became excellent ninjas. I will do my best. Shisui took a deep breath and replied. The future of Mu's death is definitely not the future Shisui wants. He wants to prevent Mu from dying and prevent the Uchiha clan from being exterminated. There is little information about the death of Mr. Mu, but the Uchiha clan is very clear. The future Uchiha clan was exterminated by a ninja named Uchiha Itachi, who opened the Manjiki Sharingan, which is stronger than the 3 Megatama. After telling the story of the Lulin trip, Obito immediately told Shisui about the information about the Uchiha clan extermination. Uchiha Itachi. Shisui felt like he had heard this name somewhere. Do you know him, Shisui? Is this guy so gloomy that he doesn't look like a good person? Obito asked sarcastically. In Obito's opinion, Uchiha Itachi is not a human being. His behavior is simply a beast among beasts. According to Yamato, not only the Uchiha ninjas, but also the ordinary people of the Uchiha clan and even the women, children, and the elderly who have no fighting power were all killed, leaving only the genocide actor Uchiha Itachi and his brother Uchiha Sasuke. If Uchiha Itachi had been treated unfairly and killed people who had grudges against him, Obito would not hate him too much, but killing all the ordinary people of Uchiha was too much. Obito hated this kind of killing of innocent people. With Shisui's continuous efforts, he finally remembered where he had heard this name. One day, when he was walking in the Uchiha clan, he met Uchiha Fugaku holding a child, and the child that Uchiha Fugaku was holding was named Uchiha Itachi. Obito, are you sure that it was Uchiha Itachi who exterminated the Uchiha clan? Shisui recalled Uchiha Itachi's somewhat cute little face and asked. Of course, I must have confirmed this important matter several times, and the name will definitely not be wrong, it's Uchiha Itachi. Obito replied. Shisui showed a somewhat unbelievable expression. I do know Uchiha Itachi, but he seems to have just been born not long ago. It was only a few months ago that he met Fugaku, and it was a question whether Uchiha Itachi was 1 year old now. Ah, is he still so young now? Obito scratched his head. No, I still have to go and take a look. Maybe this guy is the kind of person who is born evil. Due to preconceived notions, Uchiha Itachi's negative impression in Obito's heart has been full. Even though he was born not long ago, Obito still feels that he is not ordinary. Then I will go with you. It should be no problem to go to the home of the Fugaku clan leader on the pretext of asking for training. Shisui thought for a while and said. He was not very confident that Obito could investigate alone, so he decided to act with Obito. Due to his outstanding performance in the Chunin exam, Obito is now more famous than Shisui in the Uchiha genius. With the performance of the two of them, Uchiha Fugaku will only welcome him. Well, this idea is really good. I think so too. Obito silently denied his original investigation plan and said. Obito was going to buy some snacks such as lollipops and wander around Uchiha Fugaku's house, and then use the lollipops to lure Uchiha Itachi out for investigation. The two of them went back to their own homes to have dinner, and then gathered together to go to Uchiha Fugaku's house. "Uncle Fugaku, good evening." Shisui greeted Uchiha Fugaku very politely. "Good evening, clan leader." Obito greeted beside Shisui. "Uncle Fugaku, are you free now? Obito and I have encountered some misunderstandings in training." Shisui continued. Uchiha Fugaku nodded and welcomed the two in. As soon as the two walked into the yard, they saw Uchiha Itachi sitting in a daze in the corridor outside the house. Uchiha Fugaku thought of something and smiled and waved to Uchiha Itachi. "Itachi, come here quickly, come and meet the outstanding seniors in the clan." Uchiha Itachi heard Uchiha Fugaku's voice and looked at Obito and Shisui curiously, then walked to Uchiha Fugaku's side. "This is my child, his name is Uchiha Itachi." Uchiha Fugaku touched Uchiha Itachi's head and briefly introduced himself to him. "Call them Brother Shisui and Brother Obito. They are the most talented ninjas of the younger generation of the Uchiha clan. Shisui even touched your face last year." "Brother Shisui, Brother Obito." Uchiha Itachi greeted Obito and Shisui honestly according to Fugaku's instructions. Maybe because he had just learned to speak not long ago, he was not very fluent. "Itachi, good evening." Shisui responded with an unchanged expression, and at the same time, he quietly touched Obito who was immersively observing Uchiha Itachi with his elbow. Shisui was glad that he came along. Obito's performance was comparable to that of a human trafficker. Obito, who reacted, immediately greeted Uchiha Itachi. "Why do you look stupid? Can he destroy the Uchiha clan?" Obito was a little confused. He suspected that Uchiha was severely damaged after the Third Ninja World War. Uchiha Fugaku didn't care about Obito's performance. In his eyes, Uchiha Obito was just a big kid. In order to prevent Uchiha Fugaku from finding anything unusual, Shisui came prepared. He really prepared 2 questions about practicing fire style. He and Obito asked 1 question each. After all, Uchiha Fugaku was an old fire style ninja who had practiced fire style for decades. He answered Shisui and Obito's questions fluently after a little thought. At this age, if Itachi has 2/3 of your strength when he is your age, he can be called excellent. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. He could judge the progress of their practice to a certain extent from the questions they asked. Uchiha Fugaku could only describe Shisui and Obito in this way, the 2 prides of Uchiha. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, the revival of Uchiha in the next few decades is likely to depend on Obito and Shisui, if they grow up normally and don't die prematurely. "Uncle Fugaku, you are too kind. There are always people who are better than you. Maybe Itachi's ninja talent is better than ours," Shisui said modestly. Uchiha Fugaku smiled. If this is true, then the revival of Uchiha is just around the corner, and returning to the glory of the Warring States period is not a dream. Perhaps because Obito showed a strong interest in Uchiha Itachi, after discussing the training issues, Uchiha Fugaku took the initiative to leave space for the 3 of them to communicate. "Itachi, you should learn more from your 2 seniors." After saying this, Fugaku temporarily left the living room. Obito's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this opportunity. Uchiha Fugaku was too much of a hindrance here. Obito had a lot of things to say. "I struggled with the setting for a long time, so I only wrote 6K in the end." Chapter 394 Is Obito born evil? If an old lady walked slowly in front of you and slowed down your journey, would you want to beat her up? Obito asked Uchiha Itachi. After hearing Obito's words, Uchiha Itachi looked at him with his big eyes in confusion. Why did you beat up the old lady?" Obito scratched his hair. "Of course, normal people wouldn't beat someone up, but you were capable of exterminating your clan, so beating up an old lady shouldn't be a common thing." Obito thought about it and felt that he had to give Uchiha Itachi a few choices. He couldn't let him answer his questions with questions. When you were crossing the road, you met an old lady who was slow in action. You have 3 choices next. A. Help the old lady cross the road. B. Ignore the old lady and walk on your own. C. Take the lollipop from the old lady. After saying the question and the options, Obito immediately said, "You are not allowed to answer questions with questions. You must choose an option." Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi, curious about Uchiha Itachi's choice. Although Obito's question was a bit naive, Uchiha Itachi was still young and didn't have too many thoughts, so it could play a certain testing role. Uchiha Itachi looked at Obito blankly, and after 2 minutes he replied, "I choose B," and walk away from him. Obito showed an expression that was as expected. He saw that Uchiha Itachi was not a good boy, and he didn't know how to respect the elderly and love the young. Sure enough, he is a born evil kid. He has this idea at such a young age. If he is a few years older, he will steal the lollipop. Obito thought to himself. Then why did you choose B, Itachi? Shisui wanted to know what Uchiha Itachi was thinking. I will fall when I walk. If I get close to the old lady, it is easy for him to fall to the ground with me. Uchiha Itachi answered honestly. Shisui looked at Uchiha Itachi in surprise. He spoke a little vaguely but had such a clear idea. Maybe he is really an extraordinary genius. Obito's expression froze, and Shisui showed a thoughtful expression. Why don't you take the lollipop from the old lady? She walks very slowly and can't catch up with you. Obito whispered like a devil tempting to fall. How can you steal other people's things, brother Obito? Stealing other people's things is a very bad thing. Uchiha Itachi said seriously. Uchiha Itachi's words made Obito a little nervous. He came to test, how come he seemed to be a born evil Uchiha? Don't talk about this, Itachi, I'll tell you a story, do you want to listen? Shisui stepped out to break the awkward situation. Uchiha Itachi moved his eyes to Shisui and nodded. Once upon a time, there was a ninja. Shisui told a very clique positive energy story. The plot is about a ninja with a miserable childhood who changes his surroundings with optimism and eventually makes the country and the world better. After the story was told, Uchiha Fugaku returned to the living room and smiled at the harmonious scene. It seems that you get along very well. Shisui smiled and praised Uchiha Itachi, and Obito followed suit. The smile on Uchiha Fugaku's face became more intense. I'm sorry to bother you today, Uncle Fugaku. Shisui prepared to retreat. Uchiha Itachi is too young, and Uchiha Fugaku will be more concerned, so it's not suitable for him to stay too long. No trouble, if you have any problems in the future, just come to me like today. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile. Brothers are leaving, Itachi, do you have anything to say? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi nodded and turned his gaze back to Obito. Brother Obito, it's not good to bully an old lady. Uchiha Fugaku looked at Obito in surprise, curious about why Uchiha Itachi would say such a thing to Obito. Obito! You will bully an old lady? Obito roared in his heart. He was a good boy from Konoha who would help an old lady when crossing the road. Itachi, I was just assuming just now. I didn't really mean to do that kind of thing. Obito explained aloud. Uchiha Itachi said oh and nodded. Obito felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart, and his eyes changed when he looked at Uchiha Itachi. As expected, he is the one who can exterminate the Uchiha clan in the future. He really can't be underestimated at all. Obito felt that this Uchiha Itachi was difficult to deal with. It's just a child's unintentional words. Obito, you don't have to care. Uchiha Fugaku smiled and explained for Uchiha Itachi. Obito made a generous expression to show that he didn't care, and then walked out with Shisui. After walking a little further, Obito couldn't help but complain. This Uchiha Itachi is really not simple. He has such thoughts at such a young age. Maybe he used many strategies when he exterminated the clan. Obito complained. Shisui expressed a different opinion. I think we can't look at the current Uchiha Itachi with strange eyes based on future events. The future Uchiha Itachi, no matter what the reason or difficulty, he committed an unforgivable sin by exterminating the clan, but that is the future Uchiha Itachi after all. The current Uchiha Itachi is just a child who speaks unclearly, and he may not have much evil thoughts. Shisui thinks that it is not advisable to judge cases across time and space, and we can't just default the crimes that the future Uchiha Itachi will commit to the past Uchiha Itachi. I think what you said makes sense, Shisui, but what should we do? We can't just watch and do nothing. Obito scratched his head and said. Of course we have to take care of it. We can guide him to be good. Shisui said his solution. Shisui was ready to instruct Uchiha Itachi as a senior, and guide Uchiha Itachi to become a responsible ninja who loves his clan and village. The courtyard of Tsunade's home. Muyu and Tsunade sat on the stone bench in the courtyard, while Shizuan and Nohara Rin stood in front of them meticulously. Half a year ago, Muyu and Tsunade made an agreement to exchange disciples for half a year. Although she took Nohara Rin out to do some tasks in the middle, in general, Nohara Rin spent most of the past 6 months learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Today is the time to test the results of the practice. Xiaolin, show your learning results. Tsunade said confidently with her hands folded on her chest. Nohara Rin has a very good talent in medical ninjutsu, and she works very hard when studying. After the teaching in the past 6 months, Tsunade is very optimistic about Nohara Rin's future in medical ninjutsu. With Nohara Rin's current medical level, Tsunade feels that Nohara Rin can be promoted to a special jonin. There is still a distance to become a formal jonin, and Nohara Rin lacks in frontal combat. Okay, Tsunade-sama. Nohara Rin nodded and walked to the stone table to pick up a bloody fish. Palm Immortal Technique. Nohara Rin gathered a lot of chakra in her palm, and then changed the nature of the chakra with the yang attribute. A rich green light bloomed in Nohara Rin's palm, covering the bloody fish in Nohara Rin's hand. Under the effect of the yang attribute chakra, the wound of the fish in Nohara Rin's hand healed rapidly, without even a trace of scar left. The completely healed fish became lively and kept struggling in Nohara Rin's hand. Muyu nodded. The fish just now really only had half a breath left. If Nohara Rin was a little slower, it would have died. Then Nohara Rin took out a purple pill from the stone table and stuffed it into the fish's mouth. The fish, which was originally lively and struggling, struggled less and less after eating the purple pill, and the fish's body gradually showed bad purple lines. Detoxification is also a compulsory course for medical ninjas. If you don't detoxify first, all treatment is meaningless. Tsunade explained. The reason why she is the strongest medical ninja is not only because she can heal the body at an extremely fast speed, but also because Tsunade has the strongest detoxification ability in the ninja world. The Sand Village, which likes to play with poison the most, is very troubled by Tsunade's ability. The technique of extracting fine poisons. Nohara Rin held the poisoned fish tightly in her hand and used ninjutsu to find the source of the poison. After determining the location after that, Nohara Rin grabbed the fish with her left hand and raised her right hand slightly. Chakra Scalpel. Nohara Rin concentrated a large amount of chakra to strengthen her hands, making her palms extremely sharp. The moment she touched the fish's body, a scratch appeared on the fish's body. Nohara Rin accurately extracted the toxins and then treated the fish. In fact, Nohara Rin also learned how to prepare antidotes, but this took a long time and was not suitable for demonstration. Then Nohara Rin used some more basic medical ninjutsu such as hemostasis and recovery to show her solid foundation now. After completing the demonstration, Nohara Rin took 2 breaths and looked at Muyu with some expectation. To be able to achieve this step is the result of Nohara Rin's hard study. Her chakra scalpel was only completed a few days ago. Very good, even if some senior ninjas who have mastered medical ninjutsu come, they can't do better. Miyu praised Nohara Rin's excellence without hesitation. In order to keep up with Kakashi and Obito, Nohara Rin really worked hard enough, and he saw all of this. Nohara Rin's somewhat nervous heart instantly relaxed, revealing a joyful smile. Nohara Rin respected Tsunade very much, but in Nohara Rin's heart, Miyu was her real teacher, the one she wanted to be recognized the most. Thank you so much, Lady Tsunade. Miyu smiled and thanked Tsunade. Medical ninjutsu really depends on Tsunade. Although he has the blessing of teaching skills, this skill will be limited by his own knowledge. You know, why don't you make more delicious food to reward me? Tsunade answered bluntly, and even mentioned several of her favorite dishes. For Tsunade, hints don't exist at all. If Miyu didn't understand or pretended not to understand, she would be at a big loss. Miyu readily agreed, which was a matter of convenience for him. Tsunade-sama, you know Shizun's previous strength best, so you should check Shizun's training results. Miyu thought for a while and said. It's not easy for a person to see the improvement in strength, and Shizun didn't learn any powerful ninjutsu, so she needs to fight to experience it. Shadow Clone Technique. Tsunade made a seal to create a shadow clone, and asked the shadow clone to check Shizun's learning results. Shizun, attack me with all your strength, don't have any psychological burden. Tsunade's shadow clone said with a relaxed look. Shizun nodded and immediately entered a state of full concentration, breathing to improve her ability. Tsunade-sama, be careful. Shizun reminded, then burst out chakra and rushed out with a shaving flash. Although she was definitely not able to beat Tsunade's shadow clone with her strength, she still had to respect it. Whoosh! Shizun's figure flashed, and she instantly moved to the side of Tsunade's shadow clone, and her right foot, which had already condensed a lot of chakra, suddenly smashed towards Tsunade. Bang! At the moment when Shizun was about to contact the shadow clone retreated at a high speed, causing Shizun's super strength kick to hit the ground and smash the ground. Tsunade, who was watching the battle, was a little surprised. Shizun's speed and sharpness of attack made her think that she was a ninja who was good at physical skills, but Shizun's physical skills half a year ago were not outstanding among the genin. Shizun, whose first move failed, was not discouraged. She quickly organized a second wave of attack. The sharp chakra scalpel cut down a big tree in Tsunade's courtyard. Unlike Nohara Rin, who needed to go to Tsunade to learn medical knowledge, Shizun learned a lot of medical knowledge because she lived with Tsunade for a long time. Miyu taught her super strength and chakra scalpel very smoothly. In the first 2 minutes, Tsunade's shadow clone did not launch an attack, but was dodging, allowing Shizun to show her offensive ability. 2 minutes later, Tsunade's shadow clone showed some strength and immediately reversed the offense and defense. Although Shizun was beaten back step by step, she did not panic. She tried her best to defend and look for opportunities. Of course, due to the huge gap in strength, Shizun finally fell under Tsunade's knife. Shizun, did you slack off when you practiced with me before? Tsunade cancelled the shadow clone and asked Shizun. Of course not, you and I were very serious when we studied. Shizun patted the dust on her body and replied quickly. Okay, I was just joking. Seeing Shizun was eager to explain, Tsunade laughed and said. Tsunade turned to look at Miyu. Since you are so good at teaching, Shizun will teach you for another year, and try to let her punch a jonin. Shizun's growth was somewhat beyond Tsunade's expectations. Not only did she master the strange power and chakra scalpel, but her physical skills had made great progress. It's okay to teach for another year, but I can't guarantee that Shizun can punch a jonin after a year. Miyu replied. Tsunade-sama, please don't make it difficult for teacher Miyu. Shizun said helplessly. Tsunade herself may not be able to hit a jonin with one punch. If she is just dealing with an ordinary jonin, Tsunade will definitely be able to solve it easily, but if she is facing dozens of jonin at the same time, Tsunade will definitely not be able to hit them one by one easily. You have only studied with Miyu for half a year and you are already talking to him. Tsunade pinched Shizuan's fair face in dissatisfaction. Shizuan was explaining, but because of Tsunade's actions, it became unclear. Shizuan's half-year training plan came to an end, and Miyu took the time to check Asuma's training progress and give him some pointers. After the training, Miyu went to his with Asuma on the pretext of looking for Sarutobi Hiruzen to learn ninjutsu. At home. As for the real reason, one is to let Sarutobi Hiruzen know that he has successfully practiced Flying Thunder God, improve his apparent strength, and make his genius personality more perfect, and the other is to use the transformation to record Sarutobi Hiruzen's panel. Today, I changed the previous chapter and improved the outline of the next plot, so today is a little short. You can reread the previous chapter before 5 p.m. Chapter 395, Hanzo of the Land of Rain. Miyu, it seems that I have to trouble you again today. Seeing Miyu and Asuma coming together, Sarutobi Hiruzen took off his pipe and said with a smile. At first, Miyu was just a tutor he paid for. Later, Miyu could not stabilize the teaching time for various reasons. The relationship between Miyu and Asuma was more like that between a master and a disciple. How can it be considered troublesome for a teacher to instruct a student? Miyu replied with a warm smile. I wonder if you have free time today, Mr. Sandame. I have encountered some difficult problems in the practice of earth escape, and I would like to ask you for advice. Now. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and agreed. In order to prevent his son from being filial, and Miyu's questions would be more difficult, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not bring Asuma with him. Among all the chakra changes that Miyu has mastered, the earth attribute is the worst. This time, Miyu did not ask about the content that he has mastered, but really asked about the problems encountered in practice. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed the knowledge that a ninjutsu professor should have. Not only did he quickly answer Miyu's questions, but he also personally demonstrated the solution and the direction of progress. Miyu, how is your practice of Flying Thunder God technique? If it is not going well, I can help you change a ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said when he remembered something. It has been half a year since he awarded the Flying Thunder God technique to Miyu. If Miyu can't learn it in half a year, then it is probably impossible to learn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't feel anything about this. In his opinion, it was normal that he couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique. You know, he, who was proficient in using thousands of ninjutsu secrets, didn't learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Although I'm not as proficient as Minato, I can be considered to have learned it. Miyu replied. He originally wanted to expose the fact that he had learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen asked directly, it would save some trouble. He didn't need to deliberately guide him. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Miyu with some surprise, but he was the third-generation Hokage who had seen many storms and waves, and he quickly adjusted himself. Then it seems that I underestimated your ninja talent, Miyu. After all, Minato practiced many years earlier than you, so there is no need to compare with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his goatee and smiled. Swoosh! Miyu took out two kunai that had been marked with the Flying Thunder God mark from the ninja tool bag, threw one to the front of his side, and inserted the other at his feet. Swoosh! When the kunai flew about 7 or 8 meters, Miyu activated Flying Thunder God, and his body instantly disappeared from the original place and appeared in the direction of the kunai's flight. Swoosh! After pausing for a while, Miyu quickly performed Flying Thunder God and returned to the place where he had just stood. Seeing Miyu coming and going freely, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flashed. Miyu, you didn't just learn it temporarily, but learned it very smoothly. Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed with a puff of smoke. Although he didn't know Flying Thunder God, Sarutobi Hiruzen still had a good eye. The level of Flying Thunder God displayed by Mu was not like that of a beginner at all, and it was already quite skilled. Of course, what Mu said was not wrong, indeed he was not as skilled as Minato. Mu smiled and said modestly, he smashed so many proficiency scrolls, so of course it was not smooth. After achieving the goal, Mu talked with Sarutobi Hiruzen about the affairs of the ninja school and the training of Asuma, and then left. Even the Flying Thunder God technique has been mastered. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a burst of white mist as he looked at Mu's departing back. He really hoped that Mu could be split into two people, one a special talent with unique talent in education, and the other a genius ninja with super strength, so that they could be used separately. Although Konoha's current situation is not yet bad, and it has even won many battles, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows that things are not that simple. Now it is just a small fight. If Konoha really fights with all its strength, it is impossible for Konoha to beat 3 large ninja villages. Unless Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha is resurrected, it is possible. They can suppress a large ninja village alone, and Konoha only needs to withstand the pressure and defend the home to win. Konoha does not have such a strong person now, so the current situation in the ninja world is really embarrassing and passive for Konoha. With Konoha's strength, it would be no problem to go all out to defeat a large ninja village, but Konoha really doesn't dare to do so. The other 2 large ninja villages are not stupid and are waiting for you to defeat them one by one. As long as Konoha dares to concentrate the ninja power on a certain battlefield, the defense lines in other places will inevitably be greatly impacted, and it is not impossible to be stolen. Since you can't show too strong, you can only defend, keep the enemy outside the land of fire, minimize the losses and look for opportunities. Before leaving, Mu used the transformation skill to scan the information on Sarutobi Hiruzen. It may be mastering too many ninjutsu secrets, Sarutobi Hiruzen has become the ninja with the most information among the ninjas scanned by Mu. The information of Kushina and Tsunade combined is almost the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen. The chakra required to transform into Sarutobi Hiruzen is also exaggerated. After Mu transformed, she looked at the dense skills and felt that it was reasonable. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew too many skills, and there were many high-level skills. After training normally in Konoha with the disciples for a period of time, Mu accepted a B-level mission in the Land of Rain. However, this time is different from the previous ones. In addition to Obito, Kakashi, Nohara Rin, Shisui will also participate in this mission. During the time when Mu was doing the mission in Lulin, Shisui graduated and became a genin. Because Shisui performed very well, he also contributed a ninjutsu mastery scroll to Mu. Although graduated, Mu performed a special operation. Shisui was not assigned to a 3-person team like ordinary genin, but followed Mu to perform the mission together, just like Tsunade and Shizuan. Red Bean and Gang Zisha, who also did internships, did not choose to graduate early, but chose to upgrade to the 3rd grade to continue studying in the ninja school. This was also Mu's suggestion. Although the 3 of them were indeed better than ordinary graduates, they were completely incomparable to Shisui. In this situation in the ninja world, it was better not to graduate early unless necessary. After all, the current ninja school has taken the initiative to shorten the school time. Normally, it takes 6 years. Shisui joined Mu's team, and the composition of Mu's team was 1 jonin, 3 chiyunins and 1 genin. Accepting B-level tasks was completely in line with Konoha's regulations. Shisui, this is your first time to do a B-level task, but you don't have to be nervous. I'm sure it will be okay with me. The first time to do a commissioned task with Shisui, Obito wanted to show some senior style. Although he was pressed to the ground by Shisui in previous training battles, Obito was 2 years older than Shisui and much taller. He felt that he had to take on the responsibility of a big brother. Are you serious about taking care of Shisui? Kakashi looked at Obito in surprise. Since they were both Muyu's disciples, Kakashi and Shisui had quite a bit of contact. Shisui was the only one of his peers who made him feel inferior to him in ninja talent. Now Obito might be better than Shisui in terms of strength, but forget about other aspects. Is there any problem? Didn't I do a lot of B-level missions? Obito said confidently. Nothing, I just think it's terrible for people to be ignorant of themselves. Kakashi said lightly. You are ignorant of yourself, just a Kakashi. Obito, who felt looked down upon, began to blush. Nohara-rin smiled helplessly at Shisui. This was the daily routine of their team. Shisui nodded to show his understanding. This kind of scene was also played out in the South Forest. I am indeed a newcomer in the mission. Please give me more advice. In order to prevent delaying Muyu's affairs, Shisui stood up to end the argument. Obito put his arm on Shisui's shoulder with a smile, thinking that he and Shisui could form the Uchiha brothers to deal with Kakashi together. Let's check it again. If there is no problem, we will go to find the client. Muyu said. This mission can be said to be a mission carefully selected by Muyu. Now the Rain country has once again become a place for big countries to compete. Although there has not been a big melee like the Second Ninja World War, it can also be said that the domestic situation is chaotic. Because it is a small country and has not yet become a battlefield, there are not many powerful ninjas in the Rain country, which is just suitable for Kakashi and his level. In addition to training disciples, Muyu will also take a look at Nagato to test whether the transformation can be seen by the Samsara Eye and whether the transformation can copy the Samsara Eye. In addition, Muyu is also going to collect some information about the Rain country. If he wants Nagato to become a disciple, he must launch some actions in the Rain country. Target the Rain country, let's go! Obito shouted excitedly after the inspection. The Land of Rain was a country he had never been to. Obito was curious whether there would be scenery he had never seen there, such as the desert of the Land of Wind and the glaciers of the Land of Snow. After all the disciples had confirmed, Muyu took them to find the client. This was an escort mission. Because he was bored on the road, Obito often asked the client about the Land of Rain. There is no special scenery in the Land of Rain. After all, frequent rain is not a scenery. The middle-aged client replied. Obito's expectations dropped a little, but he was still excited. Even if there was no special scenery, there should be unique plants or something. The middle-aged client that Muyu and the others met this time was a more talkative type. After Obito started the topic, the middle-aged client took the initiative to talk about a lot of things in the Land of Rain. Hanzo is a failed ninja village leader. He is half responsible for the decline of the Land of Rain. The middle-aged client was very dissatisfied with Hanzo. Originally, the strength of the Rain country was only slightly inferior to that of the 5 major countries, but now even the domestic security cannot be guaranteed. For people like him, the ninjas in the ninja village are not very dangerous, because the ninjas' battles have little to do with ordinary people like him. But it's different for wandering ninjas. They are not afraid of those who wear shoes if they are barefoot. They can live one day at a time. As the intersection of the 3 major countries, the Rain country needs strength to be stable, but the current Rain country just doesn't have it. Hanzo's failure also disappointed many Rain ninjas in him, and thus left the Rain village. Those who have a little conscience among these people go to the ninja organization, and those who let themselves go become wandering ninjas, which further leads to the deterioration of the security in the Rain country. Hanzo, why do I feel like I've heard this name somewhere? Obito scratched his head, feeling that the name sounded familiar. He is a very strong ninja. Some people say he is a demigod in the ninja world. As long as you survive the battle with him, you can gain great fame. Shisui explained to Obito. It's not that Shisui knows too much, but Hanzo's reputation in the ninja world is really great. Although the Rain village was defeated in the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo's reputation among ninjas did not decline too much. After all, Hanzo himself did not lose in that war, but the rain ninjas other than him were defeated. It sounds so strong. Obito touched his chin. He was a little curious, who is stronger, the demigod or the Mu immortal? Although he has never compared them, Obito thinks that Mu should be stronger, and asking is just intuition. Tsunade-sama was defeated by him once in the Second Ninja World War, and that was when he teamed up with Orochimaru-sama Jiraiya-sama. Nohara Rin was worried that Obito would go crazy and challenge Hanzo, so she reminded him. Although Nohara Rin felt that Obito and Kakashi were not bad, they were still too young. He defeated Uncle Toad. Obito became excited. Obito decided to challenge Hanzo once in 10 years, and if he won, he would show off in front of Jiraiya. Although Jiraiya was his teacher's teacher, it was difficult for Obito to regard him as his master because Jiraiya's performance was too abstract. Obito still remembers the scene when Jiraiya asked him to fight Minato alone. After entering the rain country, Mu opened his white eyes. So far, Mu has been to many small countries, and the rain country is the most chaotic small country he has ever seen. Obito and the others may not have this feeling, but Mu, who has a wide field of vision, can see too many things. In Mu's opinion, it is not an exaggeration to say that the land of rain is a place of chaos. Mu saw several times that there were wandering ninjas wandering around them and eventually retreating. You should know that Mu and his team were not disguised, and they were still dressed as Konoha ninjas. In addition to the wandering ninjas, Mu also saw Kyumigakuer ninjas disguised as Iwagakuer, Iwagakuer ninjas disguised as Kyumigakuer, and Sandgakuer ninjas who were investigating them. Mu could only say that the people of the Land of Rain were so blessed that they were a bit overwhelmed. After entering the Land of Rain for a distance, Mu's main body left the team and let the Shadow Clone lead the team to continue the mission. In order to prevent a car accident, the cautious Mu looked for traces of the Akatsuki organization at the maximum distance that his Flying Thunder God could teleport, so as to ensure that if there was any problem with Kakashi, he could provide support in the first time. P.S. My work and rest schedule has been messed up again recently. I hope I can fall asleep before 2 o'clock today. It's really hard to write without energy. I'm worried about side effects of taking medicine. An author friend is drinking Chinese medicine, and he said that he would suffer from insomnia again if he stopped. Chapter 396 The Terrifying Akatsuki Organization. Be careful, there are ninjas fighting ahead. Kakashi, who was walking in the front, found that there was a fight in the village ahead. Obito immediately ran to Kakashi to check the situation together, while Nohara Rin and Shisui looked around vigilantly and guarded the middle-aged client. In order to see more clearly, Obito directly opened the Sharingan to enhance his insight. 1, 2, 3, 5, there are 5 ninjas, but their strength is very average, and none of them wear forehead protectors. I don't know what ninja village they are from. Obito said his observation conclusion. They should be ninjas from a ninja organization or wandering ninjas. Kakashi replied. There are more than ninja villages in the ninja world, but the ninjas in the ninja villages are the strongest. Teacher Mu, should we take a detour? Kakashi looked back at Mu and asked. Kakashi preferred to take a detour. Although those ninjas looked ordinary, the most important thing in the escort mission was to send the client home safely, and the less trouble there was, the less trouble there was. That's not necessary. I can defeat all of these ninjas by myself. Obito thought it was unnecessary to go through so much trouble. From Obito's point of view, those ninjas who were fighting would be eliminated in the 3rd round of the Chunin exam, and it was a bit unwilling to take a detour for them. No need to take a detour. There are only 5 ninjas around here. Mu thought for a while and replied. Seeing that Mu agreed with him, Obito couldn't help showing a proud expression. Mu teacher can sense ninjutsu to do this, but it's not the same as your recklessness. Kakashi said sarcastically. You can be stubborn, and if you find excuses, I'm right too. Obito said sarcastically. Although they were arguing, the two were not idle. They kept observing the surrounding environment while arguing. After entering the village, Kakashi found that many villagers were watching the ninjas fight with a nervous look on their faces, which made Kakashi feel a little strange. Logically, the villagers should have closed their doors and windows to prevent being affected. Ninja battles are not about watching the excitement. A kunao is enough to easily end the life of an ordinary person. But if it is said to be watching the excitement, Kakashi doesn't think it is like watching the excitement. It can't be that they are too involved in the scene and get nervous. At this time, the villagers noticed Miyu and others entering the village, and after noticing the Konoha forehead guards and vests on Miyu and others, they subconsciously retreated. Another wandering ninja is about to rob the village. What a terrible environment! The middle-aged client sighed when he saw it. Although I don't know who the two ninjas who were beaten are, through them the middle-aged client can confirm that they are ninjas from Akatsuki by the uniforms on their bodies. Although Akatsuki is not the strongest ninja organization in the Land of Rain, its unique organizational charter makes them famous in the Land of Rain. As a ninja organization, Akatsuki is simply a breath of fresh air among ninja organizations. Not only is the hiring price cost-effective, but members of the organization also do good deeds outside from time to time. Although he has a good impression of the ninjas of Akatsuki, the middle-aged client has no intention of asking Miyu and others to help the ninjas of Akatsuki. This is a trouble outside the mission. Miyu's team has the responsibility to solve the ninjas who attacked him, but they don't need to listen to his orders to solve the ninjas outside. You deal with the two ninjas in robes, and I'll deal with the remaining three. Kakashi thought for a moment and said to Obito. It is difficult for Kakashi to analyze everything in such a short time, so he chose to knock down all 5 ninjas, so that the problem was solved. Kakashi was paying attention to Miyu's expression while speaking, and when he saw that Miyu had no objection, he immediately concentrated his breathing. Just now you took a detour, and now you are going to attack again. Kakashi, your mouth is harder than a kunao. Obito couldn't help but complain. Despite complaining, Obito still acted according to what Kakashi said. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito condensed a large amount of chakra in his throat, and then transformed all the chakra into fire attribute chakra in one breath and sprayed a large amount of flames. Whoosh! The raging flames gathered together and quickly formed a huge fireball, smashing towards the 5 ninjas who were fighting. The 5 ninjas immediately stopped fighting and retreated. They couldn't take on such a powerful and terrifying fireball. Why don't we retreat? We are unlucky today. These Konoha ninjas don't look easy to deal with. A tall wandering ninja saw that Obito was very powerful and immediately wanted to retreat. They just wanted to rob the village and grab some things, so there was no need to fight with Konoha ninjas. The tall wandering ninja said this only to find that his 2 companions had already run back without looking back. Rain country foul language. The wandering ninja cursed and turned to run away. Flash! Kakashi's chakra concentrated on his legs all exploded. The amplification of the breathing method and the activation of the lightning attribute chakra made Kakashi's body strengthen, making him extremely fast. In the eyes of the villagers, he was like lightning on the ground. Swish! Kakashi swung the white fang short blade fiercely while running, and the legs of the 2 wandering ninjas running in front instantly burst into blood and fell to the ground. The wandering ninja who was a little behind saw that Kakashi's strength was so exaggerated, and he immediately braked and dared not continue running. Swish! 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 Kakashi did not stop, and took out a shuriken and threw it at the uninjured wandering ninja. Kakashi's ninja tool throwing technique was very good, and the wandering ninja dodged very awkwardly, with several scratches on his body. Before he could figure out how to run away, a kunao with lightning pierced his knee. The previous shuriken was just a feint, and the kunao with the change of lightning chakra was Kakashi's real attack. We are ninjas protecting the village, not wandering ninjas who want to rob. The Akatsuki ninja dodged the fireball and said hurriedly. Obito did not stop attacking because of the words of the Akatsuki ninja. Who knows if what he said is true? First beat them to lose their combat effectiveness, and then ask the villagers, and you will naturally know the truth. However, the words of the Akatsuki ninja are not completely useless. Obito was worried about killing people, so he did not use fire escape, but only used physical skills to attack. However, even if Obito only uses physical skills now, he is not weak. The already injured Akatsuki ninja was knocked to the ground by Obito in a few strokes. Thank you, ninjas of Konoha, but please don't hurt them, they are the ninjas who came to protect our village. The village chief saw Kakashi deal with the stray ninjas and thought that Kakashi and his men were not bad people, so he stood up and said, "Ah? Really?" Obito scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "I'm sorry, I thought you were also robbers or something." Obito, who hit the wrong person, immediately apologized and pulled up the knocked down Akatsuki ninja. "It's okay, you also saved us." A tall and thin Akatsuki ninja shook his head and said, "If Kakashi and Obito hadn't taken action just now, they would have died soon under the siege of the three stray ninjas." Another Akatsuki ninja also expressed his gratitude. Knowing that the three people who were besieging were stray ninjas who were robbing, Kakashi directly killed them all with a knife. If they were not killed, they might come to retaliate against the villagers after their injuries healed. Seeing that the Akatsuki ninjas were injured, Nohara-rin stepped forward to help them heal with the palm fairy technique. The green light full of life enveloped the wounds of the Akatsuki ninjas, and then they healed rapidly without leaving any scars. "Amazing, thank you so much," the tall and thin ninja said with surprise. There were no ninjas in the Akatsuki who mastered medical ninjutsu. If it weren't for Nohara-rin's treatment, they would have to rest for a long time after returning. Obito's eyes subconsciously drifted towards the sky. Some of the injuries were caused by him. "I really appreciate your help. We are Akatsuki ninjas. If you encounter problems in the land of rain, you can ask our organization for help." The tall and thin ninja apologized again. But what the tall and thin ninja didn't expect was that this ordinary apology made Nohara-rin look shocked and Kakashi's eyes sharp. Obito didn't react at first, but his expression became stunned after he came to his senses. It turned out that he didn't make a mistake. "Are you a ninja from the Akatsuki organization?" Kakashi asked silently, gathering chakra, and glanced around vigilantly. He trusted Muyu's perception very much, but the Akatsuki organization was a terrifying ninja organization that could challenge the 5 major ninja villages in the future, so he couldn't be careless. "Yes, have you heard of the name of our organization?" the tall and thin ninja asked excitedly. There are not many ninja organizations that can be remembered by the ninjas of the 5 major ninja villages. "Indeed, I have heard of it." Obito is ready to enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to launch the Great Snake. Nohara-rin condensed the chakra in her palm again, but this time she was not going to use the palm magic, but the chakra scalpel. Due to the information brought by Naruto and Yamato, the Akatsuki organization is the most terrifying ninja organization in their hearts. Shisui noticed the actions of Kakashi and others and was a little confused. He didn't understand what information worth paying attention to in the words just said by the Akatsuki ninja. Although Asuma and Jiraiya died at the hands of Akatsuki ninjas, because the time was too late, Obito's summary of the Lulin trip did not talk about the Akatsuki organization. Shisui's impression of the Akatsuki organization is still the last mission to suppress bandits in the Kingdom of Rivers. Although they almost fought, Shisui's impression of the Akatsuki organization is not bad. If there are more responsible ninja organizations like you in the Kingdom of Rain, maybe the environment will be better. The middle-aged client praised. Listening to the client's words, Kakashi, Obito, and Nohara-rin looked at each other. The situation seemed to be different from what they imagined. "We will work hard. We got together to change the Rain country," the tall and thin ninja said with a fist. Obito scratched his hair in confusion. Where is the terrifying ninja organization? Why does it sound so positive? Could it be that they have the same name? Kakashi and Nohara Rin dispersed the condensed chakra. They could see that it was not fake. Finally, Kakashi and the other two watched the Akatsuki ninjas leave, and after a brief rest, they continued to escort the client to the destination. On the way, Shisui asked his puzzlement. Kakashi did not answer Shisui's question immediately, but glanced at Miyu calmly with his peripheral vision, and finally answered Shisui's question after standing in the front with Shisui to explore the way. Obito should not have told you about the Akatsuki organization. According to the information obtained from Lulin, in the peaceful period of the future, the Akatsuki organization is the most powerful ninja organization in the world. The members of the organization are all S-level rebel ninjas from various ninja villages, and they are engaged in activities to snatch the tailed beasts. Kakashi said in a voice that only Shisui beside him could hear. Shisui finally understood why Kakashi and the others were so careful. Such a crazy ninja organization should indeed be treated with caution. Shisui could only use the word crazy to describe the Akatsuki organization. The tailed beasts were the ultimate weapons of the 5 major ninja villages. To seize the tailed beasts was to become enemies of the 5 major ninja villages. If it was them, maybe they would really have that kind of strength in the future. Shisui thought of Miyu's evaluation of the Akatsuki ninjas. It didn't look like a big group, but Miyu said that there were 2 of them that he couldn't beat, and there was one who could kill him instantly. This kind of genius grows up, and then gathers a group of powerful ninjas. It is really possible to achieve the actions that Kakashi said. I once met several Akatsuki ninjas in a mission in the country of River. Shisui thought about it and told his experience in that mission. Kakashi's expression became serious. He knew very well what kind of strength Shisui had. It was really difficult to kill Shisui instantly. Because Shisui not only has the Sharingan that can enhance insight, but also is extremely good at the instant body technique. Even the elite among the Jonin can't kill Shisui instantly. Of course, the elite among the Jonin does not refer to Jiraiya and Orochimaru. The 3 ninjas are strong men who are famous in the ninja world. The ninja level cannot measure their strength. That should be correct. This Akatsuki organization is the Akatsuki organization that will snatch the tailed beast in the future. They may be accumulating strength now. Kakashi speculated. After Shisui said this, Kakashi became more and more suspicious that Minato Namikaze's death was related to Akatsuki. It happened that the tailed beasts went berserk, and Akatsuki's target happened to be the tailed beasts. Kakashi thought that Akatsuki might have wanted to take action that time, but found that the 5 major ninja villages were too strong, so they retreated to accumulate strength. I didn't expect that even the Konoha ninjas knew about our organization. If this continues, maybe we can change the entire Rain country soon. The tall and thin Akatsuki ninja said happily on the way back. Another Akatsuki ninja also smiled. They talked and laughed and returned to the village where Akatsuki was stationed. But what they didn't realize was that there was a brown-haired ninja following them. Chapter 397 Love Peace, Medical. In addition to a shadow clone disguised as the real body leading the team, Miyu also had a shadow clone in the dark to protect the disciples. After discovering the Akatsuki ninja, the shadow clone who was secretly protecting directly released himself and let the memory flow back to the real body. After getting the memory, Miyu immediately rushed over to split a new shadow clone to protect Kakashi and the others, and then the real body followed the Akatsuki ninjas searched for the Akatsuki base. Because he wanted to test the hiding ability of the transformation skill, Miyu used the transformation to pinch a face that looked a bit like Aizen. Why a face that looked a bit like Aizen instead of using Aizen's face directly? Because Miyu had used the transformation technique to transform into Aizen before when she was on a mission, and Uchiha Madara might have this information. Even if he couldn't see through the transformed Miyu, he might be suspicious because they looked exactly the same. If it was just a bit like, and he couldn't see through the transformation, then there would be basically no problem. Miyu opened the transparent world to restrain his own breath and quietly sneaked into the village where the Akatsuki was located. Chief Yahiko, today we helped a village fight off 3 stray ninjas. The tall and thin ninja said excitedly to Yahiko, who was practicing physical skills. You two fought off 3 stray ninjas, very good. Yahiko laughed and praised. Although he was much older than Yahiko, the tall and thin ninja smiled from the bottom of his heart when he received Yahiko's praise. As a ninja organization, Akatsuki's conditions are not good. They can only be stationed in a small village and have no benefits. The ninjas who joined the Rain Village were basically infected by Yahiko's personality charm and wanted to change the Rain country with him. How can we have this strength? It was the passing Konoha ninja who helped us. The thin and tall ninja explained. It is terrible for a ninja to have no self-knowledge. If he really gets arrogant and takes all the credit, he may receive tasks that are not in line with his strength in the future. Hearing the 4 words Konoha ninja, Nagato next to Yahiko subconsciously glanced at the thin and tall ninja. Those Konoha ninjas are really strong. Although they look only about 10 years old, they are very strong. They solved 3 stray ninjas in less than a minute. There is also a very powerful medical ninja. After being treated by her, there will be no scars left. The thin and tall ninja recalled the battle between Kakashi and others and exclaimed. As long as you practice hard, you can become stronger. Yahiko encouraged with a smile. Yet, the tall and thin ninja wanted to practice now. Are you the Akatsuki organization? Miyu jumped down from the roof and walked slowly towards Yahiko and others and asked. Several Akatsuki ninjas quickly took a fighting posture and looked at Miyu cautiously. We are the Akatsuki organization. What? Do you want to entrust us with a task? Yahiko signaled the surrounding ninjas with his eyes to put down the kunao in their hands and said with a smile. In Yahiko's opinion, although Miyu sneaked in, Miyu dared to show up openly, so she should not be looking for trouble. If you want to fight, sneak attack is a better choice. After all, no one on the Akatsuki side has discovered Miyu. Nothing. I just heard that the Akatsuki organization is a ninja organization dedicated to peace, so I want to come and see. Miyu answered Yahiko's question while continuing to walk towards Yahiko Nagato. Miyu's attention was mostly focused on Nagato's face. When Nagato had seen Miyu's original appearance in the country of rivers before, if Nagato's reincarnation I saw through the transformation, he would definitely be surprised by it. That's right. The goal of our Akatsuki organization is peace in the ninja world. Before that, we will make the Rain country peaceful. Yahiko thought Miyu was a ninja who came to join the Akatsuki organization, and he happily expressed his ideals. Speaking of this, Yahiko also walked towards Miyu, ready to explain his peace plan in detail. Don't go over there, this person is very strong. Nagato grabbed Yahiko, who was about to walk towards Miyu. He could see the powerful chakra in Miyu's body, so Nagato was worried about Yahiko getting too close to a ninja like Miyu who had sneaked in. Yahiko was stunned, then smiled and patted Nagato on the shoulder and said, Don't you still have Nagato? I believe in you. Then Yahiko and Nagato walked to a distance of 1.5 meters from Miyu. You said you want to make the Rain country peaceful, so how are you going to do it? Miyu asked with a smile. Protect the villagers from the harm of stray ninjas, spread the ideas of our organization, and attract more ninjas with the same ideals to join our organization. As long as we become strong enough, even the 5 major countries will not dare to start a war against the Rain country. Yahiko answered quickly. The first 3 ninjas who joined the Akatsuki organization were defeated by Yahiko Nagato and others and were infected by Yahiko's ideals. During the Second Shinobi World War, the Rain village had thousands of Rain ninjas and the leader of the Rain ninjas, Hanzo, who was called a demigod, but it still couldn't get rid of the war. When do you think the Akatsuki organization can surpass the Rain village during the Second Shinobi World War with your plan? Miyu asked calmly. In Miyu's view, the only possibility for the current Akatsuki organization to realize its ideals lies in Nagato, but Nagato has Uchiha Madara's arrangement, which may lead to the demise of the Akatsuki organization. Will it be? Yahiko was stuck for a moment. Including him, Nagato and Konan, the Akatsuki organization now has only 20 ninjas, not to mention the Rain Village during World War II, which is very far away from the current Rain Village. What advantages do you think your Akatsuki organization has over the Rain Village or other ninja organizations that would make those ninjas choose to join the Akatsuki organization instead of the Rain Village or other ninja organizations? Miyu continued to ask. Reality is very cruel, without enough benefits. Even Uchiha Madara, when he left, no Uchiha was willing to go with him. Because Konoha can enjoy unprecedented peace, everything is unknown if he leaves with Uchiha Madara. Yahiko wanted to say something, but found that Akatsuki organization didn't seem to have any special advantages. They had neither money nor training resources. Akatsuki organization is a place where everyone fights together for peace. After holding it in for a while, Yahiko finally said. It is undeniable that many ninjas yearn for peace, but how can you make them believe that Akatsuki organization can achieve everything you said? Miyu seemed a little disappointed with Yahiko. Yahiko was silent for a while, because he found that he had no other answer except to say some words like dream and everyone working together. For the first time, Yahiko felt so clearly how far they were from their ideals. Chief Yahiko is a genius ninja. If he continues to grow, he will definitely become a powerful man who shocks the ninja world. A ninja from Akatsuki organization spoke for Yahiko. Yes, although our Akatsuki organization was founded a short time ago, its reputation is not inferior to some ninja organizations that have been established for more than 10 years. This is enough to show that we are on the right path, said the tall and thin Akatsuki ninja. As followers of Yahiko, they firmly believe that Yahiko will succeed. It just shows that you are unique among ninja organizations. Miyu retorted. Most ninja organizations are for making money and making more money. It is normal for a ninja organization that shouts love and peace to be named. You have nothing but ideals now. Even if you can continue to grow, have you considered the attitude of the Rain Village and other ninja organizations? Have you thought about how to earn enough funds to keep the organization running? 20 or 30 ninjas can make do together, but what about hundreds of ninjas, or more? Have you considered how to maintain peace if peace is achieved? What if the peace that we have worked so hard for falls into war again after a few years or more? Miyu's continuous questions directly confused everyone in the Akatsuki organization, and Yahiko showed an embarrassed expression. He really hadn't considered many things. After all, he was just a 14-year-old boy who had never been to school. Although he was embarrassed by the question, Yahiko wanted to invite Miyu to join the Akatsuki organization. He felt that Miyu could bring a leap forward to the Akatsuki organization. You are right. Our Akatsuki organization does have many shortcomings, so I would like to invite you to join us. Let's work together to change these shortcomings and bring peace to the Rain Country and the ninja world. Yahiko said seriously. If you are willing to join Akatsuki, your status is equal to that of the leader. Yahiko took out the biggest bargaining chip he could. In fact, he wanted to give the position of leader to Miyu, but Akatsuki was the result of his and his companions' hard work after all. Giving it to a person he just met so easily showed that he did not value like-minded companions in Akatsuki. If Miyu could really solve all the problems he mentioned, Yahiko would willingly let Miyu become the only leader. Yahiko yearned for peace. If Akatsuki could really bring peace to the Rain Country and the ninja world, then it didn't matter who the leader of Akatsuki was. Leader Yahiko, this is not good. The Akatsuki members around him looked at Yahiko in surprise. There's nothing wrong with it. Everyone is fighting for the same ideal. There is a leader just to lead everyone to move forward better. Yahiko said with a smile. This doesn't attract me. If I want, it's not difficult to find dozens of ninja subordinates. Miyu rejected Yahiko. Then how can I join Akatsuki? Yahiko asked without giving up. He did not doubt that Miyu was bragging. After all, even Nagato said that Miyu was very strong. It is not difficult for a strong ninja to establish a ninja organization of dozens of ninjas by strength. Miyu smiled and said nothing, turned and left. At least tell me your name. Yahiko asked loudly. Miyu paused but did not look back. Akagi-kun. After saying that, Miyu quickly left the village where the Akatsuki organization was stationed. Looking at Miyu's back, Yahiko's eyes were filled with a trace of regret. He felt that Akagi-kun was a peaceful ninja, otherwise how could he have gone to such great lengths to find this place? However, their performance impressed Akagi-kun, so he did not join. Everyone should work harder in the future, so that more outstanding companions can join us. Yahiko encouraged the Akatsuki ninjas. The Akatsuki ninjas nodded and began to work hard. They might not forget the scene just now for a long time. The Samsara Eye still doesn't work. Miyu checked the information scanned from Nagato. He was not too disappointed. The Samsara Eye is considered the top existence in the Naruto world. Black Zetsu has worked hard for thousands of years, and only Uchiha Madara has successfully opened the Samsara Eye. Miyu did not have too many expectations for the Samsara Eye, because even if he could copy the current one, he couldn't use it. This thing is not for ordinary people. Nagato has so much chakra that he feels weak when using it. Obito, who has a lot of Hashirama cells in his body, only dares to transplant one. After taking a look at Nagato's information, Miyu directly deleted Nagato's information. Nagato's information is particularly large, and there is a lot of overlap with the information of the third generation Hokage. Nagato also knows a lot of ninjutsu. Hiding ability is pretty good, and it has not been seen through by the Samsara Eye. Miyu recalled just now Nagato's performance confirmed the disguise ability of the transformation. As a Konoha ninja, Nagato should have some impression of him, but judging from Nagato's performance just now, it is obvious that he does not know him at all. After achieving the goal, Miyu returned to the team and replaced the shadow clone to continue the mission. Although Nagato is very important to him and is his opportunity to obtain a large amount of chakra, the existing disciples are more important. And Miyu has already thought of a specific plan. If everything goes well, in addition to accepting Nagato as his disciple, he can also get a lot of rewards in the Rain Country. Chapter 398 Miyu vs Sand Village Heroes. Miyu's caution is correct. Facts have proved that Obito and his friends are really unlucky, or the Rain Country is really chaotic. Just when Miyu and they were about to deliver the client to the destination, a team of Sand Village ninjas saw them and immediately surrounded them. Since Sand Village did not go to war with Konoha, Kakashi did not take action immediately, and stopped Obito with his eyes. What do you Konoha want to do? The female ninja standing at the front of the Sand Village team asked with a bad face. Are you sick? You suddenly came over and surrounded us, and asked us what we wanted to do. Obito complained with an unhappy face. Although there were 12 ninjas from Sand Village, Obito was not panicked at all, because Miyu was right beside him. Little brat, didn't your parents teach you that when adults talk, children shouldn't interrupt? Lord Yekeng is not asking you. The Sand Village ninja next to Yekeng scolded. Yekeng was a ninja he admired very much, and he couldn't stand Obito's disrespect for Yekeng. But Obito was not scared, and immediately glared back. Do you think I'm talking to you? What are you talking about here? The Sand Village ninja directly drew out his long sword, and the momentum on the field immediately became tense. Kakashi silently drew out the white fang short blade. Although Sand Village and Konoha did not go to war, the other side showed hostility, and they certainly couldn't sit and wait for death. Shisui and the others also concentrated their breathing and were ready to attack at any time. Dang! At this moment, a transparent energy hit the long sword in the hand of the Sand Ninja, breaking it directly. Didn't your teacher teach you not to point weapons at people? Miyu slowly put away her hand knife and said with a smile. Miyu doesn't like people who are arrogant without strength. The sand ninja looked at the broken long sword and looked at Miyu with a horrified expression. This is not made of wood, but a long sword made of steel. Even without the blessing of chakra, it is sharp and strong. If this kind of destructive power had just hit his body instead of his long sword, what a heavy blow it would have been. How scared the sand ninja was, how happy Obito felt. I have teacher Miyu here, what do you have? Obito couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. He finally understood why the descendants of the big villains in ninja novels were so arrogant. If there was a strong backer, it would be really cool. Ye King looked at Miyu with some surprise. He didn't expect that a Konoha ninja he met casually would have such strength. However, Ye King was not panicked. She was a sand ninja hero after all, and this was a small scene for her. Ye King asked the sand ninja with a broken sword beside her to step back a little, and then looked at Miyu. Yesterday, a 4-member team of our sand ninja disappeared, and the nearby villagers only saw Konoha ninjas active nearby that day. Of course, Ye King couldn't make trouble for nothing. After all, the Sand Ninja village had experienced civil strife and was at war with the Cloud Ninja. The situation in all aspects was not good. Miyu could guess who did it without thinking. It was either Iwagakure or Kumagakure. These two troublemakers like to do this kind of thing. Anyone who has a little opinion on the situation in the ninja world would not think that this was done by Konoha ninjas. Konoha has now been declared war by 3 major ninja villages. It will only provoke Sand Ninja when it is full. As a ninja, you should know how easy it is to deceive ordinary people. I think you should investigate Kumagakure or Iwagakure. Miyu replied. Ordinary people don't have the ability to see through transformation skills, and even ninjas with average transformation skills can easily deceive ordinary people. If you spend more time and get some real Konoha forehead protectors and vest uniforms, ordinary people will not be able to recognize them. Whether it is true or false, the truth will naturally come out after you cooperate with the investigation. Ye King admitted that Miyu's words made some sense, but this may also be Miyu's defense for his fellow villagers. Normally speaking, Konoha should not provoke Sand Village in this situation, but every ninja has his own ideas. Ye King believes that there may be other reasons that caused the Sand Village team to fight with Konoha ninjas and be killed in the end. Name, Ye King. Chakra, 56,000. Skills, Scorch Release, Mastery Level, 2800/15,000, Fire Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, Wind Chakra Nature Change, Mastery Level, Scorch Release, Oversteam Kill, Mastery Level. As a ninja, Ye King is indeed more arrogant than the previous Sand Ninja holding a long sword. With her high proficiency in Scorch Release and double mastery of Nature Change, her strength surpasses more than 90% of the ninjas in the ninja world. But unfortunately, she met Miyu, a ninja who has mastered hundreds of ninjutsu and 7 chakra attributes. What if I say no? Miyu said lightly, protecting the disciples behind him. The lethality of Scorch Release is also considered strong among many bloodline limits. With Ye King's Scorch Release level, a Jonin would be killed instantly if he was touched by his Scorch Release. To be safe, he wanted his disciples to keep a safe distance from Ye King. Full distance. Then I have to knock you down and then investigate. Ye King took a fighting stance and ordered his subordinates to block the position. Several Sand Village ninjas appeared behind Miyu and others. However, Ye King underestimated the strength of Kakashi and Obito. Obito concentrated his breathing to enhance his physical ability and strengthen the nature change. At the same time, he opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, and knocked down the 2 Sand Village Chunin quickly with just physical skills. Shisui also opened his blood-red eyes. Illusion Instant Body Technique. In the eyes of the Sand Village ninjas, there were immediately dozens of Shisui on the field. Just when they thought everything was an illusion, those Shisui's fists hit them again. The two Sand Village Chunin were knocked down at a very fast speed without even finding Shisui's real body. Kakashi concentrated his breathing to the extreme and entered the state of a transparent world. The Sand Village Jonin wanted to deal with Kakashi, and then deal with Obito and the others, but he soon gave up the idea because he felt tremendous pressure from Kakashi. All his attacks were seen through by Kakashi, but he could not resist Kakashi's attacks. In just over a minute, 5 Sand Village ninjas were beaten and lost their combat effectiveness. The remaining Sand Village ninjas were all stopped by Miyu. Whenever a Sand Village ninja wanted to go past Miyu to deal with Kakashi, they would be knocked unconscious by Miyu and thrown to the ground. Yakang's expression became serious. The strength of this Konoha team was beyond her imagination. Scorch release, oversteaming kill. After seeing Miyu's physical skills, Yakang was not prepared to fight Miyu in close combat, and directly launched the blood limit of Scorch release. Yakang burst out a large amount of chakra, condensed 6 head-sized fireballs around him and flew towards Miyu at a high speed. Miyu did not underestimate this move because of the size of the fireball. Scorch escape is different from ordinary fire escape. Water escape, waterfall technique. Miyu condensed a large amount of chakra and spit out a waterfall-like terrifying water flow towards the Sand Village ninjas. Water escape ninja? It's a bit troublesome, but not a big problem. Yakang looked at the terrifying water flow and his face did not change. Scorch escape, as a blood limit of the nature of wind and fire chakra, is very different from ordinary flames. Water escape cannot restrain Scorch escape too much. Under Yakang's control, the water flow in the shape of a straight line ignored the waterfall technique and rushed straight towards Miyu. The water flow was evaporating rapidly, and Yakang's fireball was slowly shrinking, but it was not directly extinguished like ordinary flames. Freezing ray. Miyu lightly jumped and stood on the water surface, then raised her hand and released a ray of cold air into the water flow, freezing the water flow instantly. Yakang's burning flame dissipated in the struggle with the ice. Ice escape. Yakang looked at Miyu in surprise. Konoha actually had such a powerful ice escape ninja. Swish! Miyu threw out a large number of flying thunder god kunao, taking care of all the sand ninjas including Yakang. Yakang naturally couldn't be hit by such an ordinary bitter life, and dodged it with a sideways turn. Scorching escape, flame wave. Yakang decided to change a tactic and use a larger range of ninjutsu to attack. A large amount of burning escape flames was spit out from Yakang's throat, forming a small burning escape sea of fire that rushed towards Miyu. Although the opponent also mastered the blood limit, Yakang still had the confidence to win. Strictly speaking, there is no upper and lower restraint between bloodline limits, but Yakang feels that her Scorch release is more advantageous against ice release. It is common for fire to melt ice, but there is no ice to freeze fire. Facing Yakang's Scorch release ninjutsu, Miyu did not release ninjutsu or dodge, but just condensed chakra on the spot. What is this guy doing? Miyu's actions made Yakang's heart alarm. With the strength shown by Miyu, it is obvious that she will not be scared by her ninjutsu and dare not move. There must be some means that she does not know. Yakang vigilantly observed the surroundings with his peripheral vision, but did not find any abnormalities, and other Konoha ninjas did not move. Just when Yakang was extremely confused, Miyu moved. Whoosh! Yakang felt a flash in front of her eyes, and she subconsciously kicked forward with her feet. But how could Yakang's reaction speed and shooting speed be faster than Miyu? Bang! A dull crash sounded, and Yakang's face and body came into close contact with the ground, smashing a hole in the ground. Lord Yakang! Yakang looked at Miyu in disbelief. Yakang is the hero of Sand Village. There are many ninjas who admire Yakang in Sand Village. During the time when the third Kazekage disappeared, Yakang was also a strong candidate for the fourth Kazekage. It's the Yellow Flash. A Sand Village ninja thought of the Yellow Flash that had recently become famous in the battle between the Grass Country and the Soup Country. Shouldn't he be on the battlefield? Why did he come to the rain country? The Sand Village ninja was extremely puzzled. Miyu has always been a kind-hearted person. Seeing that the Sand Village ninjas were so worried about Yekang, he immediately asked them to lie on the ground with Yekang. Swoosh! Miyu activated Flying Thunder God again and appeared beside the Sand Village ninjas, killing all of them in a very short time. All the sand villages have been solved. This group of sand villages is not strong. Except for the female ninja with green and yellow hair, can the others last more than 10 seconds? Obito commented. Because Miyu asked them to retreat, Obito and his team did not go forward to help Miyu even if they solved the sand village in the back. Obito wanted to fight side by side with Miyu, but he did not want to cause trouble for Miyu. Miyu must have a reason to ask them to retreat. It's not that the sand village ninjas are not strong, but that teacher Miyu is too strong. Kakashi corrected. Kakashi looked at Obito. Do you know who the female ninja with green and yellow hair you are talking about is? Obito scratched his head and shook his head. Is she a famous ninja? She doesn't look very strong. Strictly speaking, Miyu only used 3 ninjutsu to defeat Yekang just now, which looked easy and simple. So you should supplement the common sense of the ninja world. Kakashi sighed. Her name is Yekang, a ninja known as the hero of Sand Village, who has mastered the blood limit of Scorch Release. Anyone touched by her Scorch Release flame will instantly turn into a mummy. She is a well-known strongman in the ninja world. Kakashi explained to Obito. Although Yekang was defeated by Miyu after only a few moves, Kakashi knew that this was caused by many factors. The biggest one is intelligence. Kakashi doesn't think Miyu would be like Obito and not even know about Yekang, so Miyu knows Yekang's information. But Yekang can't know Miyu's information because Miyu is too low-key. Yekang didn't know that Miyu mastered Flying Thunder God, so it was normal for Flying Thunder God to kill him at close range. It seems easy for Miyu to beat Yekang, but if Kakashi and others were to fight, Kakashi felt that the 4 of them might not be able to beat Yekang together. The power of Scorch Release is too strong, and Nohara-rin's medical ninjutsu may not be able to heal her in time if she is hit by Scorch Release. Is this really common sense? How did you know this, Kakashi? Obito couldn't help asking. Obito felt that this was not common sense at all. This is not only common sense, but also the basic skills of ninjas. Don't you know the importance of intelligence to ninjas? Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. Watch more, listen more, and pay attention to major events in the ninja world. Kakashi reminded. Then Kakashi stopped talking nonsense with Obito and walked towards Miyu. Shisui had already walked over when they were discussing Yekang. So what if he is a hero of Sand Village? He was still killed by us and teacher Miyu. Obito muttered and walked over. Is this considered a clear investigation? If Konoha really wanted to deal with Sand Village, do you think you can still live until now? Miyu said as he looked at Yekang, who slowly got up. Although Luo Sha definitely doesn't like Yekang, if Luo Sha knew that Miyu killed Yekang, he might even open champagne to celebrate. However, Yekang's identity in Sand Village is indeed not simple. If he is killed, it will easily escalate into a diplomatic incident. Miyu does not want Konoha to be surrounded and beaten by the 4 major ninja villages. This is not a good thing. You should pay more attention to Kumigakure or Iwagakure. The yellow flash is indeed well deserved. This time it is my mistake. I will reinvestigate after I go back. Yekang apologized and accepted Miyu's suggestion. My name is Hanya Miyu. Don't make a mistake next time. Leaving such a sentence, Miyu took the somewhat frightened client to the destination. Yekang and a group of Sand Village were stunned in place, all looking at a loss. There will be another chapter in 4K later, but it will be very late, it should be 3 o'clock. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. In addition, the previous chapter has been revised, you can subscribe. Chapter 399, The Eyes of the Six Paths Sage. After encountering Yekang, Mu and his team did not encounter any unexpected situations and successfully sent the client to the destination. Really reliable. If I go to Konoha to issue a mission next time, I will definitely name you, Mu. The middle-aged client highly recognized Mu's business ability. As an ordinary person, he doesn't know much about ninjas, but Mu is the kind of strong that can be seen with the naked eye, which is really too reliable. In order to express his gratitude, the middle-aged client also wanted to invite Mu and others to have a big meal at a famous local restaurant. Mu asked Obito and others for their opinions, and finally declined the middle-aged client's kindness. If it were normal times, Obito would be very happy to have that big meal, but he was a little concerned about the Akatsuki organization in the Rain Country. The result of the discussion among the four of them was to conduct some investigations on the Akatsuki organization on the way back. Because the intelligence from the Akatsuki organization was obtained from Uzumaki Naruto and Yamato, they had to keep it secret from Mu. We can apply to Teacher Mu for a certain degree of freedom of action, and don't be too far away from Teacher Mu, so that Teacher Mu can use Flying Thunder God to support us, and there will be no accidents. Kakashi expressed his thoughts. Kakashi thought there was no problem with the investigation, but since the Rain Country was in chaos, he couldn't go too far. Otherwise, he would run into another powerful Kumagakure or Iwagakure, which would be troublesome. You can ask Obito to go and say that he wants to take pictures of the scenery of the Rain Country. Shisui suggested. I do want to take pictures of the scenery of the Rain Country. Obito nodded. Xiaolin, don't go, stay with Teacher Mu. Nohara Rin is the weakest among them. Most of her abilities are in healing, and her ability to deal with danger is much worse than theirs. I'll stay with Teacher Mu to cover you. Nohara Rin smiled softly and agreed. She is very self-aware and will try not to add burden to Obito and his team. The four of them did what they said. Obito held the camera and said to Mu with an embarrassed look. Teacher Mu, you see, this mission is also completed. Can I find a place to take some photos as a commemoration? It won't be too far from the team, and I will ask Kakashi and others to come with me. Then go. Mu readily agreed. Mu also wanted to investigate more information about the Rain Country, and slowing down the pace back was in his plan. Hehe, Teacher Mu, you are the best. Seeing that Mu directly agreed, Obito laughed and cheered. Be careful and don't run too far. Mu smiled and touched Obito's head to remind him. Although he would definitely send shadow clones to protect his disciples, Mu still hoped that his disciples would be more vigilant. Obito nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, and patted his chest vigorously to show that he had no problem. After achieving the goal, the Mu team began to act separately. Mu and Nohara Rin were together, and Kakashi, Obito and Shisui were a group of 3 to investigate the Akatsuki organization. Obito and his friends asked the residents of several villages and towns, but they either didn't know or spoke well of Akatsuki. The Akatsuki is full of good ninjas. They helped our village drive away stray ninjas before. Akatsuki? I heard it's a good ninja organization. It's more cost-effective to entrust them to fight against the bandits than to go to the ninja village. The more they inquired about Akatsuki, the more confused they became. Is it a coincidence? Maybe these 2 Akatsuki organizations are not the same Akatsuki organization. The more Obito listened, the more he felt that Akatsuki was a kind ninja organization, not a terrifying ninja organization. It's hard to say. Kakashi shook his head. Because he thought it was an Akatsuki organization because of Shisui's information before, but now Kakashi is a little uncertain. If it was just to accumulate strength, Akatsuki would not have to do this, and organize members to do good deeds everywhere. This is a meaningless thing. As a ninja organization, even if it does 100 good things, as long as it does 1 or 2 bad things, its reputation will not be maintained. Accepting employment to earn money is the correct operation to accumulate strength. Maybe these two Akatsuki organizations are the same Akatsuki organization. The current Akatsuki organization is indeed a kind ninja organization, and the future Akatsuki organization is indeed a terrorist organization. Shisui thought for a while and said, "People will change. Being kind now does not mean being kind in the future, and being evil in the future does not mean being evil in the past." Shisui felt that this was the same as Uchiha Itachi. Although Uchiha Itachi would exterminate the Uchiha clan in the future, the current Uchiha Itachi was just a child who spoke vaguely and was somewhat naive. Although they had only exchanged a few simple sentences, Shisui did not think that the current Yahiko was a madman who would snatch the 5 national-tailed beasts. This is very likely. Kakashi showed a thoughtful expression. Although he was only 10 years old this year, Kakashi had indeed experienced a lot of things, and some things could really change a person's personality. So is it? Obito was confused by Shisui's words. Neither Shisui nor Kakashi answered Obito's words. There was too little key information now, and they were just speculating. It's really troublesome. It would be better if we could ask in person. Obito sighed. I don't know if Obito's mouth is blessed or their luck has changed. When they were trying to find out the news, they happened to meet Yahiko and others who came out to maintain law and order, and saw Yahiko take action with their own eyes. The orange-haired man who used water escape is Yahiko, the leader of Akatsuki. Shisui said softly. Because Yahiko had introduced himself before, Shisui knew him. He shouldn't be the one who can kill you in seconds, as Miyu teacher said. Obito touched his chin and said. Yahiko's strength is not weak, but it's too much to say that he can kill Shisui in seconds. Obito didn't feel the aura of a strong man from Yahiko. He was not as good as the Sand Village hero Yekeng he met before. The red-haired man next to him is very strong. Kakashi saw the huge amount of chakra in Nagato's body after entering the transparent world, and his pupils shrank suddenly. This is definitely the most terrifying chakra Kakashi has ever seen, even stronger than Miyu's chakra. But Kakashi soon stopped caring about Nagato's chakra, because he found something more amazing. Just by looking at it with the transparent world, he felt the extreme threat from Nagato's eyes. Nagato felt something and looked in the direction of Kakashi and others. Seeing the Konoha Chunin vests and forehead protectors on Kakashi and others, Nagato frowned. Yahiko, there are a few Konoha ninjas over there. Nagato reported this information to Yahiko. He didn't like Konoha ninjas very much, but he wouldn't attack them casually. Konoha ninjas over there, we have found you. Yahiko shouted directly in the direction Nagato pointed. Yahiko didn't have much resentment towards Konoha ninjas, and Konoha ninjas had saved members of the Akatsuki organization some time ago, so Yahiko didn't care about being peeped. What should I do? Should I go out or just go? Obito looked at Kakashi and asked. Kakashi took out the Flying Thunder God from his ninja tool bag, checked it, and put it back. Then Kakashi created a shadow clone and attacked Mew with all his strength. Run to where you is. Kakashi is a person who doesn't want to stand under a dangerous wall. If it weren't for Mew not far away, he would have left without hesitation. Go and have a look, but be careful to keep a distance, especially pay attention to the red-haired man. Kakashi replied. Then the 3 of them flashed out from the dark and looked at Yahiko and Nagato. They are the Konoha ninjas who helped me before. The thin and tall ninja said immediately when he saw Kakashi and the others. What a coincidence! Yahiko was a little surprised. Thank you so much last time. This is Yahiko, the leader of our Akatsuki organization. The thin and tall ninja introduced Yahiko. Yahiko looked at Kakashi and the other 2 and found that Shisui looked unexpectedly familiar. After a little thought, he remembered that he had met him once when he went to eliminate the bandits before, and there was a small misunderstanding. It turned out to be you. The ninja world is really small. We met once in the country of River before. Do you remember? Yahiko greeted Shisui with a smile. Shisui nodded in acknowledgement. I heard that your organization is a ninja organization that pursues peace and stability. Kakashi said after thinking about the wording. Since Yahiko was so friendly, Kakashi thought he could try to find out some information. Yes, the establishment of Akatsuki is to make the Rain Country and the ninja world peaceful. Yahiko answered happily. He felt that the more people knew the dream of Akatsuki, the closer Akatsuki would be to the dream. Although we still have many shortcomings now, I believe that as long as we work hard, we will succeed. Yahiko thought of the man named. Yahiko has been working hard to protect the village outside these days. In addition to wanting to make Akatsuki famous, he also wanted to meet again. But Yuro sent a 1/4 superscript 2 let alone seeing him, Yahiko had never even heard of him. Kakashi observed all the members of Akatsuki, and then turned his attention back to Yahiko, who was excitedly describing the future of Akatsuki. What happened to turn the Akatsuki organization into a terrorist organization that snatches the tailed beasts? Kakashi felt heavy in his heart. When Yahiko talked about the Akatsuki's dream and future, all the Akatsuki members looked yearning, which is difficult to pretend unless they practiced in advance. Although Kakashi didn't know what would happen, he guessed that it would be a very tragic tragedy. War should not exist. Obito agreed with Yahiko's words. Obito also wanted to end the war, make Konoha and the Land of Fire peaceful, and no more ninjas would die in the war. Do you think so too? Yahiko looked at Obito with shining eyes. If it weren't for Obito's identity as a Konoha ninja, Yahiko would have invited Obito to join the Akatsuki organization on the spot. Yahiko infected some ninjas to join the Akatsuki organization, but more often they disapproved of his dreams and goals and ridiculed him. My dream is to end the war and become Hokage. Obito said with his chest raised. Although Kakashi always said that he was not the material to be Hokage, Obito felt that he could do it. If we keep working hard, we will succeed. Then we can cooperate and restore peace to the ninja world faster. Yahiko said with a big laugh. At this moment, Obito liked Yahiko very much and thought that Yahiko was a good person and could get along with him. As long as you think I can become Hokage, then I am his good partner. Because he had to go to other places to check the situation, although Yahiko wanted to talk to Obito again, he had to leave. Goodbye, I hope that when we hear about each other again in the future, it will be famous in the ninja world. Yahiko said goodbye. He really hoped that someone like Obito would become Hokage, and the influence of the 5 major ninja villages in the ninja world was very great. It will definitely happen, just wait for the name of Uchiha Obito to spread throughout the ninja world. Obito said his name before leaving. The 3 watched the Akatsuki ninjas leave, and then stopped investigating the Akatsuki organization. After such an exchange, Kakashi was basically sure that the current Akatsuki organization and the future Akatsuki organization were completely different, and the investigation was in vain. No matter what they will become in the future, they are now a group of ninjas fighting for peace. However, Kakashi still has some headaches about Akatsuki. For Uchiha Itachi, they can choose to guide him from a young age to change the future. But Akatsuki is not so easy to deal with. The ninjas in Akatsuki are much older than them, and there is also a red-haired ninja whose strength is unknown. Obito didn't think so much. What he wanted most in his heart now was to let Miyu and Nohara Lin survive the Third Ninja World War, and then Minato would not die from the rampage of the 9 Tails, and the Uchiha would not be exterminated. After returning to the team, Kakashi could not forget the eyes that gave him fatal danger. Kakashi drew the unique eyes on paper and then tried to ask Miyu. Mr. Miyu, this is what I saw on a mural somewhere in the Land of Rain. It feels so strange. Is it a special culture of that place? Kakashi asked calmly. Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. When did Kakashi sneak to see the mural alone? Haven't they been trying to find out about Akatsuki? Miyu took the paper Kakashi handed over, thought for a moment and replied, it has many names, the Eye of the Sage, the eye that controls life and death, the eye of samsara, it is the eye of the six-path sage. Kakashi showed a shocked expression. He thought it might be a very powerful blood eye. Have just passed the Genkai, but I didn't expect it to be so big, and it can be related to the six-path sage. Although most people worship the six-path sage as a god, the six-path sage is not a fictional myth, but a real person. He is considered the ancestor of ninjas because he founded the ninja clan. Hey! The eyes of the six-path sage. Obito hurriedly stepped forward to take a look when he heard that it was the eyes of the six-path sage. Kakashi didn't give Obito this opportunity. In order to prevent the information from being exposed, Kakashi took Obito to the side for combat practice. Shisui couldn't keep calm when he heard it. The six-path sage is too special for ninjas. I have diarrhea and it's a little late. I'm a little mentally ill because I stayed up until 4 o'clock. If there are any mistakes, you can leave a message in this paragraph. I will correct it when I wake up. Chapter 400 The Strengthening Plan of the Disciples. After returning to Konoha, Miyu gave the disciples a day off as usual, and went to the Hokage's office to report the task. Originally, this kind of B-level mission did not need to be reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen separately, but the accident they encountered this time was not ordinary. Knock knock. Miyu knocked on the wooden door of the Hokage's office. Come in. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice, Miyu immediately pushed the door open and walked in. Sandame-sama, there may be ninjas from other ninja villages disguised as Konoha ninjas to attack Sand Village ninjas. Miyu, please tell me in detail. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a serious expression. 3 of the 5 major ninja villages have now declared war on Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want the last sand village that has not declared war on Konoha to also declare war on Konoha. It's like this, I accepted an escort mission to the Rain Country, and on the way I was surrounded by the sand village team led by Yekang, and the other party attacked us in the name of investigation. Miyu began to tell the cause and process of their encounter with Yekang. Yekang. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful expression. Yekang is not an unknown person in the ninja world. Sarutobi Hiruzen has also heard of her name. She is a powerful blood ninja. Miyu, you didn't kill those sand village, did you? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while and asked. In terms of fame, Yekang is a famous strong man in the ninja world, and Miyu is only a little famous in Konoha, but in terms of strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Yekang can beat Miyu. Miyu is proficient in 5 kinds of chakra nature changes, has ice escape in blood limit, has learned flying thunder god technique, knows many powerful ninjutsu, and has intelligence advantages. Yekang can't beat Miyu. So Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worried about Miyu getting hurt, but only worried that Miyu didn't control the strength well and killed some sand village ninjas. In this case, no matter which ninja killed the Sand Village ninjas who died before, the Sand Village will be counted on Konoha. I was forced to fight back and fought with them to the extent that I could have a good conversation, and there was no casualties. Miyu replied. Afterwards, Yekang also admitted that it was their mistake and would reinvestigate. With his current strength, fighting against the Sand Village team led by Yekang is pure bullying, and there will be no accidents that he doesn't want to happen. Miyu, you handled it very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and praised. Next, I will arrange for the Anbu to investigate. This task allowed Sarutobi Hiruzen to see Miyu's ability to handle affairs. Not only teaching and ninjutsu, but Miyu's abilities in other aspects are also very good. Fortunately, I dug him out in time. Otherwise Miyu would not be able to truly exert his abilities. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave himself a thumbs up in his heart, and stepped on Shimura Danzo. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, a genius like Miyu could not have remained unknown. It must be the darkness of the root that restricted Miyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt very sorry for this. If Miyu had shown such talent earlier, perhaps he would have directly accepted Miyu as his disciple. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen's best candidate for the 4th generation Hokage is Jiraiya, followed by Tsunade, but what makes Sarutobi Hiruzen helpless is that neither of them wants to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen tried to pave the way for Jiraiya many times, but Jiraiya just started to move, and he almost carved the words "I don't want to be Hokage" on his face. Not to mention Tsunade's words, Jiraiya still gave Sarutobi Hiruzen a little respect, but Tsunade didn't even bother to pay attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Another disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, had the intention to become Hokage, but Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't want him to become Hokage. Because Orochimaru has changed too much. When he was a child, Orochimaru was just a little lonely and cold, but now Orochimaru gives Sarutobi Hiruzen a feeling of gradually losing his humanity. Such Orochimaru can become a high-level official in Konoha, but he can't become Hokage. After the report, Miyu went straight back home. This time, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't give any special rewards, but some ninja training resources. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen had rewarded the right to borrow ninjutsu freely before, and Miyu had enough in terms of ninjutsu. In terms of position, Miyu only works in the ninja school, and Miyu is already the vice president of the ninja school. It is impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen to fire himself and give the principal position to Miyu. There are many wandering ninjas, and there are many ninja organizations, in addition to ninjas from other large ninja villages. After going home to sort out the information about the Rain Country, Miyu found that the situation in the Rain Country fits his plan to recruit disciples. Miyu's plan is this: he first impressed Yahiko Nagato and others in the Akatsuki organization, and then became famous in the Rain Country, established an image of a master, and attracted Yahiko and others to recruit again. However, Miyu still would not agree to them immediately. He would refuse again, then continue to make a name for yourself in the land of rain, and when the time is right, you can do some tests and become the mentor of Yahiko and the others. As for the way to make a name for yourself, Miyu will definitely choose the one with the greatest benefits. The way to make Miyu famous and get rewards is undoubtedly to give lectures, and you can get the rewards for giving lectures. By then, many ninjas in the land of rain will be Miyu's classmate. Miyu will not worry about no ninjas coming to listen to his lectures, after all, he has been verified many times in this field. By then, Miyu will show his strength a little bit, and those ninjas will have to rush to attend the class. After the disbandment, Kakashi did not go to practice immediately, but went to the Konoha library to look for information on the Samsara Eye. It's not that Kakashi doesn't trust Miyu, but Kakashi is curious about more content. However, to Kakashi's disappointment, he did not find any records about the ability of the Samsara Eye, but only some myths and legends. With the idea that he was already here, Kakashi looked for relevant information about the tailed beasts again, but still had no results and still didn't understand why the tailed beasts went berserk. After leaving the library, Kakashi went to find Might Guy. After returning from Lulin, Kakashi went to find Might Guy, but Might Guy happened to be on a mission that time, so Kakashi didn't find him. "My dear friend, are you going to challenge me? I've been waiting for this day for a long time," Might Guy asked excitedly. It has been more than half a year since he defeated Kakashi last time, and Might Guy has long wanted to fight Kakashi again. In the past 6 months, Might Guy has never relaxed and has been exercising all the time. He has a feeling that he is only one step away from the 5th gate. "I'm not here to fight you. I have something to find you." Kakashi shook his head and replied. He wanted to tell Might Guy about the future information and let Might Guy work with them to change the future. Might Guy's face instantly changed from excitement to disappointment when he heard Kakashi say he was not here to fight. He had already thought about how to start the fight. If you really want to be challenged, it's not impossible. Seeing Might Guy so disappointed, Kakashi thought for a while and said, "Sure enough, we still have to have a battle full of youth and passion." Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, his 2 rows of big white teeth were particularly shining. But it's only limited to rock paper scissors. Kakashi added. Might Guy, who was revived with full blood, seemed to be hit by a one-shot skill again, and the whole person was like a wilted cabbage. Scissors, rock, paper. Although Might Guy was a little disappointed, he still took this rock-paper-scissors challenge seriously. You win. Kakashi raised the scissors in his hand and said. Might Guy looked at his fist and sighed. He still wanted to have a fist-to-fist fight with Kakashi, so that he would feel good if he won. Silently adding this victory to the overall victory of the battle with Kakashi, Might Guy followed Kakashi to a remote grove. We accepted the task of the Lulin investigation minister and met the ninja from the future. Kakashi first briefly talked about the cause of meeting Uzumaki Naruto and others, and then explained the future intelligence to Might Guy in detail. Not only the future intelligence, but also the latest intelligence of the Akatsuki organization they obtained in the Rain Country. Might Guy was very surprised that Kakashi and others could meet the future ninja, but he directly believed Kakashi without any doubt. In order to change the future, we need your strength. Kakashi said seriously. This is the meaning of my training to become stronger. Might Guy replied with a bright smile. Teacher Muyu, Obito, and Nohara Lin are all companions recognized by Might Guy, and Might Guy will definitely do everything he can to protect them. Don't tell anyone except us about this matter. Kakashi reminded. Might Guy nodded seriously. Then Might Guy and Kakashi went to the South Forest. Kakashi wanted to discuss something with Muyu's other disciples. He just didn't agree to fight with Might Guy because of this matter. In order to let everyone improve their strength faster, I propose to conduct a practical test every 3 months. The last 2 people in the test will be punished. Kakashi expressed his thoughts. Maybe in the eyes of others, they are already super geniuses with such strength at the age of 10, but Kakashi thinks it is not enough. Such strength is not enough to change history. At least they must have the strength of Uzumaki Naruto or Yamato. Xiaolin, you don't have to participate in this. After all, you mainly practice medical ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Nohara Lin and said. When estimating the combat power, Kakashi only regarded Nohara Lin as an ordinary chunin. Of course, the chakra of a medical ninja should be reserved for treatment. Nohara Lin nodded helplessly. She wanted to participate, but it was meaningless if the strength difference was too big. I agree, and I think today is a good day. Let's start the first actual battle. Might Guy was the first to support Kakashi. I think it's okay. Shisui nodded in agreement. Although Shisui is not sure that he can defeat any of the 3 Kakashis, he thinks this will be more conducive to the improvement of strength. I have no objection, but the punishment is what? Obito asked curiously. It's very simple, the punishment is what everyone hates. Kakashi replied. Because of individual differences, some punishments may be rewards for some people. Kakashi thinks that personalized punishments should be carried out. A bad look appeared on Obito's face, and he quickly said, I hate it. For example, Obito, you don't like studying and doing tests, so your punishment is studying and doing tests. Kakashi interrupted. I think I hate eating green peppers more, how about changing it to eating 10 green peppers? Obito tried to change the punishment. After all, I know myself best. Kakashi glanced at Obito lightly. If you really hate eating green peppers more, you wouldn't ask for a replacement. Obito certainly knows himself very well, but he will also lie to himself. Tests are indeed Obito's weakness. Nohara Rin recalled Obito's face when he was punished to do the test paper, and he covered his mouth and chuckled. After all, it is a big challenge for him to do the test paper with his knowledge. Kakashi immediately added another blow. Obito blushed and tried to quibble, I got 80 points in the science part of the Chunin exam, this is 80 points. Although this was the result of Muyu's help, it was also his effort. So what you mean is that you are not afraid of doing the test paper, then you should not ask for a replacement. Looking at Obito with a red temperature, Kakashi raised his mouth and continued. Obito didn't know how to refute, he could only curse the hateful Kakashi in his heart and then acquiesce that this was his punishment. Kakashi was cruel to Obito and himself, and soon took the initiative to tell his own punishment. If I am the last two, I will not refute anything Obito says for a week. Kakashi said solemnly. In Kakashi's opinion, this punishment was simply torture for him, because Obito would definitely ride a flying dragon on his face and say all kinds of dirty words. With Obito and Kakashi as examples, Shisui and Might Guy did not show mercy and gave themselves a punishment that was hard enough. Then came the formal actual combat. The four people drew lots to decide their opponents in the first round. The two people who were eliminated in the first round had to accept the punishment, and the two winners of a round would fight again. The winner would be Muyu's strongest disciple within 3 months. Since they did not have to participate in the actual combat, Nohara-rin took on the chores and helped Obito and the others complete the drawing. Shisui is number 1, Obito is number 2, Kakashi is number 3, and Might Guy is number 4. Nohara-rin announced the results of the draw. Friends, this is the bond between us. Might Guy laughed and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, and the previous disappointment was instantly swept away. Kakashi's expression became serious. No matter how strong Might Guy was, he had to win this battle, otherwise he couldn't imagine how arrogant Obito would be in these 7 days. Shisui and Obito looked at each other, and both of them ignited a strong desire to fight. Shisui wanted to win, not only because of the punishment, but also because of the desire to win. Shisui was the youngest among Muyu's disciples, but he was the first to learn from Muyu. He was more accustomed to the strongest than the weakest. Obito, your flame-breathing chakram mode is very strong, but you don't know that I can already use the armed color domineering skillfully. Shisui's confidence comes from his armament haki. From the very beginning, Shisui's armament haki progress was much ahead of Obito and the others. When others were still confused, Shisui could already use his haki that sometimes worked and sometimes didn't. I stayed up too late yesterday, so I was not in good spirits and wrote very slowly.